Well, sorry about that, listeners of DBS Radio. We are live on the audio. Soon we'll be very much live on YouTube and Facebook. We here this evening to really talk about the yard and that yard of some brothers of our beautiful country, Dominica. They're going to tell us all about their yard. But I have my film song, and right after the film song, I'll have a chit chat quickly with my co-host, and we will go straight into the program.
Chalet, mi soleil qu'a levé, tant de mélodie, musique qui a chanté, senti anti vent douce, lever marcher ni pied, senti liberté ni commencement la journée. Et voyons petit café, sorti un petit kaila, paraît pour commencer, fais un petit sourire pour commencement la journée. Commencement la journée. Chaque glow pour tes bras si doux, les journées à la cour. Pour ce petit point, pas travail pour rien, non. Merci bon Dieu pour la journée. Portez tout had là, bon live pour laver. Roulez assis wash là, et après rester. Ouvez assis caïa, quittez yo chercher. Fallait piler sont là pendant la journée. Qu'est-ce qui a changé? J'allais d'eau, pas tes bras, assis d'eau. C'est que les jardins, balayer la cour. C'était moi, pas travail pour rien. Jouer coco, petit glow. Allez, ça va, pas courir, mon la cour.
just want to say good evening to the folks of DBS Radio, the folks who normally stay on for the Lakou program. And tonight we are in with three young men from Dominica who have seen the true value of telecommunication, and the co-founder of Epic Communications, Eric Giraud, also another co-founder, managing director, Phillip Alleyne, and senior technician, Desmond Trotter Jr. I got to say Junior because some persons might get confused with Desmond Trotter Senior. Desmond Trotter Senior is in Ethiopia, and Desmond Trotter Jr., senior technician of Epic Communications. So again, let me just repeat the names. Eric Giraud, co-founder of Epic Communications. He's the chief engineer. Desmond Trotter, senior technician, and also Phillip Alleyne, co-founder, managing director. Good evening to you, my good brother.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here once again in the Lakou program on a Sunday. I noticed this Sunday we're going to be dealing with communications, and you have some young entrepreneurs in the studio with you.
And what is so beautiful about these young men is that they have been able to have their own type of yard. So you're hearing the surname Giraud, Alleyne, Trotter, and they would tell us about their own type of bringing up their yard. They will give us the experience as a preparation towards what they are now in terms of telecommunications. But
when you hear the surname, you have to pay attention to them. The Girauds were very, very important people in Dominica. Entrepreneurs. Mr. Giraud was the one who started. Alleyne.
Yes.
You know, he was the one who started the Eric's Bakery.
Yeah, he was a founder of the Eric's Bakery.
That's right.
He was a businessman himself.
And his family.
He was an engineer also.
And his other family was Julian Giraud.
Right.
I met him many times at Julian's home.
Yeah, right.
That's Mr. Giraud. No, the other one is Alleyne.
Yes.
And many times when I go across by Candy Alleyne, in the yard there, close to Dominica, I met him there sometimes. So the Alleynes are very important. You don't forget QC Alleyne was a very important name.
And even the Alleynes themselves, we know that they are famous as attorneys.
That's right.
So it tells you that they too had their bringing up. They had gardens. They had estates,
right?
They had land.
That's a big family.
But
a very important family.
Yeah, but again, too, they had their own yard.
And then when you talk about the Trotters,
right? That's another big name.
That's another big name. So you have three big surnames in the yard. You have the Alleynes, you have the Trotters, and you have the Giraud. So these are three big surnames, right?
And what it does for us, though, Brian, is that it helps us to understand even more the lives that these young men had in their growing up. Because a lot of the times, using our colloquial term, we call them bourgeois. They were bourgeois. And we never come to understand, to find out how the generations before them had to allow them to become bourgeois. What did they do to become bourgeois? How hard they had to work to become bourgeois? So it means that they too would have had their own style, their own way of bringing up, and so this evening I'm happy that we're going to have them, and we are going to have a very candid, open discussion with them. One of the things that I must say that I like about their success is that they have found themselves doing a company, three young men, a company that many a times, as young people, we tend to wait for others to give us that push, and they will tell us exactly how they were able to have that opportunity to have their own telecommunication
Well,
company?
I am when I lived in the church in Pottersville, I had the occasion to access Mr. Giraud television because he had a repeater or something like that up in Goodwill there, and so I would go in the yard to try to look at movies, YouTube, and so on. So after Maria, I was able to make use of his signals.
And it is amazing as you're saying that, and I'll give them a chance to talk about their story in that case. After Maria, the things that these guys were able to do in terms of telecommunications, they play an integral role now in telecommunications. As I can tell you that this company, if you get onto them, which they will tell you later, that there's over 1,000 channels that you can literally get. They will tell us everything.
I know, for instance, that Mr. Giraud, used to come across by Julian and set him up.
Mm-hmm.
So all the latest movies, I was able to watch it with Julian.
So you see
because of him.
So you see where they started?
Yeah.
As a boy,
Mm-hmm.
So let's go across to all three of them in Ted Daly Studio. Good evening to you folks.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Get closer to the mic.
Good evening.
Yeah. Yes. So let's first take Desmond Trotter Jr.
Yeah. Good evening to everyone.
I find I'm getting you very soft. Go ahead.
All three mics are not on. Only one. Only mine seems.
No. All. Even if you don't say the light on, but
Okay,
they're,
cool.
they're on.
All right.
Yes. Go ahead. I'm Junior.
All right.
Yes, Junior. No, you're busting my eardrum.
sorry, but
Yeah.
Good evening to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My name is Desmond Trotter. With Epic Communications.
And what about the next person in the middle?
Eric Giraud, Epic Communication.
And Phillip Alleyne.
All right, guys. We're going to go straight into the discussion because we're a bit late. Unfortunately, that we had another program, church service on, and unfortunately we were not able to really be live at 7:00. But we are on anyway. First of all, guys, I want you all to tell us the schools that you have been to, your background, the yard that you have been, your parents, the streets that you would have raised in Roseau, any other parts of Dominica that you would have lived. So help us to have that kind of understanding. And we started the communication by having a good, cordial conversation. Anyone?
Des?
From Tong, specifically River Street. And I grew up there from a little boy, you know what I mean? Like River Street, East River Street, all them areas there. Kennedy Avenue, you know what I mean? Like Great Marlborough Street, Cork Street. Well, most people recognize me from Cork Street now. That's why, more times after from River Street, you grew up. I grew up, went to school, met different people. You know what I mean? So I hang out Cork Street a lot. I'm more or less like generally all over town. That's where I'm more based from town, Never really spend much time in country areas, just for like short times, but generally more like from town, basically. Roseau.
So I'll come back to you talking about River Street, Hillsborough Street, Kennedy Avenue, Cork Street. You have to tell us a little bit more about that. It tells me that you are a street Lakou man. You come from the as we normally say, from the heart of the streets of Roseau, because we would all be aware that whatever goes on in any of those streets, the other ones would be aware of. What about you, Giraud?
Yeah, well, originally from Fonkole.
From Fonkole?
Yeah.
All right, yes.
From Fonkole, and then I moved to Goodwill. Went to SMA. Originally went to Miss Winston School, Roseau. Then Goodwill School, SMA. Just like Desi, I usually used to hang out in Cork Street and Fonkole. Up in Fonkole, running around with no shoes on. Yeah. That's right.
I like
where I
that
grew
start.
up,
I like
yeah.
the start of the program. Brain,
I'm listening.
I like the start of the program. Someone would hear of Eric Giraud and Eric says, I raised in Fonkole. I can see the amount of eyebrows that went up in the air. Fonkole, Giraud. Well, they will know a little bit more about that in a while. What about you, Phillip?
Okay, good evening to you, Cecil and the Brain, and your listeners, both locally and online. My name is Phillip Alleyne. I'm 49 years old. I have a wife and 3 children. Presently, I live in Cochrane, it's the most beautiful place in Dominica. And I wasn't born in Dominica. My parents moved to Canada in the late 60s, early 70s to further their education. And I was born there in 74. My parents returned to Dominica. My father worked in the U.S. for the government of Dominica in the early 80s, and then we moved back to Dominica in 82. So I moved here when I was 6 years old. And but I had been here before as a little boy. But at 6 years old, we moved to Goodwill. So I lived in Goodwill for just above the hospital in James Lane for the early part of my life. But I spent most of the time not in the city, but in the country. So I was in my mom is from Concord, Atkinson, and so running around in Atkinson in Concord was what I did. I wasn't a city boy. My mother was a flower farmer, and so I spent my time with my uncles, tinkering, fixing, building, cutting flowers. That was that's what I did as a little boy.
That is an amazing. These 3 guys are amazing stories. People see these guys' brain on the roadside, and immediately they judge them. And you hear from the very beginning that Alleyne said that his parents went to Canada for higher education. He was born in Canada in 74, but he returned to Dominica for a small time, lived in James Lane. And James Lane, you find not the bourgeois, you met people who have built their own homes, they were more or less, you could say, middle class. And later on, he became a country bookie, as they would normally say, a country boy in Atkinson and Concord, and he's proud about that.
Absolutely.
And he's telling you he ran up and down in Atkinson and Concord. So when people see Phillip Alleyne, they tend to say that's like a bourgeois, like a boy. But the man is telling you, and he'll tell us more of his story. Brain. Then you heard Giraud. Giraud said that I am from Fonkole. And I cannot wait to hear the story of Fonkole. I want to hear the story of, because you see, too many times we found ourselves labeling people by their surname. And they are here tonight to tell you about the story. Desmond Trotter, we all know of Desmond in the 70s, and the son of the famous Desmond Trotter. And he says to us that I am from River Street, and we know River Street was the spot where the guys used to feed me their zeb. Most of the guys. Some of them would find themselves into several problems. Little shanty houses in the area where he lived. I'm sure that he must have raised with his mom and his grandmother, like many other people, And then he told you that he ran in the shortcuts of River Street to go to Hillsborough Street, from Hillsborough Street to go to Kennedy Avenue. So he would have passed in Pong to get into Cork Street. So that is going to be an interesting conversation. So let's start now with Giraud. Giraud, you said that you went to Miss Winston's school. Preschool, that's what you remembered.
Yes.
Give us some story about Miss Winston's school.
Well, I remember Miss Winston. She was a very, very nice lady. Always welcoming and warm. Yeah, that school, I guess that's the foundation of where it all started. I don't remember too much about the school, but I remember Miss Winston. Yeah.
What about, you went to primary school? You said you went to Goodwill School?
I went to Goodwill School, yes.
Goodwill School?
Yes.
Giraud, Goodwill School? Is there any link? Giraud, Goodwill School? Tell us about that.
I don't even... Yes, I went to Goodwill School. I used to... well...
Tell us you used to send stones.
I used to...
You're
Well-
coming to say that? I used to send stones?
I used to send stones.
Yes.
By the sea. Every Sunday I used to be by the sea.
Right.
Yeah. Brain said, my grandfather was Alleyne Giraud, so he owned the bakery. So that's why I live from Fonkole. But I grew up young in Fonkole, so my friends were actually in Fonkole. So guys like Jerry and Matthew, and so when in growing up and playing, that's where I was. Then my mother left, and it was just my brother and I together in the house in Fonkole, going through some little rough times. And then that's why I met my other brother, Marcelino, and we got together, and that's where from there
Cook Street.
That's right. That's a link. Exactly. That's a link to Cook Street.
Now tell us a little bit of Goodwill School. You would have met, as you said, Jerry and a few other partners.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'd make a little two-back.
Of course.
Of course?
Of course.
Well, tell us about that.
Of course.
Tell us about that.
Well, not too much two back.
Some two-back.
Some two back, because when my mother was very strict, so I had to be
Hold on, you've been telling us about your mother. I normally like to ask people who tell us about their mother and their father. Who is their mother? Who is their father?
My father. My father was Giraud. Yeah, he used to work with my grandfather at the bakery. He used to decorate cakes. He was also an engineer fixing ovens and stuff like that. Right. My mother is Allison Trotter. She and my father were married. So when they got divorced, and then she left and went to the States. And I originally said that I was by myself, my brother, but that's not entirely true. I was with my uncle in the house, so it just seemed that way. I was alone, but anyway.
So it was you, Julian.
No, not Julian.
Oh, not Julian.
My brother's sister, my mother's brother.
Your mother's brother.
Vivian.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, that's where I grew up with him in Fonkole.
Vivian Trotter?
Vivian Trotter, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, so Des is actually my cousin. My first cousin.
Right. No, Desi.
Yeah.
Your cousin seems to be a little shy from the mic. But
It's his first time.
those guys, you can know them. I know that he sends stones. Once you come out from Fonkole, you have to make two back. You have to do a little sending of stones. You have to have some kind of small gang. No, I know Desi very well in Roseau. Tell us a little bit about you. Your mother, your father. Who is your mother? Who is your father? Your siblings. And tell us about your growing up schools.
Well, my mother's maybe 18. She self-employed. She's a caterer, seamstress. Does cakes, all sorts of basically a lot of catering stuff. Anything to do with seamstressing, like upholstery, all that kind of stuff. She's married to Alfonso Etienne. They have a little bar called Alfonso's Bar down by the bridge here when you're going out of town. Yeah, and well, my father, everybody know my father basically. Most people, not everybody, like my father's Desmond Trotter, you know, and whom I consider a great person, you know what I mean? Like, big inspiration in my life, big influence, even up to this very day, you know what I mean? So, like, I basically, like I said, I grew up River Street, and then we moved to Riverbank, but I went to social center first, then Roseau Mixed School, when it was in Cork Street back then Roseau Boys School when it was in Portersville, downside of.
So you didn't go to Roseau Girls School?
No, no. Actually, yeah, I
something. Man.
No. I went to when Mixed School was there, yeah, next to before the clinic
by Karam. Where Mixed School was by Karam.
Yeah, by Karam.
You had to come by the Windsor Park.
Right.
So you went to Roseau Girls School.
Yes,
in the school. That anybody who gone to mixed school had to go to Roseau Girls School.
Yeah, man.
Yes. So you went to Roseau Girls School.
Yes.
And then Roseau Boys School.
Right.
Actually, I don't wonder how you jump. Yes. So talk to us. Tell us about a little bit more about the schooling.
Yeah, man. So from Roseau Boys School, I went to SMP, that's St. Mary's Primary. Probably one of the first students there ever, like when it just started. And then from there I went to SME, and that's where I met Phillip. And me and him, Phillip and I, were SME like in the same class for 5 years. You know what I mean?
1985.
Yeah, that was 1985 actually. Like when Phillip and I started SME together, you know, and ever since we just been, and we actually related, and we've been like, me, him, and Eric, like from a long time, we've always been close, you know. Yeah, and plus like growing up in Roseau now, like being from River Street, like Windsor Park was like the common ground for everybody, like all the streets, Hillsborough Street, Kennedy Avenue, Great Marlborough, Cork Street, King George V, Queen Mary Street, Virgin Lane, Barfoot, all them roads there. Like so, like everybody from town, like Tong, Newtown, Pottersville, Goodwill, Emsall, Bath State, them place, everybody kind of knew each other, you know. So like, yeah, it was nice growing up actually back in them days there, you know. Yeah.
Sure.
No, Phillip, country bookie. That's how someone want to call you. but Phillip, your friends found themselves growing up in the Roseau environment, and you in Atkinson and Concord. Tell us what the life was like in that area, growing up.
Okay, well, as I told you, I was born in Toronto. So from Toronto, we moved to New York. We were there for 2 years. So city life was something I knew. When I say city life, I mean
hustle, bustle,
yeah,
lights.
I had seen that
action.
Yeah. For me, what Dominica was like a big playground. Dominica was, it was almost unimaginable that I could walk down the street and go into the water. It was that incredible to me. I always remember driving on the streets of either Goodwill or wherever, and seeing the water was always something that was incredible to me, because it's
get closer to the mic.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I was saying that seeing the water was incredible to me, because all I had known was concrete, you know, parks and whatever else. But the ocean so close to where I lived was crazy to me. And I think it's something that we take for granted. But I loved the fact that Dominica felt like just a big playground. And then moving to Goodwill, actually staying by my Uncle Brian in Belfast for for I think a few months while we settled into Goodwill. Was something that we did, and then when we settled into Goodwill in James Lane, I went to Miss Winston School. This is the first time I'm realizing that Eric went to Miss Winston School, but that's where I went to. I started in Dominica at Miss Winston School. But for me, it was a very weird experience because I came from a school in New York City, a public school in Queens, that was massive with thousands of children, a fraction of them that you knew from your class, to Miss Winston School, which was pretty much like one class or two classes. Miss Winston was fantastic, but for me it was a culture shock. It was hard to adjust at first, so I found it very difficult in the beginning. But there was a young lady who taught me. Her name was Carol Joseph, I think formerly of Carnes Travel, and she really made it very comfortable for me every single day. So I made it out of Miss Winston School eventually when their first cousin, Amanda Trotter, was leaving to go to Antigua, and I got Amanda Trotter's position at Convent Prep. My brother was already there. My older brother was already there. So I went from Miss Winston School to Convent Prep, and I spent 2 years there. And I went on to SMA, where I met Desi and people like Brian Sims, who are lifelong friends to this day. We're best men and godfathers of each other's children and things like that. But my country life, my life in Concord and Atkinson was, as I said, my mother was from there. My grandmother and all my uncles, my mother's brothers lived and sisters lived there. So going there was like real freedom because, I mean, you had animals, you had place to run, you had trees to climb, you had chickens to chase, you had, and so we were very free. And so that was a very exhilarating feeling for me, right? So to say that I learned a lot while being in the country with my aunts and uncles in that side, fishing and catching crabs and my grandmother teaching me how to make a crab mess, with roast breadfruit and watercress and that sort of thing. And I also had my Goodwill life. I had my friends in Goodwill. Brian lived just down the street from me in Dupilini Lane by the Goodwill Savannah, and Desi was on the riverbank. As Desi said, growing up in the 80s in Dominica and 90s was really, really good. I mean, so I think I had my dad's family is from Roseau, generally speaking, and so I had two different experiences. One of Roseau, Goodwill, and going to the beach with my family here in Roseau, and then going to the country with my mother. My mother was in the country every Tuesday, every Thursday, every Saturday. She was shipping flowers, so she was planting her flowers and shipping it. She was, at one point, the largest exporter of ginger lilies in the Caribbean. So she had me helping her to plant her flower farm and packing and shipping flowers every week. So that was an experience in itself. But I was always close to my mom, so everywhere she was, I was, and she has taught me the value of hard work. And my dad told me from very, very early that you'll reap what you sow. Anything that your parents give you is gravy, but you must look for yourself. So those are the qualities, those are the things that were ingrained into me from very young, and I had examples around me, and uncles and aunts, cousins that worked very hard for their successes. So yes, as you mentioned, while we might be considered bourgeois or privileged or whatever, that privilege really comes or is afforded to us from on the backs of the people that went before us. You know, they gained a reputation for hard work and for educating themselves and so on. So I never wanted to be thought of as something that we just sort of unnecessarily inherited. You know, we didn't steal. It wasn't stolen from anybody. It came from hard work and integrity, and so I think those values were passed on to all of us, and we try to put that into our work every single day.
Now, Eric, hearing what Phillip had to say in terms of hard work, can you outline that from the point of view of your family, that you would have seen hard work give them, or would have given them the success that they achieved? Would you place yourself in almost the same category like that of Phillip?
By all means, yes. Yes, I remember when I was young, hanging around the bakery, seeing my grandfather and my grandmother grinding every day. Yeah, it's when you have your own business, it's 24/7. You know, you go home and you plan for the next day, and there's no weekends and there's no days off, and so. Yeah, I mean, if you want it, you just have to keep grinding until you get it. Sometimes you have to sacrifice pleasure in life. That if you really want it, by all means, you have to go get it. Yeah. So by with hard work, it'll happen. Yeah.
And you would have seen as you said, your father as an engineer helping Giraud, your grandfather, to make the business a success. What in that that you would have taken to really help you to become successful?
Well, yeah, my father, like I said, he used to there's this big, before there's big crackers here in Dominica by the bakery, and it's this long oven, like the length of the building. So that particular oven, like that's what he would specialize in. So whenever that broke down and there's no crackers, he has to kick into action. He also used to ice cakes and stuff like that. Yeah, which I found was pretty cool. You know, on the other hand, my mom, you know, she worked in a bank as a bank teller. I think she started that way. And then when she got divorced from my dad, she moved to the States. In the States, she had to work 2 jobs, sometimes 3 jobs at a time. Like she'd get up, she'd go to work 8 in the morning, get up at 4, from 4:30 to 5, from 4:30 to 8 another job, and then at night deliver papers for like many years. Yeah, I saw that. So when I migrated to the U.S., all 3 of us, my sister, my brother, and I, were up there with my mom. And when I got there, I realized the struggle she was going through. I mean, I took a deep appreciation for my mom. I mean, even now, I would say my mom is the one who, she's always been there, and today, it's someone I can fall back on 100%.
You're saying to us, Eric, that your mom had to do 3 jobs for survival. That's what you're telling me?
Yeah. Yeah, when she moved to New York, she, but first I don't know if she wanted to put business in the street, but she actually had to live like well, I guess that's common in New York because New York is expensive. But yeah, she actually had to live in a room, rent a room in somebody's place. You know what I'm saying? And leave 3, because her mission was to bring her children to the U.S.
So can you imagine that you'd have left a good job in the bank as a bank teller in Dominica?
Yeah.
People would look at you based on your surname, not a middle class at that time, but an upper class. And here it is, you have to go to the United States to do 3 jobs, live in someone's house, rent 1 room to survive?
Well, yeah. Well, the upper class you mentioned, I never personally experienced that. That was before my time.
That was before your time.
Yeah, by the time I came in, it was you have to do by yourself. But I hear stories of my grandfather, and that's someone I look up to, So.
Well, I don't know if you're aware. I don't know if he would have mentioned it to you, but I know Giraud built quite a lot of roads in Dominica, to include that of the east.
Yeah, when I used to work at Cape and Wireless, and I talked to people, they would mention, oh, your grandfather built that road, because he used to work with public works.
He too had that zeal of engineering in him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, Desmond. Growing up as a boy, you would have heard so many things about your father. What in your father would have propelled you wanting to survive and to get things done the right way?
Well, pardon me. Growing up, ever since as a child growing up, my dad, right? My dad was always positive, and he always taught me to always be honest, do right, be good, have a good heart, be the principles in life, he had that in him. So it was always project yourself as something positive, don't let things get you down, and try and get as much education as possible. Try and be aware of everything around you. My dad always gave good advice, and always encouraged me to be the best I could be in anything. Once it's positive and educational wise, so that was a big influence in my life. If I was to do something, I know that that wouldn't make my dad proud, I wouldn't feel good doing it. So so that sort of propelled me.
Your dad is one of the pioneers of the whole concept of black power.
Yeah.
To be proud of being black.
Yeah, man.
You would have heard stories of your dad. When you would have heard of those stories, how would that have made you feel?
Well, I wouldn't lie. Some of it made me feel a certain way still. When as a little child growing up, everybody's got well, not everybody, your dad, and your dad's normal, your dad has a job, your dad comes home, well, a lot of times, I would hear my dad was either wanted by the police or something like that, or my dad did this, my dad did that, my dad this and that. So it kind of made me feel a way still, I won't lie, but but one thing he always gave me the comfort that he wasn't what they made him out to be, So that actually gave me strength. And so after a while, whatever was said about him, I just because my dad have a thing, he has a saying, kill them with love. So I just took all the negative and turned it to positive. And I just overcame it that way, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
I like that. Kill them with love. So it says, from what hearing you, it says that yourself and your dad usually have constant communication.
Well, not as constant as it used to be, but I spoke today. We text each other and stuff, but my dad's a big part of my life. You know what I mean? I keep him informed and up to date of what I'm up to. Even with Epic and stuff like that. Whenever we do something and I post it or whatever, he reach out to me and tell me good works, and he likes what he's seen happening and stuff like that.
Now, I want to find out from each of you all guys. Church. Going to church. Did mommy, daddy, or in the case of some of you all, mommy, had to force you to go to church? You talk well about school, but church is another aspect of the bringing up of boys in particular of your age in those days. Tell us a little bit about church.
Okay, well, I grew up in the church. I grew up in the Catholic Church. My mother is
Phillip, just get a little closer to the mic.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, my mother is a staunch Catholic. So I grew up in the church, both in Canada and here as well. When we left Goodwill, we moved to Mont Prosper, and so my parents settled, built a home there, and we settled there. And so we went to church in Mont Prosper every Sunday. My brother and my 2 sisters and my mother. My father wasn't really a churchgoer, although he was encouraged quite often.
What's your dad's name?
Sorry, yes. My father's name is Kenny Alleyne, deceased. Church or discussions, religious discussions, were always something that was always front
Eric,
and center.
Phillip, I really would like you to get closer to the mic because as
Okay.
if something I'm not hearing at all.
Sorry.
Yes.
You hear me better now?
I'm hearing you better now.
Okay. So, as I was saying, we grew up in Mont Prosper after Goodwill and went to church mainly in Mont Prosper. And my mother was very involved in the church there. I think she taught catechism classes and stuff there as well. So I was a practicing Catholic at that time. And as I said, religious discussions were always something that was front and center. When we lived with my Uncle Brian and Auntie Brenda, when I first came to Dominica, and even when we spent time there, leaving the house in the morning, the moment you left the house and we jumped in the vehicle and we're headed to school, that glove box opens up and the Bible comes out, and one of us has to read every day. Somebody has to read the reading for the day, and then you pray. So that's where we learned to pray. Through my mom going to church, and at home we prayed as a family in her room, and in the car with my aunts and uncle.
Phillip, that is amazing.
Yeah,
I'm excited to hear that, Phillip.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
As a matter of fact,
That is kind of amazing.
I actually considered being a priest.
You consider to be a priest?
Yeah. I
Phillip?
think-
That's very amazing.
Yeah.
Look, Eric just said that's amazing.
My brother actually thought I was going to be. And then one day I think I asked my dad, how much does a priest make? And he's like, I don't think they make much. So, not that I was going into it for that, but I was, as I said, I was with my mom a lot. So we spoke about those things. But I also questioned a lot, right? And I think sometimes it might have annoyed my mother, but a lot of times I went to church and I didn't quite understand. Certain things didn't make sense in my head logically. And I'm a very practical, logical person. I like to see, feel, understand things and understand how they work. And going to church sometimes, I guess as a young man, a young boy, not having all the experiences, I didn't quite understand a lot of the things that were being said. And so they didn't quite connect for me a lot of the time. So me and my mother spoke about those things a lot. Sometimes you're just told, you have to have faith, right? And other things you could explain about the Catholic Church in particular. You speak about the traditions and why certain things are done and so on. So, yeah. But conversation was always encouraged in my family. It didn't have to necessarily just be religious conversations, but political conversations or any conversations. We were always allowed to express ourselves, and we were encouraged actually to, when the family is around, to actually give your piece. And so speaking about religion was always something that was front and center.
Desmond, what about you in church?
Yeah, well, I come from a Catholic family, so I grew up in church more or less, but not like we was encouraged to go. Like, I guess, well, as far as our parents and family were concerned, like that was the right thing to do, But I won't lie, I never really liked going to church. Really, maybe because I never understood at the age that I was, and I enjoyed going to church actually. If I knew certain girls was gonna be there. Sorry for saying that.
How would you have known those girls are going to go to church?
Yeah, because they grew up the same as I did, and like they're like their parents sort of.
Hold on a while. Can you check your mic and push it a little bit more east? More east? East.
Right.
Yes, go ahead.
Right.
And then put yourself a little bit more east also, so that you don't get the feedback, because it seems as if you all three are so close that the feedback. Yeah, go ahead now.
All right. Yeah. So and actually, well, after when it became fun going to church, well, because like some of your friends are gonna be there, the girl you like to see is gonna be there. You might go on a little outing with what they call Sunday school or whatever, but like, but I never really understood. Like, I did like you go to church to worship God and all that stuff, but maybe I was too young to fully understand it, But yeah, I grew up in church with my mother, my whole family is basically Catholic.
Yeah. So we heard from. Yes. Yeah. But before you ask the question, can you come a little bit closer to the mic, because as if I'm not hearing you. That is you, Trotter. Get a little bit closer to the mic, or you can just pull the mic towards you, because the mic can move. Pull it up, pull. Yes, it can move.
All right.
Yeah.
But by the time he was growing up, his father would have been in the Rastafarian movement. His father was a Rasta,
but his mother was a ton Catholic.
So no, he's growing up in a situation.
And his grandmother wasn't easy. She was a Catholic.
I know the lady is
yes. My mom wasn't easy.
I know the lady because she by the bridge selling her bowl food soup.
Yes.
So I know him too.
Yeah.
But his father being in the Rastafarian movement, and you can see has locks as well. So how was he able to battle between the Catholic Church and Rastafarian movement at the time? What happened? What happened to you?
Well, I say like I have respect for people, right? And whatever like religious, whatever denomination or religion they choose to practice. I mean, as long as it's not like something evil, then I respect. So like even like I said, when I was young, growing, I never really, maybe I was too young to understand the importance of going to church. But my dad now, like, taught me about Black Power and Rastafari, and to me, Rastafari was always something positive. So, and even sometimes I have conversations with my mom, and like, the foundation of Rastafari is like to feed the hungry, clothe the naked, care for the infants, protect the elderly. It's like basically like even my mom said that the Catholic religion basically does the same thing. So it's like it wasn't much of a struggle to say like but I mean in the end like I chose Rasta because like to me that's more relating to me and my way of living rather than the Catholic.
Okay. I want to hear from Eric. I know that Eric has a story. I realized Phillip was not a acolyte. If he was, he would have mentioned that to us. I realized that Desmond didn't like church unless the girls were going there. I wonder now what Phillip is going to, what Eric is going to tell us.
Well, going to church was default. You go to church. That's it. And you're a Catholic. That's it. It's not like an option. You know, on Sunday you go to church, and you come home. That's that. So, and then I grew up from his father also. So I check in what I like what Rasta's saying too. So I'm kind of like a Catholic and a Rasta. Yeah, I like some stuff of Catholic, I like some stuff of Rasta, and I kind of blend the two. So I'm not really religious. I think I'm more involved to be more spiritual. You know what I'm saying? So that's the kind of level I'm on right now.
So you were not one of the guys like Desmond that would go to church because you know Shimin is going to church?
No, I was going to church because I had to go to church.
The rule was you have to go to church.
Well, it wasn't even a rule, bro. It was like
second nature.
Yeah, they had to go to church. Like, no question. Yeah,
second nature. You have to go to church. So you go to school on Monday to Friday.
Yeah.
And you help with the bakery on a Saturday, and you have to go to church on Sunday.
Well, remember, Cecil. Giraud is a devoted Catholic. His grandmother is also devoted Catholic. His father is also Catholic. The entire Giraud family, I mean, the Catholic Church is them.
Yo, my mother right now goes to church every Saturday. My Aunt Kathleen, I think she's right above the bishop.
So when you grow up in that culture, and the Catholic Church look forward to the bakery making their donation.
Yes.
The church he would have to send cake and bread for church, or maybe so that was a big thing for them.
No, guys, the three of you all who are sitting here, and
but one person I wonder, he had another uncle. Was a very brilliant man who lived just
Julian Giraud.
Not Julian, his other uncle up on the, I think, is it the Giraud? I think he was an accountant general at one time.
Tony
Giraud was a brilliant man as well. Yes,
Tony was very cheeky.
Very cheeky. He was these guys were, and you remember that big house they had right there at the front there,
the White House,
which Julius Timothy I think bought in the end. So there was another big Giraud outfit across. So they were.
You know that Giraud was very well. It was very cheeky, sly, sleek. And not too many people would have known of him as a Giraud.
Yeah, he was brilliant.
He wasn't the one that expressed himself like Fitz and Julian.
Right.
I mean, once you see Julian, he was bigger than life.
Right.
So you know that Julian, this is the second level of Giraud.
And that's where his father lived. That's where Fitz lived with him.
That's true.
Well, that's true. That's correct.
So I know that.
And Fitz, I remember one day I had a conversation with Fitz. Life is strange. So Fitz used to come in a particular place in Baffy City called the Bronx.
The Bronx, right. That was his favorite spot.
And Fitz used to love his 3-5 and his whiskey.
Yeah, that's right.
And wherever you see Fitz, he must have his twin. Whiskey with ice and his cigarette. I say, boy, Fitz, boy, you don't tired smoke, boy. Leave that cigarette in peace, my brother. Fitz tell me, leave that cigarette in peace, well, leave the girls in peace.
But let me just make one point again before. His father and the father's brother had the most expensive vehicles on the island.
Cars. Oh, Fitz in particular.
You don't mess around their vehicles.
Fitz was an engineer and he could fix any type of cars.
Right, and
they had the fastest cars in
fastest vehicles in Dominica.
Yeah.
His father and his uncle.
As a matter of fact, the uncle who died in the fire himself was a person who purchased some of the best vehicles that
they had the best.
So he too had a particular style. So I'm surprised that Eric is so
right, and don't forget the one
only if he's fooling me.
Eric himself had the Super Rocket.
Yes,
you remember that.
Yes.
So if you're talking Lakou, you had to talk Super Rocket.
Yeah, right.
I mean, this uncle fella of his, Eric, had the one of the best motorbikes, and all young fellas
it was the Davis, Harley Davis.
Yes, a kind of thing like that.
Harley Davis,
really a
with
beautiful
the frills on the side.
Yeah, beautiful.
And that red tank.
And his uncle also had the gasoline station.
Right.
Down there in Pottersville.
Yes. After Ting got that gasoline station, Prentice.
So when we talk in Giraud, we had to talk Lakou in that direction.
Yeah, and that is true. But guys, I want to ask you all, In growing up, you find that the society would have looked at you all and would have looked at the generation before you all, and there would be some clouds around them, and they would try to place that in your faces. How did you all dealt with those issues? Because that is part of the yard. I'm only asking that question because those things, like those of us who lived in the yard, we know that when one person in the yard messed around, that everybody else would have known that they messed around. Much less if a person who we think is an elite, and we figure that there are some clouds around them that we wouldn't be talking about it. How did you all, in your growing up? Eric, your uncle died in
tragic fire.
In a fire in '63. Alleyne, it was said about your uncle, which I had a discussion with him on radio about an individual who died at the state prison. And Desmond, I spoke to you about it a while ago. Your dad,
controversy,
who had some controversy in terms of a white man. How did that prevent or put some stumbling block to you all in terms of the society?
Let's put it that way. How did it challenge them?
Yeah. In growing up, because that would have been, something of.
How did they overcome?
How did you overcome? Because you all are very successful men. Let's not take that from you all. But then the society that we live in is a very unforgiving society, knowing that you all have nothing to do. As you said, your dad said to you, contrary to what the people think. The same thing Peter told me, the same thing that Julian told me about his brother. So how did you all jump over that hurdle and now facing the victory in full force? Any one of you?
Well, I think I remember we used to have encyclopedias on the wall, and used to have like the one with the brown cover. So if you want
Encyclopedia Britannica.
Exactly. So if you want to find any kind of information you want, you either have to go through that book, read through it, read upon it, and that's where you get information from. So I think it was easy back then for the masses to be influenced by rumors, and today it's the truth is easy to find. So today I don't think there's this is of rumors being pushed against you, or even though that there's something that you did wrong, that the way it is right now, that you could actually turn into a positive thing by no, I'm going off track here, sorry. There's no what I meant to say. Even though if you do something wrong out there and it's out there to see, then you have to deal with it. If a rumor about you that is not true, then it's easy for it to prove either way. So right now, the way we're pushing forward with truth. That's it. Yeah. So I my past, there's nothing in my past that comes up that I have to deal with per se that bothers me.
I like that. I honestly like that response. And what about you, Phillip?
Growing up in Roseau, in particular, passing in the streets of Roseau, it was tough. It was difficult because I was called a lot of names. It's interesting because of depending on who you were with at the time, I think you were perceived as something different. So in a place like Toronto, which is a white country, at school, in the elevator, although I was very light-skinned, white people could tell that we were different. We were not them. So they would touch your hair in the elevator. They would say, you have interesting hair. And at the time, you just figure it's weird. Why is this person touching my hair? But, and my brother, who is a few shades darker than me, would get a lot of the racial slurs, And then moving to Dominica was interesting because you had friends from all different backgrounds. and I guess the ones that you would consider bourgeois, knowing my background, would call me Kwaib or Bata Kwaib or whatever, you know.
You serious, Phillip?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
In Dominica?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
They know my mother, right? So that's what you were considered. And then when I'm in town, and you know, fellas on the block, and you pass in, or use a bofa, use a redneck, use a this or that. So I wasn't sure what I was really. I mean, I heard this Trinidadian guy talk about a stealth Negro, you know, somebody who could walk through any sort of crowd, you know, and be undetected, you know. So I kind of moved from different groups to different groups. My parents taught me never to judge anybody. Didn't matter where you came from, what you did. I would get calls from fellas, say, why are you pulling up there? You know, you're not supposed to be there. Or girls would say, hey, why are you pulling up with them fellas? I said, but that man is my partners. You didn't really look at it. I didn't look at it that way. Maybe they grew up that way, or certain things were put into their heads that made them feel that they shouldn't be on that block, or they shouldn't be with so-and-so people or whatever. But for me, with the background that I had, my dad and his family, and then my mother and her family, I was never taught to treat anybody different than we treated our own family, you know. And so I would get called the names. Yeah, it was difficult to deal with. I remember one time very specifically. I was at a friend's house and I was being teased. Quaib, all you sell. And some of our history books there too kind of made things difficult. Where it was taught in school about the Kalinago people. And, we were called Caribs at the time. Well, they taught Caribs at the time. That we sold Roseau for a barrel of rum. All right? And then we were given a reserve.
Hold on, Phillip. Hold on. Mm. That is very deep. You're telling me that you went to a friend's home and the disrespect to you as a native, an indigenous person, that you were told that your descendants sold Roseau for a barrel of rum, and in exchange given the reserve? That's what you're telling me?
Yeah. That's
what you're saying?
Those are the types of things that were told to me. Absolutely.
Wow, this was serious in Dominica?
In Dominica. Yeah.
This one is
and this was I mean, so young boys and girls thinking that it's fun, you know, but I took it very seriously. So it always, and my friends always considered me a very sensitive type of person. So I used to take it to heart, right? And one day I just couldn't take it anymore, and I just went into a room and I started to cry. And I was a teenager, a young teenager at the time. And Mr. Bully was there.
Can I say sorry to the person who did that to you? Can I just say sorry to the person?
Yeah, well, there was many people actually.
Because you're saying that to me, and I am feeling.
Yeah.
I'm feeling hurt deep.
Where he said it's many people.
Yeah.
Well, at the time, Cecil, that was the attitude that people in Roseau had, not only to the Caribs, but if you were very black, that's where you come from, Margot, you get the racial slur. So, neg. People at the time had this cultural divide in the 1970s and 80s. You heard it all the time on the streets. And so, coming from Margot, you'd have to adjust to that, or you come as a Kalinago person now. But society has evolved.
Yeah.
Society has evolved. I mean, when I grew up at the grammar school, that was it.
So let's hear what he has to say, because I like what you're saying, so I'll come back to you. Let's go, Phillip.
Yeah, I remember.
You said you started to cry, right?
I started to cry, and Mr. Bully, Colin Bully, actually, saw me in tears. And he came to me, and he asked me what I was crying about. So I explained to him how I was feeling and stuff. And then he brought me to he brought me to a map of Dominica. He showed me a map of Dominica, and he pointed out the Kalinago territory. And he gave me a brief history and of the territory. And he explained to me that I should be extremely proud of my heritage, and I must find the courage to stand up to anybody who talks to me that way, and express that. From that single day, I fought back. I mean, there's nobody who could ever disrespect me in that. I mean, they could attempt if they want to, but it never made me feel the same way ever again. I felt very confident in my heritage, in my culture, and what my family has accomplished in that area, and it was a defining moment for me, and I'm very proud of my Kalinago heritage. So yeah, as I said, it was very difficult at that point in time, that stage in my life, to kind of figure out where I was. Was I a Bofa? Was I a white boy? And then, to complicate it all, in recent years, a lot more Spanish people have come to Dominica. So, yeah. So, I mean, they'll walk up to me and start talking Spanish, or a Dominican person will start talking Spanish to me. I'm like, so I can't even be a Kalinago in my country anymore. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's been interesting for me,
bro.
Yeah.
What about the desk shot?
Well, like
Closer to the mic.
you like you mentioned earlier on. Like you mentioned, you can hear me?
Go ahead.
Like you mentioned earlier on, like growing up, like people would say stuff about my dad and that, like oh, your dad's done this, your dad's done that, and like your dad's gonna hang, whatever, like, and but it was painful, I won't lie, but after a while, like I said, spending time with my dad and getting to know him better, it's helped me overcame all of that. Actually, I used to look forward to spending time with my dad, because like compared to what people were saying, like it didn't seem true, and like and it was like what do I say, like a breath of fresh air being around my dad. Like you never know what to expect, like he was so knowledgeable, and we would just speak about random things, and you wonder like where my dad even got them knowledge here from, like I remember like as a child growing up, my dad used to tell me about mainframe computers and like all televisions and devices like that, like have sensors in them that picks up what the viewers like and don't like. And I'm like, what is he talking about? And like, but as I grew up now, like I'm feeling like my dad was so advanced, ahead of his time. Like it's one like way too like that like was a big strength for me. Like the knowledge and wisdom, like getting from my dad. Anything negative didn't matter, because like I was so amazed and intrigued by by his knowledge of things, worldly things. So that like I would say that was a that like actually gave me a push to like anything I already know about, I'd go and research it, go read about it. So that's like I actually found even now I find reading very relaxing. So I actually love to read. So like and that's something I guess like I got from my dad to help overcome. So anything negative, they really like I guess it made me stronger to gain more knowledge of things, Yeah.
Now, guys, the three of you all, there are a few things that would define you all different from that of the upper class or the lower class. there are some things. One, on a Sunday, the lower class look out for a very good breakfast and a very good lunch. Maybe you all would have had a good lunch and a good breakfast and supper every day of the week. Tell us a little bit about that. Let's start with Eric, Big Cream Man.
Sorry, what was the question?
I was saying that there are some things that define us. One deals with the issue of food.
Yeah.
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So many times, the ordinary poor guy, poor young child, would wish that Sunday comes to get a very good breakfast with fishing and what was the rest? Fishing.
Your macaroni and cheese?
No, I'm talking about breakfast.
Or breakfast, your fishing, your shodo.
Your shodo and mastiff.
And your mastiff.
And your mastiff. So we only knew mastiff on a Sunday. No, those days children eating mastiff as the day goes. And at lunchtime, we would look out for the chicken.
Your beef.
Your red beans.
Your red beans, your
or
soup.
Beef. And, no soup. Soup was Saturday.
Well, for me, soup, but maybe macaroni and cheese.
Macaroni and cheese. And to have supper with your bread and cheese and your Milo tea in the evening. Tell us what it was like for you all in any given week to include that of Sunday. Starting with Eric.
Okay, I remember the plastic cup with the Milo and the Crick's crackers. I remember that. I remember I have to memory of when I was younger, not to remember really, but I have a great breakfast memory on Cork Street with my partner Trove, Sino, and all the man there. It's like on Sundays I go down there. I bring what I have to bring, eggs or whatever, and I sit down and Trove will be chefing up some breakfast with cucumber, sardines or whatever. It's always you know what's up, right? So, and then we put up there on a Sunday, eat breakfast, and just chill all day. That's me on Cork Street.
On the blocks?
No, I mean Trove House pull up.
Oh, you Trove House.
The block was when I was younger and I didn't know what's up. So I used to like being on the block. Not really. I used to like the idea of being on the block, but when I was actually on the block, I never liked being on the block. Like I like that, like going out. The idea of going out to a party, being in a place with loud music, dark, for a bunch of people crowded, to me is not fun. Like that's not my thing. Yeah, so I'm more of a person where, like, my breakfast with my partners on a Sunday, you know what I'm saying, that's perfect for me. I'm usually by myself. Yeah, so, yeah.
Yeah, but wait a while. His uncle had this place in by the merry-go-round there. That disco.
The Ham? Was it the Ham?
Yeah. So you did you ever visit there?
Mr. was too small for that.
You were too small for that. He probably doesn't even know that his uncle had the place, the Ham, where on a Sunday there was you go there to have your sauce, your go-to water and everything like that. But maybe he was too young for that.
For sure.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Plus goat and sauce. That to me, that song.
Yeah. Your uncle Julian had that place.
The place is still there.
And the place is still there.
Yeah.
Ah, cool.
You don't know the place?
No.
On Boys Avenue?
Oh, Boys Avenue. Yeah.
Boys Avenue.
Yeah. There was like a. Yeah. I know of the place.
So when you
right.
I was
Wondering why you don't know that place.
I was about to say, you said that you do not like dark places, but when you enter into that that area, in that restaurant or that bar, however you want to call it, it was a dark room.
It was dance going on there, action.
Yeah, it was a dark room.
I don't think I know of it. I don't think I so too young for that.
Okay.
I went in there.
No, there's tell us about your brekkie in the week.
My brekkie in the week. Well, my mom.
Closer to the mic.
My mom, my grandmother, and my aunts and them, they're all like into catering, and cooking was a big thing in my family growing up with my mom. So like breakfast, like they'd always make sure that we'd have something different for break, like whatever. One day be sardines, the next day maybe something different, like cheese, whatever, bread and cheese, and but just like where River Street, like it was just like ordinary, I guess. Like everybody like in the morning used to go and buy your bread from the bakery, from whichever bakery was open at the time, like your fresh hot bread. And
Mastiff?
no man, like them,
25 cents bread.
25 cents and
Or Jackery.
Jackery coming after from Willie Bakery, yeah, well, all them things there, but like just ordinary, like everybody, like basic tongue people, man, just normal breakfast, nothing too fancy, nothing special. You know what I mean? But on a Sundays, like obviously, the people make a effort to go a little extra. Yeah, so on a Sunday morning you would get like probably like the smoked herring, the codfish with the cucumbers, that sort of stuff, like, and then like I say Sunday lunch, however, the big chicken, beef forever. But like my family, my mother and them, like they love cooking, and like so during the week now, like they sort of had a routine, like maybe Mondays was fish, Tuesdays was chicken, Wednesdays was this, and I remember Thursdays was soup, and Saturdays was broth. That's 2 of the days I remember clearly, and Fridays was fish. It was like so, but like my family loved to cook, and all my mom and her sisters, all of them are into catering and cooking and stuff. So,
What about you now, Phillip?
Mm,
You would have had different ones. You in Canada, you have a different type of meal. You in New York, a different one.
Oh yeah.
You came to James Lane, a different one. Atkinson, Concord. So I know that you would have given us a great variety.
For sure. Breakfast in Toronto was different. It was a lot of cereals, I guess. But my mother never allowed us to eat candy, no sugar. So we were not allowed sugar as a child. I wish I could do that today. But so I was a grown man. I was in my late 30s or 40s when I got my first cavity. And so, but I loved milk growing up, so I was a milk boy. I loved milk, milk and cereals and so on. But breakfast, I guess, in Canada would consist of eggs and things like that. Eggs, bread. Coming to Dominica was definitely different. In Goodwill was the Pecasse from Ruben's Bakery. So it was a 10 cents bread. Then it became a 25 cents bread. Every 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Ruben's van would come blowing, pop throughout Goodwill, and we would run out and get a bread, and maybe if we were lucky, get a coconut turnover or a rough cake or something like that. But in Goodwill, breakfast was cream of wheat, eggs, bread and cheese, sardines every so often. Lunch. My mother would leave work, come home, cook lunch a lot of the times. And I guess it consists of lentils, grown provisions. My mother baked a lot of her bread. Actually, my mother baked a lot of brown bread, particularly on the weekends. So we grew up on a lot of her brown bread. Plenty pigeon peas. I peeled enough pigeon peas sitting down watching Young and Restless with my mother. Juice with things like sorrel. That was another thing. We had to sit down with a basket of sorrel, peeling sorrel, prickles in your finger. So, but my mother herself, being a country girl, loved her provisions and everything. So when we went to the country, she brought that stuff down. So it was always frying breadfruit or plantain or something like that. And the chickens and the fish. My mother and father were very big fish eaters. So we had a lot of that.
No, guys, I want you all to tell me, that's the last question I'm going to ask you all in that before we get into the other meat of the discussion, because I want to talk about communication, epics, telecommunications. One of the challenges that the yard would have had is flushing toilets and pipe-borne water. I wonder who's laughing. Is it Phillip or is it Eric? Eric couldn't be laughing for sure. All right, Eric. I'll take you first, Eric.
No, I was okay with that.
Meaning what?
I had running water and I had a regular toilet.
Right.
That's a question you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah, I was okay with that.
Yeah. He had no problem.
So you born with your flushing toilet and your regular
His water.
To be honest, I didn't know that was a big deal.
Because the man from
Are you talking about now? You're talking about now, or you're talking about then?
At the time when he grew up.
I've never been asked this question before. Like, when you grew up, I thought that was normal.
Normal, man.
You thought that was normal?
Especially in Roseau.
I
figured once you're in Roseau, that was normal. But I realized in the country, and even now, some place in the States, you have like outhouses and stuff like that. So I understand it. But I thought in Roseau, by the time I was born, that was standard. Yeah. That's why.
Well, let's hear what Desmond has to say in that case.
Well, same way I was born, running water, flushing toilets, same way.
Yeah. Okay, so fortunate. And what about Alleyne?
Yes, also born with running water and flushing toilets.
How was it in the country?
I was about to say, well, I laughed a little earlier because I forgot to mention that breakfast in Atkinson was also different, or dinner, particularly when there was no lights at the time. So running water too in Atkinson and so on was all tank water. There was no pipe-borne water. Our experiences, as I said earlier, it was a culture shock for me, right? So moving from a city to Atkinson, particularly during summer holidays where we would probably spend most of the time, drinking your cocoa tea and jant or diving in your cocoa tea under candlelight was also for me.
So
it was a
janto in your cocoa tea too?
How you mean? It was a funny experience.
What is that janto business?
You know janto?
I know janto. I don't like to provoke it. In your cocoa tea.
You mean, Phillip, you're telling us about janto?
How you mean? Of course.
So really and truly, Phillip, that people really think that you are bourgeois, but
but
janto to go in your cocoa tea.
Country, so it is.
Yeah.
So we just pick them out and put them in candlelight to burn them. That's how we got rid of them, right? But that was country life. And as I said, it was something that was fascinating because it was very different, right? But we're
What's a janto?
A janto is a little beetle. A little beetle. We're not hearing you though, Cecil.
No, I'm listening to you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Running water in Atkinson and Concord was all tank. Flushing toilets, no. It was a pit latrine, pit toilet. So, I went from flushing toilets to a pit latrine.
Now, when you talk about a pit latrine, I know in country life.
Mm-hmm.
The pit latrine, was it in the yard?
It was in the yard. It was about maybe, I'd say 50 feet from the house. And it had two holes with the vinyl cover on the wood where you could sit down. But Red ants would bust your tail.
You know I was going to ask you that, right? You know I was going to ask you that. Anytime you sit on that.
What about those cockroaches and those apples?
I can't say that cockroaches really gave me a trouble there, to be honest. I don't get too graphic, but culture shock. But I took it all in. I loved it. I took it all in. It was a great experience. At night time, when you had to leave the bedroom, if it was raining or whatever, and you had to walk out to go to the toilet, yes, was obviously uncomfortable. And while there were two seats, I never sat with anybody. So I mean, I was always by myself, and there was just this little curtain, or it was there, I can't remember. But all my cousins, my brothers and sisters did it too. I mean, my sisters were much younger than me. But all my cousins who lived in Atkinson, the Laron family, that's just how it was. And then running water and so on came much later. My uncles eventually built a toilet for my grandmother, and a tank would flush it and so on. But that's what it was.
Normally you would have heard from pit latrine to flushing toilets. We heard Phillip say
I went the other way.
From flushing toilet to pit latrine. That's the first time I'm hearing that one.
Mm-hmm.
You know? And then grew up where you had so much lights. In New York and Canada. Came having to be in USA and having to see cockroaches and
But it was when you left the house as a bunch of cousins and you went walking in the darkness. You went walking to the river and just go sit down on river stones and talk, give stories, Sukuya stories, Lajables stories. You know, my grandmother had great stories. A lot of times you could understand, especially if they didn't want you to understand what they were saying. They were talking patois. So for us, me and my brother, two Canadian boys, it was difficult. But we would get our little cousins sometimes to translate or whatever. But eventually you started to understand more and more based on the context and certain things. But country life was the best life. As a matter of fact, left to me, if I were to retire from Epic today, I would probably end up sitting down by my Uncle Onal and Uncle Aka in Atkinson and just sit down and fix vehicles and tinker and have great conversations all day long and then go to the river. That's what I value as good Dominican life.
I must say that if the three of you all had amazing stories of your bringing up, and I'm sure that the many listeners who are out there listening to your stories are saying, okay, we're going to have a different concept as to what we call bourgeois. We're going to have a different concept as to the struggles of people and where they are today. It's very, very important that sometimes we try to relate the yard. So while I said earlier on that your yard story would have been different, yeah, there's some differences, but you could still sense, the graduation of your lives because you lived almost the same life like many other people who would have lived in the yard, And so let's go to another aspect of life. How much did the yard prepare you all to be where you all are today? Any one of you can answer the question.
100%. 100%. The foundation that I got from my upbringing, my mother and my father. My father worked for the NDC. Was a general manager for the NDC. And so what I experienced with him was bringing in foreign investors, people who were looking to invest in Dominica. Things like Carib Spring, that's where Kubuli was. Eventually became it was Carib Spring initially, so it was a water factory. Things like Baroon International, jewelry factory and glove factory, and in the industrial site in Canefield and things like that. So for me, my father was very business-minded, very inspirational in that sense for me. I could always go to my dad for advice, worldly things because he was an avid reader and He listened to the news a lot. He paid attention to a lot of world issues, and so conversations with him always revolved around those types of issues, and when the families came together, we had families from different sides of the political spectrum, and when politics was being discussed or social issues were being discussed, as young teenagers, we would sit around and listen. We were interested in what was being said, and we listened to the different arguments, and could either come up with our own conclusions or we would take a particular side, whatever. But I think that helped me to reason. It helped me to be able to be a person that gives everybody their fair shake, regardless of your stance on things. To respect everybody's opinion, while they're obviously respecting mine or valuing mine. And as I said earlier, the work ethic. I saw my mother and father grind at work every single day. They went to work every single day. And my mother here, while she worked at the hospital as a lab technician in the lab at Princess Margaret Hospital, she also did her farming, and then ultimately left the hospital, retired from the hospital, and became a full-time farmer. And so we were sent to school on flour money. We were raised seeing my mother's and father's hard work, and so that is in me. I mean, I do it with my children right now. I ensure that they recognize the value of $1. Nothing comes for free. You work hard for every single thing, and you put in that dedication. You respect people's time. You respect people's opinions and backgrounds and everything else, and you'll be successful in life. I don't want my children just to be like book smart or successful in their careers, but I want them to be successful human beings, people who love people who care for people, and ultimately create a country that is one that we all love and want to be in. So.
No, Eric, your dad himself was an engineer. How much of your dad that you would have seen in you that you would go out now to set up epic communications?
Well, maybe the fact that they own their own businesses. Yeah, when I worked for one of the other providers before, and while working in there, I realized that all the talent was local, but all the ownership was external. So it's kind of sort of like we're working for somebody else. But I thought to myself, why can't we just do it ourselves? Do it myself. Why can't we just all get together, form a company, and instead of all the millions every month going out, why don't we just form a company and keep it ourselves? That was my thinking, naively thinking. Having the talent to actually do it doesn't mean that you can do it. There are other things to consider, like licensing and anti-competitive behavior on the other guys, and financing and stuff like that. So yeah, it's working out okay. But if I believe the power in the masses, right? I think if we believe in ourselves and we say we could do it ourselves, like Dominica can say, you know what? Why can't we do it ourselves? Like, there's no reason why we cannot own a telecom company and do it big and better regionally. That he can do it, or you can do it, or I can do it. I was born in Foncolé. I grew up here in Dominica, and our aspiration is to actually have Epic in Dominica. The next country will be St. Lucia, and through the OECS. That's our plan. But I think it will never happen if we have a grassroots buy-in and say, like, yo, if that guy who used to work for one of those guys grew up in Foncolé, can actually go through all the hurdles and actually have a telecom license and actually do it, then let's give him a chance and see what he could do with it. The biggest hurdle that I find right now, it's but besides financing, is the concept of some people, like I said before, all the knowledge was in the book. Now it's at the fingertips, and we're actually getting away from it. I find right now more young people are doing it for themselves. I think that wave is coming along. I think we came right at the right time to say, like, yo, we could do it ourselves.
No, Eric. Desmond. You said that your father had a vision. Your father was was ahead of his time, and he also spoke to you on the same issue of television. Did you ever saw yourself playing that kind of role today in helping Dominica to develop in telecommunications?
Yeah, I would say so. Besides telecommunications, I'm also into computer graphics, and I used to work with Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Communication and Works up at Baba State back in the day. And I did graphics now. They had a few programs for Dominican farmers. A lot of who couldn't really read or write. So what I used to have to do, they used to create pamphlets and videos about farming in Dominica. And I used to have to illustrate it on the computer with graphics to show the farmers, like, draw it. For those who can't read it, I used to have to draw it out for them. So I enjoyed that job because, like, it was contributing to farming in Dominica, and not just farming alone, but a lot of people as well. And so it's like from them times then I realized, like, like what you said earlier, like about my dad. And then from graphics now, I used to work with Wayne Woolley and Paul Tuller at Digital Design and Print, which was one of the first computer graphic companies in Dominica. And then life is sort of mystical in a sense, like a few years after I came, and I met Epic. I hooked up with Epic, and like Epic is like the first and only local telecom internet service provider in Dominica. So it's like my dad kind of like foresee me being in them positions there, like first if the first computer graphic company in Dominica, now the first ISP in Dominica as well, local ISP, sorry, in Dominica. So we are with there.
No, we would have known of Ron Abraham. We know the work that Ron Abraham would have put in place for IDD. We all remember IDD, International Direct Dialing, some of the work that he would have played in ensuring that a country like Dominica would have gotten this, and also the work that he would have done to ensure that we would have moved from just television into cable television. I really want to find out from you all guys, what is your intention in terms of the market of the internet? Because we have seen now, internet is what takes the world forward. What is your role in ensuring that we in Dominica have some of the best internets in the region?
What is our role? Our role, we see our role as a service provider that fills a particular niche. We recognize that through our experience, both Eric and I worked for internet service providers before. I worked for Bell Canada in Toronto for 10 years before returning to Dominica in 2004, and then went on to work for Cable and Wireless. And as Eric said, we recognized that we were doing a lot of the work. We were doing the work ourselves. It was local expertise. The paychecks came from outside, but we had the local expertise. There are a lot of brilliant engineers in Dominica, telecoms engineers that are very good friends of ours. All right, and Eric and I decided to partner up and get this done, because we had the same dream. Eric had already attempted it, and the two of us coming together, was able to make it happen. The niche market that we're talking about really is affordability, right? So there are a lot of people who can't afford the rates of internet services at this particular time, and I think the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, identified the pricing of telecoms should be between 2.5 and 3% of your gross national product. All right, and as a result, we decided to ensure that our internet services were going to meet the pockets of the people, and we started out with a particular method of distribution that was easier to distribute. It didn't require all the major infrastructure that the others had, and we were able to distribute internet services in that way. So we got licensed in 2018, and Maria, for us, was an opportunity to really get our feet wet, and that's when I think we probably made a huge impact on the people at the time. Yeah. So our market is based on cost, but it doesn't mean in any way that we're going to provide a substandard quality of internet service. It's very important that we ensure that customers are up a very high percentage of the time, and our customer service is on point. You should always be able to get us, even not our office but individually, and we respond to your concerns at a very very quick time. So less expensive doesn't mean less quality.
Now we know that internet, Eric, is about, right now in this present dispensation, in this present period, we talk about fiber. which gives you quicker speed. How much is Epic Telecommunications able to give to the provider out there in terms of fiber?
Fiber, we don't offer fiber right now. We offer. We chose not to go the fiber way because, like Phillip said, our method of distribution is wireless. It's easy to deploy, and it's more resilient for time for recovery after any kind of disaster. The maximum speed we offer right now is up to 150 to 200 megabytes per second. In the market right now, fiber, the international market, fiber is what's being pushed right now. And I think in Dominica, you can get up to like a gig. Now, my thought on this, one of the lady called me and she was like, your high speed is 100, whereas the lowest speed of the other guy is 100. So what am I missing? Well, what she was missing was the actual price. And the fact that even though you have 100, I'm giving you 100 megabytes per second, but you only need, a small household may need maybe 20 megabytes per second. So what we're offering you is the enough bandwidth to get what you need done at a price that's not breaking your wallet. So
go ahead.
No, so I'm saying the bandwidth, the high bandwidth is a market hype. For instance, we have a hotel on our network, and at peak, the hotel pulls around 20 megabytes per second. That's a hotel with many people in there. So you in your home have 100, 200, 300 megabytes per second. On the normal use, you might use 2 or 3 megabytes per second. But when you do a speed test, you see 500, and well, great. So you pay for that 500. You pay a lot for that 500, but in actuality, you maybe use on a daily basis, continuously, maybe 2 to 5 megabits per second.
No, help us to understand in terms of the megabytes per second. What do you mean by that? So how do we come to understand that? Because we are hearing megabytes per second.
Understood.
And that you have 100 megabytes, and basically you're saying that your home, the domestic aspect of it, needs only just about 20, 25.
Yeah. So, for instance, when customers come to us and they want recommendations, we ask them, well, what usage you have, how many people in the home. So every piece of equipment in the home that's being used for internet use will pull a certain amount of bandwidth, a certain amount of it will pull a certain amount of, let's say you have a hose, right? And the hose has many streams, and each stream has different sizes. So you have a hose going out your house, and let's say you're watching TV.
Let's remove the hose. Let's deal with the equipment that you spoke about. What type of equipment? Help us to understand.
We have LTE router, right? We come in your home, we drop a device in your home. The device connects to our network over the wireless, and it broadcasts Wi-Fi in your house that you connect to. So each device in your house, be it a TV, a phone, a computer, it's using the internet for a particular reason. One person may be using email. That pulls kilobits. One person may be watching YouTube. A high definition video on YouTube may pull maybe 10 megabits per second. Another person may be watching IPTV. That pulls around 4 megabits per second. So everyone is on the internet doing what it's supposed to be doing. If you add it up, that would be 10 plus 4 plus, let's say, 1. And that is fluctuation like this. So throughout your entire day, unless you do a speed test and you want to see what's my maximum capacity on this link, what's the maximum I could pull. So that's what is being pushed right now in the market. Okay, I'm going to sell you the maximum that you could pull on this line, 500 megabytes, and it's not even guaranteed. It's best effort. So at any given time, If I can't give you that much, I will. So you will pay for $500 every month, not guaranteed to get it every month, and on top of that, you actually don't need that much. So when you come to us, we actually give you analysis of what is it you really need in the home. We only have 3 plans, 3 different tiers of service that we have, and 100% of 90% of customers, if not someone with a particular business need, fit within those plans.
Yeah, I notice you talk about wireless. I notice with the providers, I won't call the names, there's wire. So it means that you're not connected from a telephone post into your home.
That's correct.
Good. That wireless that we have, so it means that you can still access the internet, and you talk about the different, what I would call the inputs that you can pull out from, the 100, whatever. What's the difference between that with the wire and you?
Okay. Why a wired network has more throughput? So if I was to provide internet to an entire country or entire town or maybe an entire college, then I probably want to use a wired connection because they have a higher need of throughput. But if I'm offering internet to someone's home, I can give you up to 300 megabytes in your home. You only need 20. So, just factually speaking, a wired network is has more capacity than a wireless network. It's
more stable. Basically, that's what you say.
It's as stable. If you give you a wired connection, we have a frequency that we pay for. So once we put you on our network, there's no other device that will use that frequency that we're on.
No, that's sorry. Go ahead.
So it wouldn't be as stable. You just wouldn't get as much throughput. You would not be able to put 1,000 megabytes on a network because it's not fiber. Right.
No, Desmond. When you go out, because you are the technician there, you are the technician, right?
Yeah.
When you go out there to do your work, and after you're through doing your work, weeks later, what does the client say to you after giving them the service? What would they tell you?
Most of them are they're very satisfied and they're happy with the service. And even like what is it, like the customer, like the client to business relationship, they're very like something that they can deal with and relate to, like instead of epic techs now or epic engineers, you could call at any time, even on a Sunday night at 11 o'clock in the night, and you'll get a response. And if possible, we'd even come to your house, if possible. Otherwise, we'd give you telephone support or remote into your device or on your system and deal with that. But I mean, most times, a lot of times, the feedback is good, especially like, pardon me, in places like Carinago territory and places like Penville. Like where some of our customers, like they're like off the grid, and getting internet to them via hardwire would be kind of difficult. So with Epic now and our wireless system now, we're able to provide internet. Actually, we give internet to a guy way up in the hills in Belleville, like up in the mountains, like way up in the mountains, and he was amazed because there's no running lines. He's like, it's too far up in the mountain to have, there's no telephone poles, nothing. And we're the only ones able. So I mean, and when you meet customers like that, we met another customer of ours. He lives across the river in the Carinago territory. And even to have poles planted there and to run lines to him is difficult. But we were able, and he was very, like, he has a family of about 5 children, and he was very, very happy, because, like, especially during COVID times, they were, the children were being homeschooled, so then therefore they needed internet to do their work online, and, like, we were the only ones that were able to help them. So a lot of times we have, like, cases like that. We come across people that we were the only ones able to help them because of our wireless system. There's always a good feedback from them.
Not able, willing to help them.
Willing to help them.
No, Alleyne, what propel the company Epic Telecommunications to give that additional service that is required, which is the wireless service? What pushed the company to come together to provide its customers and prospective customers that type of service? Why?
Why specifically the wireless, or what pushed us into business?
Two whys.
Okay.
Why the wireless?
Uh-huh.
And why did that push you to go into business?
Okay, well, us going into business was almost like the natural progression from what it is that we were doing, and how we were thinking, how both Eric and I were thinking at the time. So the name Epic actually is Eric, Phillip, Intelligent Communications. That's what it was. That's how it started, and we felt it necessary, as I said earlier, to see how we could express ourselves in that space, do the things the way we wanted to do it, and not how it had been done in the past, or not how it was being presently done by the other providers. And wireless was, to us, the like a no-brainer. We felt capable of getting to the same customers that Desi was talking about, the far-reaching customers. There are a lot of business customers. You'd be surprised. A lot of foreigners come to Dominica, don't want to live in the city. They want to live outside. They want to live in the middle of the bush, but they have the same sort of needs. And once they have decided to live off the grid and produce or get their own water, produce their own electricity, telecommunications was the next thing that they required. So a lot of our customers were generated from that particular need. The Kalinago experience is one that's very dear to us. It's very dear to me. The first place we started was in Atkinson, after Maria, and we used family property to erect poles, to erect on their buildings, and to provide us with electricity. Things like that were allowed us to get that first step. And as Desi mentioned, COVID was a time where the state, our Prime Minister, had asked everybody to remain home, work from home, go to school from home, and we felt that was a huge push for us to ensure that these young kids had the same experience and the same opportunities as everybody else in Dominica, to be able to go to school and to be able to go to work. And let me tell you, it was heartbreaking, honestly, to see some of the situations that some people were in after Maria, and the fact that we were able to, and during COVID, the fact that we were able to bring them some sort of relief, some sort of joy. We got calls from teachers, principals, parents, the students themselves emailed, they called you, they met you in town, they, said, when you guys coming? We really need this. And they explained their situation, and they were very desperate in a lot of cases, and so that drove us every single day. We left Goodwill, and we would drive to the Kalinago territory, and the three of us with other techs that we had at the time worked day and night to ensure that the customers were. I remember one particular principal or teacher in the Concord school indicated during COVID that a lot of their students had to come back to school in order to get classes because they didn't have internet at home. And as a result of that, there was outbreak within the school, and that's what they were trying to avoid. So bringing internet one by one to those kids made them so happy. I remember the teachers calling and saying, you guys have finally allowed us. Thank you so much. You have allowed us to be able to bring all the kids back home where they're in their safe environments and they can still continue to go to school.
How many years after Maria was that?
That was after Maria. That was 4 years after Maria.
Okay.
Yeah, but it became extremely important during COVID, and so those sort of things really bring everything that we have developed, both as we spoke earlier, everything that we were brought up to think and to believe and to respect people and to feel for others. That sort of brought everything, all our experiences, everything that we had, it brought it to a head right there because we saw the opportunity to ensure.
And you know that this is amazing what you're saying because testimony to this thing. I remember that after Maria, none of the providers were in my area. And I think Phillip approached me on that aspect of putting internet in Beaubois to my house, and I think that was far-fetched because to me none of the providers were providing that service. And to this present day, as I'm speaking to you, I'm still receiving service, and I must say, Phillip, I just want to say thank you for the kind of service that is being rendered to people like me. I'm in Beaubois, and what's brilliant about it is the constant evolution of the company and IPTV. Over 1,200 channels. You have sporting channels of all types.
Yeah, that is a service that we resell. We don't really own any of the content.
Right, but you resell.
Yes, resell.
But the fact is you have it.
Yes.
Of sports of all type.
Yes.
So I can get the cricket that has been played in Trinidad as we speak. I can get games that have been played in back how many years. I can get table tennis live wherever it is at the time.
Yes.
I can get marble hole. I can get lawn tennis, and there are so many different games that the number of channels, sporting channels that are there. I can get news from around the world. Many times people say that news is in the United States and BBC, but I get news beyond those channels. So to talk about the experience that I've had, it's one of amazement, and that is why I think it's important, Eric, that you can help get people to have a better understanding of the kind of service that you render to people. Yes. Yeah.
And let me ask you, Eric, before you answer that question. I wanted to ask you a question earlier on. You talk about remote areas that your system can reach because of the wireless content of it. Can you cover the whole of Dominica with the wireless?
Technically, yes.
So there's no remote area in Dominica where your system cannot reach. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, at present, the coverage is not over Dominica, but technically it can be done.
All right. So let's say, for instance, I live in an area, let's say in bells, let's see, can your system reach me?
Right.
Presently, we're not in bells, but it doesn't mean that we can't get there, right? So what we do basically is initially we do an assessment. Depending on the area, we can check online, we can check our maps, and we can use a geographical GPS, your GPS coordinates on a map, and decide whether or not you are presently within our network coverage. And if you're not, then we can advise you as to how we get there and when we get there, right? Sometimes you are just one step away from what we have presently, and we can give it to you, but we must first do an assessment before we can guarantee you that you can get anything. So,
yeah. Okay, Eric.
but we're growing slowly.
Yeah, but Eric, I was asking about the service that you render to people.
Yes. We do it via wireless. You mentioned our first customer after Mario was the Kainega territory.
The first community.
Right, but in actuality, our first customer before we became a provider was the general public in Roseau and environment.
Mm-hmm.
The reason, like Phillip said, Mario presented an opportunity for us to get a license because we were actually hooked up with this other provider, a third provider who, after Mario, we were a contractor for them. Yeah, after Mario, the guy just pulled out and left us high and dry. So what we did, we just ran around, collected all the equipment that was, we salvaged all the equipment we could, and rebuild the network on our own. And then we hooked up with the FITS, what organization FITS is? OAS?
FITS.
And we hooked up with the disaster group.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right. OEM.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then OEM actually had a need to provide OEM.
DM.
ODM.
Yes.
ODM.
They actually had a need for connectivity also, because they were providing connectivity via a group called via an international group.
Emergency Telecoms Cluster.
Right, and they were doing it via VSAT. The VSAT was overloaded, so that was messing up the operations. So we came in and we provided a direct link to replace the VSAT. That VSAT was provided internet to the ministry, the fire, the police, the port, the bishop, what else? And a host of other
the RSS on Mon Bruce. Red Cross, Samaritan's Purse, the World Food Program on the port, the Trinidadian military on the port, the Jamaican military at the Canefield Airport. Quite a few.
Right. So we actually indirectly provided the link to them and directly provided the link to them. That's being not a licensed provider. We then went back to the NTRC and explained to them, like, we operating as a provider without a license. But look what we're doing. And that actually propelled us to, we got some help with Dr. Ferrara. He's the third one that came in and provided us with what we needed, the last thing we needed in order to get our license. So we actually applied for the license based on the fact that we're actually doing it by ourselves. And that's how we came to get the license. Yes. If it was not for Mario and for not that company leaving and for not salvaging the equipment and doing everything ourselves and providing a lifeline to Dominicans after Mario, or in addition to that, which we're very proud of, I'm pretty sure the people out there who remember that, is Epic Network. After Hurricane Mario, we provided free internet at our cost to anyone that had to get our signal. They can connect to EpicNet and have free internet for 6 months after Mario. We actually did that. It was hand in hand. We actually, the cost for that versus the reward. The reward was that no, we are a licensed provider in Dominica. But after Maria, I remember after Maria, I walked down the road. There were, well, everyone knows there were cars upside down, and the jump over potholes. It was a mess. And I walked to this one provider. And it was funny to me that the lady was at the back of the gate among all the disaster. And her main point was, hey, that cat cost $20, you know. So right after that Maria, they were out there profiting. Just thinking of all profit. Now, Phillip mentioned about our upbringing and being kind and giving, and those traits are really not that. It doesn't form in line for business. You know, so you kind of be, it's a fine balance. I remember being in the OEM meetings with other providers, and only thing the other provider want to do is switch from recovery to commercial so they could start making money. Now, us, if I was a better businessman, I assume, I'm thinking, at that point was a perfect opportunity to make a lot of money because of the disaster and the need for internet. But what we felt was more like, and people don't have nothing. I mean, I don't have nothing. I remember Ronald Azafan used to give us free food for like 2 weeks.
From
Guyave. I mean, I probably see owing money today. You know, and we went up. I have to give, we went up to, we needed gas, and we needed diesel after Maria. We went up to
the, we got a meeting with the Prime Minister and the Cabinet. Robbie Tong, I think, was trying to facilitate that for us, because we felt that we were we had an opportunity to be able to assist, and we got our 5 minutes.
Yep.
I think Mr. Tong told us, listen, you have to go inside there, you have to know exactly what you have to say because time is of the essence. And
we asked what we asked for. The PM was like, yep, good, got it.
Yeah.
He's like, you got the provider? I didn't know about you guys. Put these guys on the utility list for the meetings, and then boom, once we got in the meetings, we saw a need. We presented our services, and here we are on DBS on this great show.
Yeah.
No, I want to find out from you all, in terms of the service that you all are rendering to people, and the satisfaction that they have expressed. Where are your customers? Where your customer base actually is located?
We have the Roseau, Goodwill, Baba State, this environment, and Atkinson.
Bellevue Chopin.
Kalinago
territory.
No, what about places like Giraud, Beaubois, Egliston?
Giraud, Egliston, yes.
Yeah.
Those locations.
So what is the plan? Any one of you all can answer. What is the plan in reference to ensuring that we as citizens of Dominica get from you as a provider, because we have been hearing about two providers all of the time. Now we're hearing of a third provider. What difference that you as a provider is going to bring to the table that people can say, yes, we are satisfied?
We give a great quality service at a very affordable price, and our customer service is outstanding, if I could say so myself. And I was going to say earlier, when the brain before the brain asked this question, is that a lot of what we have been able to accomplish could not have been accomplished without people and dedicated. When I tell you dedicated, engineers like Desi, then we have an in-house Hakim Darampel, we have our administrative assistant Veronica Laura, and our big sales guy in Woodsworth Men's, Richard Men's, and we have had technicians and people in the past, that have all contributed.
Ethan,
Dylan, Evans, Charles. The thing is, because we're so small, we feel like a family. We can have a comfortable conversation with everybody, and so that comes out in our customer service. It's very family oriented, and so we understand. I think because we understand, we're not 2, 3, 4 levels away from the customer. We are the administrators as well as the actual technician on the ground. So when a complaint or a difficulty comes to a customer, it doesn't get lost along the way. It's right at us. We have the ability to make a decision and make a change to solve that problem right there on the spot, right? So it doesn't get lost in translation anywhere.
Before we go, we have to talk about this app that we're trying to launch. Well, I should say the service.
But before you go to this app you want to launch, I want to find out. Although tonight I say I wasn't, but let's take this call. Although I was trying.
No, but you have to interact.
Yeah. Good evening to you, caller.
Yeah.
Hi, Cecil. I just want to commend those guys for what they've been able to accomplish, and wish them well. The telecoms environment traditionally was not an easy one to enter. Technology has changed, it's evolving, the environment has changed, so it's more feasible, but it's still not for any and everybody. So I really want to encourage those guys, I want to commend them and encourage them. Keep their head on the ground, keep the customers in the center of their focus, and wish them well.
Thank you
very much. Thank you. Appreciate
that. I really do appreciate that first caller.
Thank you.
Yes. No. One of the things that I want to find out from you all is, that Dominica and Dominicans are very conscious about local programming. At what stage that you all will make available to the public? So let's take, for instance, DBS Radio wants to use your service to be a provider for news, local stuff. How possible or feasible that is?
Mapping news. I mean, mapping news was mapping news.
That was a staple.
That was mapping news. We met. I had to meet Ron personally. I didn't know him personally, but everyone knows Ron. He's a legend. So after we got our before we got our license, I wanted to meet him. After we got it, we had to meet him. I met with Ron, and that's one of the main things he said. We have to provide local content. We have to bring back the news channel. We have to. So we spoke to the presenter, Morris. We had a few meetings with him, but we are back to our challenge. We don't have, the caller. I think when he said it's not for everyone, it's not for everyone in the sense of the challenges you're going to meet regulatory-wise, fighting the incumbents.
Financial.
No, and that is the main one. Financial. It is, for instance, right now we have a network that can accommodate 4,000 people, right? So that means each simultaneously. So if we have 4,000 people on there, if we have 4,000 subscribers on there, that's a good base for us to be profitable. And next month.
So the question I'm asking you, if DBS Radio decides that it wants its news as your base to give people who are on the internet news, let's say at 8 o'clock, like Mapping used to do, how feasible that is? That's the question I'm asking.
Technically, it can be done tomorrow. Technically.
Well, technically, I need to see you all immediately.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
We need to sit down and discuss that matter, because if it's one thing that I like is local content. And if we are lacking that, sometimes people may move away just because you're not giving local content. And local content would include that of Bele, of Calypso, of Independence. All of this content that is required to really help in the development of your station. Because if you're talking about a local group Dominicans, we would also like to feel and see, that local content before us.
Yes.
So we don't want to just have everything overseas and international, and at the end of the day, where we are nowhere, and I think that needs to be guarded.
I agree.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So it's definitely right there up there on the priority list. There are a few things that we would have to we're working out to be able to make that possible. So Dominicans here and abroad can definitely expect that in the not too distant future.
Yes.
Okay, and that's the local content we're talking about.
That's the local content.
And I'm hoping that we can have proper discussion at DBS Radio and can be part of that local content.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
And I'm very serious by that.
Okay, I'll leave DBS out.
Yeah, I'm very, very serious by that aspect of it, the local content.
This is the first interview that Epic has ever had. And
let me congratulate Epic, because had it not been for Epic, I even had to be talking to him all the time. From Father Martin's presbytery, we used to stay by the gate. He had some network on a building, and we had to focus to get the movies. And then, after Maria, because we were getting nothing, there was no lights, basically, and we were depending on him, on his network, Epic. I remember that quite well, for us to be able to keep ourselves, happy. So I'm very happy that you all have gone and gotten your license, and you all are moving to develop local content, which is very critical for Dominicans, because we need to know a lot more about what's happening within our island, and even within the region. So I hope I want to commend you for the work that you have done thus far, and in terms of expansion of the network. And let's see what happens, Cecil.
I also want them to reiterate for us in reference to the amount of bandwidth, if that's the correct term to be used, for a domestic person versus that of a business place. Because Eric earlier on was saying that you may have someone who is involved in the downloading of YouTube information. There are some persons that might just be on the telephone. There might be some other persons on the gadget and so on. And so a home might not need no more than 20 megabytes of information to get information. How do you all, Eric, I want you to explain that a little bit more for us, but I want to find out from you all, how do you all, because I think someone made mention of you can do some kind of survey to get the information correct. But I also want to find out, how do you all would inform a family that this is what you require, and how would you tell a business place how much do they require? I want to get some help on that.
There's standard norms. Businesses actually require less bandwidth than a home. It depends on the type of business. Guys like what's Sheldon company?
Who?
Sheldon.
Unite.
Yes, guys like Unite does a lot of editing of videos and stuff like that. He does a lot of uploads of big videos, so he's going to need maybe more than a gigabit per second to send files. But someone in a home, like I said, we have like a survey / interview. If you tell me like you have two students, a four family household, 2 students, mom and dad, that we know right now is a maximum of 4, maybe 8 devices online, right? Each device is pulling X amount of bandwidth. If you do the calculation, you could actually have a pretty close idea how much that household will need. And if you go online, actually, there's norms, there's like stats on household of how many occupants, how much bandwidth will they pull. I'm going on raw data that I see on our network. With a hotel, that one is full, it's pulling 25 megabytes. So I'm telling you, if a hotel that's full, it's pulling.
So Eric, why would I have a mobile phone and let's say I have a plan, and they would tell me that in my mobile phone that I am using 10 gigabytes in a given month. Why would that happen?
Okay. Now, on the mobile phone, the bandwidth is metered. It's not throttled, but it's metered. Meaning that at your home, they tell you could download 20 megabits per second. You could download this fast. But you could download as much as you want to at home. On your mobile phone, it tells you could download as fast as you want to, but you can only download this much. So they actually cap in your data. So that's why they tell you have 2 gigs of data on your mobile plan. So now, if you now, on your mobile plan, you have 2 gigs of data lasting you 1 month. You watch one movie, and that movie is 4 gigs. Halfway through that movie, you're not going to have any more data. And you're going to have to buy another bundle because it's telling you how much data you could. Not what speed, but how much data you can. So that's different between...
So how are you solving that?
Well, that should not be. There's no other industry that I know of in this day and age where you get metered plans. For instance, Dominica has, I think, 200% penetration of cell phones. Why is that? Everyone has 2 cell phones. And why is that? Because for me to call you in Dominica, just because you have a different provider, it's going to cost me more to call the US. So I get my provider's phone, and I call you on your provider. You call, so provider to provider is cheap, but provider to another provider is expensive. So that should not be. So the way we're solving that, we're solving the 2 issues. One is the data plans should be unlimited. There should be no limited 2 gig, 1 gig.
That's a revolution you make. That's a revolutionary statement you make.
It's not a revolution. It's no. I tell you, revolutionary.
Repeat that again. Let me just see if it's the same thing that you're saying.
It is crazy that we are metering. You're telling you have X amount of gigs to use for the month, where everywhere else in the world you just pay one amount and you download as much as you want to. It is stifling the way that the pricing structure set up in Dominica for telecommunications. I tell you something. I would say revolutionary is this. I would say let's imagine everyone in Dominica say, you know what, we're not paying that. We want unlimited data, just like everybody in the world, everybody else in the world. Don't get me wrong, this is not a good business decision on my end, because once we get our cell phone license, it'll be more profitable for us to sell limited data, bundles. Metered data. But that's if we're strictly thinking profit. But here in Dominica, as small as we are, I guess I'm probably thinking that way because Epic is small and overhead is not that high. We have no shareholders to report to. So the other guys, they really have no choice but to maximize profit. But it's on our backs. So there should be a plan where you pay X amount of dollars, you have your cell phone in your hand, you can call any provider, and you have unlimited data. Or if you don't want data, you will pay, let's say, for the sake of argument, just a number, $100 a month. You pay that, unlimited data, unlimited calling to all providers.
But Eric, as you're saying that, it rockets my mind that's the providers, both providers have a plan of that nature, where they make you pay a certain amount of money for unlimited data, so you can call any of the providers and you can get the service that's required.
Right. It should be standard.
They're telling you too that you can call outside of Dominica, and that is part of the plan. So,
right.
So are they not already listening to what you're saying?
Yes, they are.
We have driven all of that.
Well, yes. I mean, Well, behind the scene. Yes, it's they are moving in that direction, but it should be. They're moving in that direction too slow. If the telecommunication providers in Dominica or the region move with the speed of the other international providers, then we'll be able to call originally at one price. I would have one cell phone number, one cell phone in my hand, and I could pick up the phone and call any provider without thinking, oh, am I calling this provider? Oh, snap, I better get this plan. I better pull out this phone. That's ridiculous. Now, to answer your question, what is Epic doing to solve that problem? As far as the unlimited data is concerned, we're not there yet. We need a cell phone license. We can't really help with that. But we do have this app where we're solving the problem where we have an app. You download our app. Our telephone guys out there may have seen the telephone number 767-818. This is Epic's number that we got for the NTRC. So anyone in Dominica that sees the 767-818, that number belongs to Epic. We have a few companies in Dominica already using that number. What we did, we took that number and put it on an app. So you get a dialer app on your phone. You pay X amount of money on that app. As long as you have data anywhere in the world, data or internet anywhere in the world, you could call any provider in Dominica at a flat rate. We've just introduced also unlimited calling to the U.S. also. So if you're in Dominica with that app, as long as you have data or internet on that app, you can call Dominica, all providers in Dominica and the U.S.
What about roaming costs then?
There's no roaming cost. As long as you have data.
There's no roaming costs?
None.
Like NONE?
None.
Zero roaming cost.
There's no roaming cost of your system?
No, because roaming is artificial. It's not real. It's artificial borders they put in to say when you call from here to here. We can add roaming. I can say, okay,
just hold that thought, Eric. Okay. I suspect someone is shocked to hear that about that roaming. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening to Mr. Eric and good evening to Mr. Brennan, Mr. Joseph.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Now, these guys you are speaking to, they're from England or France or Germany?
They're all Dominican.
They're all Dominicans.
Like for those from England, because I find there's good England people that so much thing happen about England. I love to hear that same way. But anyhow, my Lord, I love all you because all the better. But anyhow, let me tell you something. You're saying something that is so important because why? Sometimes I have an international phone that Mr. Putin paying for. And when I come with any kind of issue with my phone. So they tell me, well, I need a data. So we might not any data. So I don't call the phone company, but I go to the company and get a data. They give me a data, they tell me I have to pay X amount of money for 7 days. Now I'm buying another data and I need the data on my phone to run my show. Right? Anyway, they let me have to put it off without put it on. I had the phone for 3 days. Time they tell me 7 days. 3 days past, I don't have no data again, my money crash, I even go down with. You know what I'm saying? So I trying to find out, and that's why I said to myself, what you saying, you're making a lot of sense. That's why I say better than England. Trust me, because I think we suffer in all different ways and form. You know? So I don't know if it's the companies and them that playing games with the mind of the people, or if because we don't have sense in our head too much I have to say, or maybe because we're black, or because we're in a small little island that everybody can do as they want, as they feel. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm glad to hear what you're saying there because really you're opening my brain and my mind.
Yes,
so, you know what I'm saying? So, my Lord, I don't know where your business is, but as I say again, I love you, not from England. So I love you a lot and I honor your business. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate that.
Yes, with your business. Anyway, I have so much to say, but I'm listening for now, right?
Respect. Okay. Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Up and running.
You're gone.
Up and running, not from England. I love you. Give thanks for that.
Love you too. That's right.
And I'm sure that I'll give you the opportunity to see where your company is and so that you know people can have a better appreciation of what you all do. So yes, Eric, you're saying.
Yep, but on that caller right there, it's the same thing that you were saying, Cecil. He had a plan for 7 days, but he has X amount of data. So when he's watching his movie, let's say he has for 7 days, he has 20 gigs. if the second day he used 21 gigs, done. So your data has two conditions. It has the time and the capacity. So that's so now, and when he finishes, you go back to tomorrow, the third day, you have to buy another 7-day bundle, which may last you X amount of time.
What is the revolution you're putting in now?
Right. So, okay, now we do have unlimited data plans actually, but it's just in Roseau. And it's not really data because you cannot call. So you could put a SIM card in your phone and get data from us, kind of sorta.
So you don't have a cell phone number as what you're accustomed to, but you can get an epic virtual telephone number.
Right. So,
which means you can still communicate.
Correct. Via app.
Via the app.
Right.
And the app is not limited to Dominica. So you can be in the UK, you can be in Canada, you can be in America. You download that app, and for a small flat rate, you can call Dominica.
I don't mind you say the flat rate.
Yes, you can call Dominica as much as you want.
Okay, the flat rate is $50 a month. You got unlimited. Sorry, no, 20. That's $50 EC a month.
Mm-hmm.
Because we also want to target the local market who want to call out, and for the diaspora anywhere else in the world, is for $20 a month. You can call unlimited US and unlimited to Dominica. Now look at a scenario, okay? You coming back to Dominica from traveling, and like I said, you come back to Dominica. You're from the diaspora. You're visiting, and like I said, everywhere else in the world, data is no big deal. Well, it is, but it's not as stringent pricing as it is here. So most people in the U.S. they travel. The data plan goes wherever they go. So someone in the U.S. travels to Dominica for Krill Fest. And they say, you know what, when I'm in Dominica, I need to make calls. So they need to go either buy a SIM card, swap it. And now they have this new eSIM card. They could do that too. It's pretty nice technology, by the way. They could do that too. Or, no, the eSIM card has a limitation. Once you're here in Dominica, it works great. Once you're outside the network, then you come into roaming. With our app, which works just over the internet, strict internet, if someone from the US comes in and they have data, as long as the app has internet access, they can call. So they won't have they could be in the US, download the app, sign up, call Dominica as much as they want.
Is it like a WhatsApp plan? Is it like a WhatsApp program?
It's like no, it's program? It's like Skype.
It's like Skype.
Yeah, it's basically like Skype. You get a dialer, and
it's a good thing you bring up WhatsApp, Cecil, because a lot of people will say, "Well, I have WhatsApp to make a call," but you can only call somebody else who has WhatsApp. If you travel to the US and you need to call National Bank, for instance, and you have the app on your phone, you can make a 448 call, a 449 call, you can call a 616, you can call any mobile number in Dominica, and that person does not have to have WhatsApp, that person doesn't even have to have data. You're calling them directly on their telephone number, right? As long as you, in the US, while you're up there, you either have mobile data on your phone or you have access to Wi-Fi. So you will be able to make a direct phone call from that app. So a lot of people who have family in Dominica, for instance, are sitting down, let's say in the UK, and want to talk to their mother endlessly, or check on business, right? They can simply sign up for the package, download the app, and let's say their mother doesn't have internet, or whoever they need to meet on the road does not have internet access. They will be able to call that person directly on their cell phone or on their fixed line, wherever it is, or the business line if it's necessary.
That's revolution.
Mm-hmm.
And I remembered, as I said, in reference to Mr. Ron Abraham, that a few people thought that he was a madman.
Yes.
But you know what he has done in terms of the telecommunication? He has created a revolution in telecommunication in the Caribbean.
We're standing on his shoulders.
And,
Definitely standing on his shoulders.
And every Caribbean person is standing on the shoulders.
Everyone.
Everyone in the Caribbean is standing on the shoulder of Mr. Ron Abraham. I'm proud to say that.
The provider had a legal monopoly.
Yeah. An exclusive license.
That is, oh, by the way, that same provider who had a legal monopoly drafted the legislation that we're using right now. So, like I said, part of the challenges that we have is regulatory. You see the connection. So, even though we had money, when it comes down to it, it's the regulation which is So there's a new one coming out which will pass shortly.
Yeah, we hope we are also putting that out there. We would like the electronics bill passed.
Yes, that will help us a lot.
It helps us a lot, it's very important for young providers, small providers like us, not to be swallowed up by the big fish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The NTRC's mandate is to help guys like us.
Yeah.
The ECTEL mandate, that's why they exist, is to help guys like us.
And protect the consumer, give the consumer options.
So you see the importance of coming out from River Street, passing the shortcut to go to Hillsborough Street, passing another shortcut to go to Kane Avenue, passing another shortcut through Pong to go to Cork Street, and having to come from Canada with flushing toilets and going to Atkinson without a flushing toilet, and having to leave your Jackery or your Mastiff in Eric's Bakery and have to go to Cork Street and sit. All this, I'm saying that to say that it was about thinking logically, what was best for you, how comfortable that you wanted life, and you may not look at it that way, but I'm looking at it that way, where you have taken that comfort that you would have had and now trying to extend it to the ordinary man. That is revolution for me, and I'd really like to see you all excel. I hope that would not be the first and the last interview by any media house, but I would really like to see you all excel, and that it can be said that Dominica helped in propelling this kind of revolution. We have seen, for instance, you mentioned Robbie Tongue early on, where they had quick money you could get, and today we have fast cash, and we have seen that same type of system in Grenada originate from Dominica. We have seen the whole concept of buying your light online, and you don't have to go to Domlec to buy light. You can now pay as you go. So that revolution that you all are actually creating is to really help us in the very near future. So tell us where you can be met. And I should also say that one of the things about your company is that in terms of efficiency and keeping to your mandate by serving people, I have that experience. It's just a call away. Normally it says just a call away to prove my love to you. Well, it's just a call away to prove how efficient your service is. And I just want to tell you all thank you for the kind of work that you all have been. As a matter of fact, a friend of mine has your service, and she was able to say to me, Cecil, I have a better service than you know. And she was able to hit her chest and to say she has a better service than me. And I asked her, she said, my IPTV is a grade higher than yours.
Yes,
And when I was able to see that grade, I was like, girl, you're crazy, man. Where you got that? The same set of people that you have it from. So it says that you all think critically and really help in the market to make things different. The only problem I have with you all is the local consumption. So I want to hear you all as we come into the close. Yeah. Anyone? Desi?
Well, pardon me. Thanks DBS for having us. It was nice actually hopefully this will help Epic and get us some more exposure, some more business, and like you say, help with our success and reaching further places. So once again, I'd like to say thank you to DBS and to the Dominican public for those listening and people who supported Epic over the years and will continue to support Epic. Thanks again on my behalf and on behalf of Eric and Phillip. Yeah, that's it, man. Thank you.
Eric.
Yes. Yeah. Firstly, my customers. Yeah, I love my customers. Like, it's like a family, and the people that actually we don't. I'm pretty sure Epic might be a new name to a lot of people right now because we don't advertise. So the customers that we get actually customers that come to us. So we really appreciate the customers. We started off doing PC repair networking. So besides the Emma app, we also do online backups,
data recovery.
I have antivirus, security. Yeah, our website is epic.dm. We now have this trial for the Emma app, Epic mobile app. That's the app I spoke about where you can call Dominica, and we just added the US for a flat fee. So we have a 7-day trial of that app. If you go to epic.dm, you can sign up. The process is not fully automated yet. Once you sign up, you get an email back from us with the credentials and a URL to try the app. Yeah. So thank you, DBS, for this opportunity. And one other thing, I mentioned the NTRC and the ECTEL. If anyone out there have any questions, concerns, or any question about your rights as a provider, as a customer, as a telecommunication customer, you have a lot of rights as a telecommunication customer. If you have any question about that, you go to the NTRC. The NTRC is very helpful in that way. They have helped us a lot, or that they can within the regulation. So, yeah, that's it.
Before you go, someone just asked, what's the price for the internet service and what package you offer?
Okay, now our service is limited in the areas that we said. In Roseau, we have the LTE package. We have 3 packages, and we categorize them by household usage. So the first one, we have a small home, 1 or 2 people come home, check the email. That's $80 a month. We also have another internet package for $100, and the highest one we have is $120. Yeah, those are distinguished by the device that you get, which affords you highest speeds. So we come to your house, and based on your need, we give you a particular device which will give you the speed that you need. We're also offering with the internet at home unlimited calling. So if you come to us and you one of our customers, we have how much?
$30.
A $30 unlimited local calling for that. So if let's say you're at home and you get an $80 package for $110, you can essentially have internet and call anywhere in Dominica at one price.
And also to someone said that please ask Epic whether they can provide wireless service to specific Roseau Valley areas, no access road, no door school, no dorm lake, but being on a mountain top.
Give us a call and we'll come and check you out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Most times, if you send us your grid coordinate, we can tell you within a few hours whether we can give you the service or not.
Our number is 818-767-818-3742. So 818-EPIC. If you dial that number, you will you'll get our office.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, what's our WhatsApp number?
The new one.
And someone just said that congratulations to the lads But Cecil, how comes I never heard of them before now? I will look into them providing service to me with when I am home. Good night. So the person is in England, and the person said that they're going to look towards, let's see what that person on the telephone has to say.
Yes.
Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, Cecil.
My good sister, my love. What's up, baby?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Phillip.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
You know who is speaking, Phillip?
Yes, I do.
Oh, boy, that's my boy. Phillip, I'm so impressed with you all. I'm listening attentively. Guys, just keep it up. Phillip, I'm going to ask about Canada, Phillip. I want to know, can I call my friends in Scarborough? I'm Phillip.
Yes, you can. And they can call you too.
And they can call me too?
Yes.
And I have all my friends in Toronto.
Yes, I do.
Okay, Phillip. I'm so happy.
Vado, you take a deep breath there, man.
Pardon me?
You take a deep breath there, man.
Yes, Phillip, because as you know, boy, I was like, sometimes I have to hurry up, talk to my friends, because then I have internet, but then it's not like Canada is separate, not like overseas, like, okay, from a certain provider, like I cannot call Toronto.
We can help you with that.
You understand?
Yes.
Okay.
I can come and look for you.
All right, come on, look for me. Boy, I so happy you made me laugh when you said about the janto falling your teeth. Oh, boy.
I don't remember that.
Phillip, you are that type of person. But Cecil, if you get to know Phillip, Phillip making you laugh all day. I know Phillip came to my house in Toronto, Scarborough. And Phillip made us laugh. You remember when you were with this guy and with the barrels? You were helping him out.
Yes.
Phillip?
Yes.
Oh, boy, you made me laugh that day, Phillip. Oh, boy, still, the barrels never full up because Phillip had me just cracking up. He was just helping out this Oman Chalmers, remember, Phillip?
I do.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So visit him tomorrow at
where are you?
60. We're at 60 Federation Drive.
Where are you located now?
60 Federation Drive, Goodwill.
Close by Mr. Bully.
Yes.
Not far from
Close
Mr.
to where? Repeat that.
Mr. Bully. Sorry, this is Bully. The wife.
Anita Bully. Close to Anita Bully.
Close to
Anita Bully.
Close to Davis.
We are a 3-story green building immediately after Dr. Alwyn Bully's home.
Okay.
If you have gotten,
that's correct. If you come in, it's Federation Drive.
If you have gotten to the back road that goes down to the top of Bath Estate, you have gone too far.
Okay, so you're close to Poinsettia Hotel then?
No, that's too far.
That's right up.
Okay, Vado, you're Davis living Chacha?
Yes.
Davis,
Chacha?
Right
opposite Chacha.
Right opposite Chacha.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, I'm listening to you, Phillip. Boy, I'm very impressed with you. Eh? Oh, I know. I will come, and you'll give me some more information.
Absolutely.
Okay, and keep it up.
And spread the word to your friends in Toronto.
You know the others, but only you I know that well.
Okay.
Well, you know the other one. The other one is
Desi.
Desi very well. Your good friend child.
Oh,
Mavis' son. You must know Mavis has 3 children.
Yes,
the first one,
I know.
The first one of Mavis then.
The first one, okay.
There's Trot then.
All right, yes, okay. I know him when.
And I'm sure you know the other one.
Eric.
No, Eric. I'm sure you know Eric.
When I see him.
Zafa Giraud.
Okay, when I see Eric, I know Desi.
I see you tomorrow.
Yes, okay?
Okay.
So you're closer to... Okay, I'll find there. I'll find there.
Yes. All right,
Okay,
Bado.
All right, Bado.
Okay.
And
Bado.
I'm listening attentively.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you
you're
very
welcome.
much.
Yeah.
Cecil, don't get jealous, Cecil. Today's not your time.
Bado,
Today's for
I
Phillip.
suspect, but Bado, I suspect.
Leave
you
Bado
jealous of
alone.
me.
Leave Bado alone. Leave Bado alone. Let Bado go. Don't go
All right,
to
Bado.
Bado. Listen.
All
Bye,
right.
Phillip. Bye, Cecil.
Bye.
I'm listening.
All right.
Very good program.
Thank you.
Mr. Adams.
Yes, my dear.
Yeah, good night.
Good night, Father.
Very good program. Oh, I am
Thank you.
impressed with this young man.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. No, another person said, I must congratulate these young men on their perseverance and patience for sticking to their goal, and they have their own license now. I know personally of their progress. Congratulations. We have to support homegrown entities.
Thank you.
That is someone who just sent that
Thank
message
you.
Thank you.
minutes ago. You know.
I would like to make a bold statement.
Yes.
Make a statement.
A bold statement, yes.
Mhm.
We've been talking about voice. The Emma app is revolutionary by all means, especially here in the Caribbean. But we also have the most state-of-the-art PBX system in Dominica for businesses.
Mhm.
Yeah, we have a service where we give you a PBX system, and we also have unlimited SIP trunk calling to local providers in Dominica, USA, Canada, and
UK.
UK.
Let's take a caller. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening.
Yes.
Good
I
evening.
must say I'm
Good evening.
impressed, and I want to congratulate you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dominica have been lacking of this type of technology. So long we are backward. This is the time to move forward. Thank you. Keep it up.
Yes, sir.
Cecil,
Thank
I
you.
wanna congratulate that program that you have in.
Thank you.
There's nothing better than this.
Thanks. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Anyway, good night.
Yeah, thank
Good
you.
Good night. Good night.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Good night.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, you know, and it's important that our graduation of our Lakou must be told. The stories of the Lakou has to be mentioned to many people.
And remember, the Lakou is a form of it's communication,
Communication.
from one level to the next.
Right, you know.
So, and these guys are showing the evolution of the Lakou in terms of communication.
Just imagine, just imagine 20 years from now. Just imagine when we look, guys, when we look at mapping what it was before,
And now,
just a small door, and see the size of the building that was created. That was built, and then what happened in the process? A multinational company purchased it.
Not just a multinational company, the same multinational company that mapping had the audacity to stand up against.
Yeah.
So what they did, they crushed him financially
And then purchase him.
and then purchased him.
right.
Yes.
But just imagine that now you, Cecil, can watch over 100 channels.
100? I told him 1,100.
I think we're talking about a particular 100 channels.
We're talking about a particular hundreds of channels.
Don't go there, Cecil. Don't go there.
No.
Mr. Giraud, don't go there.
I know you like sports. I know you like sports.
I just want to correct you.
I know you like
Earlier on, I made mention of two sets of.
I know.
One
Cecil.
was sports, and the other one was news.
Yeah.
Leave it there. I suspect you.
And I suspect you love your.
You love your sports. You love your sports.
You love your other one.
You
But
love
you know
your
what?
sports.
I will ask them if you're to get them. I'll ask them to put a.
Mr. Giraud will never discover.
No, I'll ask them to put a pin on you because they can put a pin on it, you know. If you like it, they'll put a pin on you from the distance.
I know from a distance.
But the truth is, I'm fortunate as an individual to have that service.
It's about over 1,000 channels, man.
And I've had that service since after Maria.
Ooh.
And as I said, prior to Maria, I had a provider. After Maria came, nobody could have given me the service that I required, and those guys came on
Provided
board
it.
and provided the service that is required.
But let me thank them also for during the time of COVID, and we never know when another situation like that will occur, that they were able to provide the service to a number of students, especially I heard you mention in the Concord area and in the Kalinago territory, where students were able to use the their services in terms of the virtual classroom.
Mm-hmm. What about you now, Phillip?
Phillip.
Yes. Well, I too would like to express my sincere gratitude to DBS and to you specifically, Cecil, because you have always been a from our interaction, you have been a supporter of local business, local entrepreneurship, and you have encouraged me, you have encouraged Epic. Always. So we are also grateful to you as being a customer of ours. You didn't have to stay because there are other providers now serve your area, and you remained with us. So we are very grateful. I am also particularly grateful to there are so many people along the way who have supported Epic in one way or the other. And what came to mind earlier this evening before I came here was that generally you would think that people who know you close or connected to you in some way would want service for free, right? Because that's how people can be sometimes, right? But what we have experienced, fortunately, is a lot of people look to support us. So aunts and uncles would say, listen, Phillip, Eric, Desi, you guys are providing a service. I don't expect to be discounted. I expect to pay like everybody else, right? Just in case we're thinking, because I think they know our personalities and they know that we would do it for free if we could. As a matter of fact, it was a big business adjustment for us in our minds, and I know my friends and family are laughing at us, are laughing at this statement right now. But in order for Eric and I to collect money in the beginning, that was extremely difficult because we would do something for somebody and we didn't know how to say, okay, well, this is how much it costs. So family members and friends and so on would say, yo, you guys have to pay your staff eventually. You have to keep this afloat. So you have to ensure that you're collecting your money. So we had to hire staff that was, going to obviously demand what was services that were rendered, money for services that were rendered, and so that kept us afloat. And we're grateful to the people who have kept us honest. We encourage feedback, regardless of what it is, positive, negative. We'll view it as constructive. And for all the people who have, on a daily basis, supported in the other ways, my family, I can speak to my family. Well, we're all family, but Eric's mother is a rock for us. I mean, we could not be here if it was not for her.
For sure.
In a lot of ways, we just would not be here. Anytime we kind of fall in short, she would push us here, push us there, help us out here. And we have some close friends that did the same thing for us. My brother Stephen, my sister Jamie, and my other sister Kimberly have been solid for me. And particularly after the death of my dad, my mother has always been my rock. She's always there. She's always there to give a good word and ensure that the Lord is working in our favor, as well as all my aunts and Eric's and Desi's aunts as well. So I just wanted to make particular mention of these people and let them know that their support and their guidance, has not gone unappreciated. My in-laws, I had the fortunate, experience marrying Geoffrey Harris's daughter, and Geoffrey Harris was one of the lawyers with that actually fought to the Privy Council the Marpin Cayman Wallace case, and so even before I got as deep into telecoms, I was quite aware from conversations with him, with my father-in-law, the things that went on, and basically gave me a background knowledge of a lot of the legal parts of it, and both my mother-in-law and father-in-law have been super supportive in many ways, many more ways than one, and I have to give thanks and praise for them and my family all over the country. Specifically, one more person, my Auntie Mary Green in Toronto. When things have been tough, and the challenges, when we speak about challenges and things that get us where we are, she was somebody who provided a lot of guidance for me. Just sitting down, having non-judgmental conversation, it was fantastic. So I super appreciate her, and people like Jeanette Harris and a few others that just have been super supportive. My brother's here. I mean, I can call Desi at midnight to climb Dr. Ferrara's building to go fix an antenna, or to pull a cable, or, and, it's not, none of that. It's like, okay, I'm moving. What you need me to bring, what we need to, whatever. Hakim in our office is the same way. I can call Hakim any time of day.
Hold on,
he's ready to solve a problem.
Hold on. Hakim came to work the day after Mario.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking about work. Hakim was at work the day after Mario.
Hakim lives on Bath Road, and he's physically challenged, right? So he's physically disabled. But Hakim ensured that he was coming to work because he needs to make epic work.
That's right.
Right? That's the dedication we have from our staff. And they show that every single day. Men's is out there pushing sales on a daily basis, ensuring that we meet the customers' needs. Veronica is a left hand to me administratively. I can't function without them. So it would be remiss of me to leave here tonight and not celebrate the staff that have us here.
For sure.
And when we grow together, because Eric and I have always felt that we weren't going to leave anybody behind. The better Epic does is the better they do, and that's part of our nature, and that's what we want to bring to our customers. So thank you very much again, Cecil, and thank you, Bryn and DBS.
Yes, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you very much, guys, for actually sparing us some 3 hours of discussion and chat to the general public. Eric Giraud, who is the co-founder and chief engineer, and Desmond Trotter Jr., who is senior technician, and Phillip Alleyne, who is also co-founder and managing director of the company, for rendering to us your knowledge, your background of such small, minute company that eventually will grow, blossom, and Dominica can see the benefit of it. Many times we tend to think that Dominica is too small to make great people, but let's just look at the Caribbean now. Cricket, Afanaz, the game in Dominica, top scored both innings.
Mm-hmm.
In the second test, he top scored second highest scorer. In the West Indies first innings. We have seen Clarissa Etienne has done a great job with the World Health Organization. We are now seeing Miss Baron in the Commonwealth.
Scotland, yes.
Doing Scotland. Sorry, I'm doing well in the Commonwealth. We saw also this guy, Mr. Larocque, as the head of of CARICOM and what he has been able to do. So I'm saying that we have it within us. We can exploit what we have within us, and if you all take the attitude of Mr. Ron Abraham, I can almost see not just a big building. We could have a small building, but we could have a huge heart where you all will be serving many Dominicans. Not that I would like you all to compete with the other companies. I don't think that's what it is. It's about just another provider providing service to people who figure that's what I need and that's what I require, and I will go. So it's not about talking about competitors and competition. It's about the people that can really decide where they want to go, because like all of us, there are various cars out there.
Exactly.
And you might figure out I might say it's a Mitsubishi that I want, and I love a Mitsubishi. You might say it's a Datsun that you like, you go your Datsun. Another person might say it's a Mazda, another person might say a Volkswagen.
Well, there are different paths to success.
Different paths.
There's no one road, you know.
That's correct.
Right.
Everybody has their own niche.
Right.
So I feel good that I was the first radio station to have the interview with that company that will be prosperous. So Brain, we can say tomorrow that we were there, even when we may be on.
We were part of history.
We were part of history. So, guys, I just want to wish you all best, and again, repeat to the listeners where they can find you, where you are, and how best that they can communicate with you.
Okay.
Your telephone numbers.
A new WhatsApp number that we have if people want to reach us via WhatsApp is 767-295-6737. All right, and our Epic number is 767-818-3742.
All right. Thank you very much.
And your address, where you can be found?
60 Federation Drive.
Federation Drive.
We can be found at 60 Federation
No,
Drive.
Federation Drive is a long
Well,
road. So
opposite to
Cha-Cha.
Cha-Cha.
Mr. Davis.
Or close to
right before the back road.
or
to go down to,
Anita Bully, close to Anita Bully,
Right
or
before the back
Alwyn
road.
Bully.
Or this place a little high up from the Bloom. That's what's
lower down from the
Lower
box.
down.
Yeah.
Or close to Telford Chillingford.
Right opposite, yes,
Right
correct.
over to Telford
Telford Chillingford. Yeah.
Right.
So you can't miss that.
It's a big green building. You
The
can
green building.
Or the people who knew the Harrises.
Or close to
Opposite the Harris.
or close to this fella, Mr. Emmanuel.
Exactly.
Right.
A man a little lower
They're
down.
just there, just around the location.
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Good vicinity.
Or if people know Edgar Hunter, a little high up of Edgar
Correct.
Hunter.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Before may I say one more thing?
yes.
For any little boy, little girl out there that has any doubt on believing in dreams, it's if you put your mind to it, you never give up, and you keep trying. The universe out there is bountiful. It's there for you. Everything you want is there for you. Just know in your heart that you already have it, and align yourself and your attitude to receive it. And it must come. Guaranteed.
Tell me, guys, what you all think about your background.
My back.
Beautiful. Gorgeous.
I love it.
Yeah, man.
That's Dominica.
Yes.
Yeah. Green. Green. That's our logo.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, thanks for coming.
Yes.
It was a pleasure having you.
Eric,
Thank you, guys.
Eric
Appreciate that.
Phillip and Eric Phillip. What communication? Intelligent communication.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. So Eric Phillip, intelligent communication.
Can I just say one more thing very,
Yes.
very quickly?
Yes.
People who are interested in helping us grow, investors, potential investors, people who are interested, those numbers, our email addresses, info@epic.dm. Make yourself available, and we'll see where things can go from there, because Epic needs as much help as it can get, and we would appreciate hearing from you. Good night to my lovely wife and my 3 children, Michael, Sienna, and Didi.
Sorti anti-chalet, mi soleil qu'à lever, tant de mélodie, mi qui a chanté. Senti un petit vent douce, lever marcher ni pied. Senti liberté ni commencement la journée. Et ouais, un petit café, sorti un petit kaila, paraît pour commencer. Fais un petit sourire pour commencement la journée. Commencement la journée. Chaque glow pour tes bras, si d'eau. Les jardins, balayer la cour. Pour ce petit bois, pas travail pour rien, non. Fais ton idée. Boy, live here pour laver. Oulé yo assis wash la. Et après rester. Ouvert yo assis kaea. Quitte yo chercher. Fallait piler sont là pendant la journée. Qu'est-ce qui a changé? J'allais go quand t'es bois assis go. C'est que les jardins. La cour, c'était moi le pas travail pour rien. Tu y coco, petit glow. Allez, ça va pas courir, mon la cour. Petit yo souple, pour y pas tomber. Oui, des belles, c'est comme il comme ça. Merci, bon Dieu, pendant la journée. Pendant la journée. J'allais glow, pas tes bras, si douce. Les jardins, allez la cour. Sorti un petit chalet, mi soleil qu'a levé. Tant de mélodies, musique qui a chanté. Senti un petit vent douce, lever marcher ni pied. Senti liberté ni commencement la journée. Et ouais, un petit café, sorti un petit kaila, paraît pour commencer. Fais un petit sourire pour commencement la journée. Commencement la journée. Chaque glow pour tes bras, si d'eau. Les jardins, balayer la cour. Pour ce petit bois, pas travail pour rien, non. Fais ton idée. Your time live pour laver. Roulez assis wash là et après rester. Ouvert assis caïa qui te yo chercher. Fallait piler sont là pendant la journée. Qu'est-ce qui a changé? J'allais de l'eau quand t'es bois assis d'eau. C'est que les jardins balayer la cour. C'était quoi le pas travail pour aller. Jouer coco, petit glow. Allez ça va pas courir mon la cour. Petit au souple pour y pas tomber. Oui des belles c'est comme il comme ça. Merci bon Dieu pendant la journée. Pendant la journée. J'allais de l'eau quand t'es bois assis d'eau. C'est que les jardins balayer la cour. C'était quoi le pas travail pour aller. Manger soupe, petit détail. Qui est sans temps pour y vite jouer la ronde là. Voyez tes teams là, ouais, qu'on va chercher là. Vie est belle, c'est pas vivre comme ça. Merci bon Dieu. La journée, la journée. Merci Dieu pour la journée. Merci Dieu pour la journée. La journée, la journée. Merci Dieu pour la journée. La journée, merci Dieu pour la journée. La journée, merci Dieu pour la journée. Salut les belles, de ne pas vivre comme ça.
I just want to lay next to you for a while.
Well, I can tell you in a little while I'll be with my good partner just now. We'll be talking on some matters, so just hold some time. I will listen to something of Michael Jackson. I just can't stop loving you.
Sweet. A lot of people misunderstand me. That's because they don't know me at all. I just want to touch you and hold you. I need you. God, I need you. I love you so much. Each time the wind blows, I hear your voice, so I call your name. Whispers and warning, our love is dawning. Heaven's glad you came. You know how I feel. This thing can't go wrong. I'm so proud to say I love you. Your love's got me high. I long to get by. This time is forever. Love is the answer. I hear your voice now. You are my choice now. The love you bring. Heaven's in my heart. At your call I hear harps and angels sing. You know how I feel. This thing can't go wrong. I can't live my life without you. I just can't hold on. I feel we belong. My life ain't worth living if I can't be with you. I just can't stop loving you. I just can't stop loving you. And if I stop, then tell me just what will I do? I just can't stop loving you. At night when the stars shine, I pray in you I'll find a love so true. When morning awakes me, will you come and take me? I'll wait for you. You know how I feel. I won't stop until I hear your voice saying I do. so strong. Oh, my life ain't worth living if I can't be with you. I just can't stop loving you. I just can't stop loving you. And if I stop, then tell me just what will I do? I just can't stop loving you. We can change all the world tomorrow. We can sing songs of yesterday. I can say, hey, farewell to sorrow. This is my life, and I want to see you for always. I just can't stop loving you. Oh, I just can't stop loving you. If I can't stop, and if I stop, oh, tell me just what will I do? Oh, I just can't stop loving you. I do know. I just can't stop
That's what Michael Jackson has said, that he just can't stop loving me. Well, that's the greatest of them all, Michael Jackson. Good evening to the listeners of DBS Radio. We have seen another graduation of Dominica. Listening to these young men, these 3 young men, talking about telecommunication, where we were as a people. Once upon a time, we had only one provider. Then we had 2 providers. Then we had 3 providers. You remember the French provider, that was the Orange, and also had another one, Singular. There was Singular. So there was Cable Wireless moved from Cable Wireless to Telecommunication of Dominica. Remember that? And then they moved to what did they move to? Before Lime was what? It was Lime.
Lime, yeah.
And then Flu. All right. And then we would have had Digicel. And then now we are hearing of Epic, Eric, Phillip, Intelligent Company. I'm sorry, Company. I think that's what it is. Epic. Communication, sorry, that's the word, communication. So it's Eric, Phillip, Intelligent Communication. And we heard them tonight of the graduation of Dominica, the capacity that we have, that we can actually help in the development of the internet. Yes, Brain.
Well, very important that these are homegrown. It's very important when you have your own entrepreneurs. That's what you want to encourage. Young men coming together, put their ideas together and develop their own homegrown company, which, is providing service in terms of communication to Dominica, which is good. And it has to be encouraged. We need to see more entrepreneurs like those, not only in the telecommunication business, but in other industries. Like, for instance, manufacturing is another area. I think some young men can come together, put their monies together, all these mangoes and all these pineapples, all these chaputis and fruits in general. They could come together, not only young men, but young men and women, or, can come together and develop their own homegrown industry and find the necessary niche markets, for that. So that's one of the things I'm very happy to see, where, people, and that's what I'm saying, we need now to move into the business of our schools having more skills. I saw and I was very pleased to look at the Chronicle this week, and I saw Youth Skills Day, skilled teachers, trainers, and youth for a transformative future. I was very happy to read that article, because that's the way I'm saying all the time that we should go. The youth skills, we need to see more of that at our secondary schools and our primary schools, because the skills are critical. As we said last week, in terms of education, the skills are critical in terms of national development. So when you have your homegrown guys, coming together and developing their own telecommunication systems or networks, we have to be proud of them, and I noticed that you were very excited to interview them this evening.
Oh yes, Brain. When we see our homegrown are doing well, we have to compliment them, because we in Dominica sometimes have a tendency not to encourage. There are people who go through the lines of struggles just to ensure that our own Dominica space is what it's supposed to be. And sometimes, we see other Caribbean countries elevating to another level, and we try to wonder why, what, and why. If you realize they're talking about their success, and they spoke of central government through the office of the Prime Minister having to their 5 minutes with the Honorable Prime Minister, and he said he didn't know about the group, and immediately he approved of their existence,
and support
that's
them,
important, and supported them.
That's very interesting,
and that's very interesting and important.
Very important, and that's what we have to highlight. But Cecil, there's two things I just want to bring on the table, which I found very interesting in the news. You'll find it very interesting as well in our discussion tonight. One of them is regional international news, and I would like to just read to you something which I found very interesting. A diplomatic dispute has been brewing between Washington and Kingston, straining the historically strong ties between the United States and Jamaica. At the center of the conflict lies Jamaica's refusal to grant accreditation to the spouse of an American diplomat, a decision that could have far-reaching consequences for diplomatic relations between the two countries. Hear this. Early this year, the United States government formally requested approval from the Jamaican government to extend diplomatic immunity and privilege to the married partner of a diplomat set to be posted in Jamaica. Notably, the diplomat and their partner are in a same-sex relationship, and expect that has been added complexity to the situation since same-sex marriage is not recognized in Jamaica.
So that's hold a bit, Brain. Let's call a spade a spade. The Americans must come to understand that every country of the world has its own policies. When we shy away from the American policies, we are penalized. We are blacklisted. And so you cannot tell me that the Jamaica authority or the religious belief in Jamaica is that a couple is a man and a woman. A couple is Mary and John. A couple for the Jamaicans and for many of us in the Caribbean is procreation. And you cannot tell me that you would like to live lewe. For persons who may not understand, want to raise an ant's nest with the Jamaican authority about allowing a man to come in and reside with another man and to say that it is his husband
in the American embassy.
In the American embassy.
So the Americans want a diplomat is gay, and he wants to bring his lover in the embassy in Jamaica, the American embassy.
I want to stand with the Jamaican government and the Jamaican people. No is no. If you want to hold your money, if you want to blacklist Jamaica tomorrow morning for that, do what you want. You have done it. You have done it with Cuba. Do what you want.
But you remember Uganda? It happened in Uganda.
But no, I'm saying to you, Uganda got soft, and it is an example for us in the Caribbean. We have heard recently of the United Kingdom putting
visa requirements.
Restriction on our entry and having to tell us that we must have visa requirements.
Let me just read it for you.
Yes.
On Wednesday, the United Kingdom made snap changes to its immigration rules and imposed a visa regime on several countries, including Dominica, Honduras, Namibia, Timor-Leste, and Vanuatu. About the visa requirement. The visa requirement came into effect at 3 p.m. Wednesday, July the 19th, 2023. There will be a 4 weeks visa-free transition period for those who hold confirmed bookings to the UK made on or before 15,000 BST, that means British Standard Time, 19th July 2023, where arrivals into the UK is no later than August 16, 2023. The visa requirement will apply to all visitors from Dominica and the other 4 countries, regardless of the purpose of their visit. Nationals of the 5 countries will also be required to obtain a direct airside transit visa if they intend to travel via the United UK, having booked travel to another country.
But hear this. The UK now is calling foul on the European Union. The UK, a few years ago, maybe about 4 years ago, they decided that they were going to have a vote to determine whether the United Kingdom will remain in Europe as a member of the European Union.
Mm-hmm.
And the British people said that they do not want to be part of the European Union. And so, what it has done, the people of Europe, so Germany, Spain, the 47 other countries,
right,
France, they have now found themselves having to request for visas to enter into Great Britain. So the European Union, this week, hear what they said. Hear what they told the British government. British holidaymakers will soon be denied entry into many EU countries if they do not buy a travel permit. The new system is named the European Travel Information and Authorization System, ETIAS, and is being introduced in reaction to Brexit, adding to growing barriers to Europeans traveling from the UK. So you see, as of next year, 2024, the British now would have to find themselves to get ETIAS to enter into some EU countries. And the British are crying foul about that. But recently, this week, you wrote and you told until our government, through the Prime Minister of Dominica, had to make a national statement.
Mm-hmm. I heard the statement. We played it.
A national statement. And I want to compliment the Honorable Prime Minister to still maintain our sovereignty. Because, Brain, let us go back as far back of the 80s. When the banana farmers in Dominica, there was about 6,000 banana farmers. And the British told us that we have to diversify. There was a lot of glut in the markets, and so they requested that Dominica's bananas and the oasis, well, not just Dominica, the Windward Island bananas was getting a lot of flack until we heard Edison James said that he would now, when he gets into power, he will have to help the farmers and to pay them $1 for a pound of bananas. We know that never happened, but that was a promise based on the pressure that the British was giving to us. Damien Junior Charles left office. The administration of Edison James came into power, And we saw the goalpost being moved, and the goalpost that was being moved, that they had to now tell us, they wanted to make us believe that, or wanted us to have pipes on the plantation of our banana fields. They wanted us to have conveyor belts like that of Central America. And thanks God to Charles Taffer himself, who really worked in ensuring that some things were given certain concessions. And we saw the pressures of the farmers, the movements of the European Union. And when that happened, we saw a decline in banana farmers' numbers. So from 6,000 to just about 2005, when the administration of Edison James left office. We took the British authority, the European Union, to court because Spain, Germany, and Portugal were stating that we should not be given preferential treatment. I want us to remember that.
Mm-hmm.
So they keep on pushing. And what did we see? That Dole and Chiquita, what did they do? They paid the governments of the United States to give them a greater autonomy of bananas in Central America at a reduced price or at a better price, and to be sold in Europe. The Europeans said to us that we're only providing less than 2% of the world's market of bananas to Europe, and that they couldn't protect us. And we tried to explain to them that 2% was actually providing 86% of our economy viability to us as a people. So that's what sent us to school, that's what got the farmer to build his house, that's what helped the economy to propel bananas. And we saw the pressure of the Europeans. We went to the WTO, the World Trade Organization, which is the biggest court for trade. And what happened in the process? They told us that we have to compete like everybody else. And what happened in the process of that? We saw Eugenia Charles decided that she was going to go into new programs, and one of the new programs was the Economic Citizenship Program. The United Workers' Party came into power. They set up what was called the Re-Engineered Economic Citizenship Program. And so what we saw in those days with the Economic Citizenship Program, we were not actually seeing physical projects. We heard that money was going to the treasury, but we did not see actual projects. But today, with the Economic Citizenship Program, we're not only seeing actual projects, but we're seeing people, the non-traditional countries, people of the non-traditional countries, we are seeing them today helping us, coming on board and helping our economy through the Economic by Citizenship Program. So we have seen the physical aspect of it, which are these physical aspects.
Yeah, but you have a caller?
Before you go, there's a caller. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, Mr. Joseph and Mr. Brin, but that is the good topic I'm listening for a long time. Me tell you something, Mr. Joseph and Mr. Brin, and to the world.
Mm-hmm.
This afternoon you had a program on DBS radio from Montprosper, right?
Mm-hmm.
That happened in 1975, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Now, you know, really and truly, England's supposed to be responsible for that incident in Montprosper because they were because of our country. No, we're not joking. I'm serious.
Go ahead. Make your point. We're listening.
You can remember in 2015 when this truck passed in River Nika?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And the king or whosoever come to River Nika, what they say? They're going to give us 25 million pounds to build the road and whatsoever, right?
Mm-hmm. You have good memory. You have good memory.
That was since 2000. No, I don't have sense. No, speaker is taking because I don't have sense.
You're talking about the road in the south.
That was 2015, right?
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now in 2023, do we get the money already?
No.
We're in
My boy, let me tell you
2023.
something. You see that little country they call Dominica with fireman say Dominica?
Mm-hmm.
You see that great gift, world boss prime minister we have there, Rasta. We have to stand up with world boss and defend our country. You know why? You see Russia never been to Africa and do nothing, you know. The whole of Europe was taking advantage of Russia one way or the other because they have what they want. They don't depend on nobody. You know what I'm telling you? I tell somebody something the other day and I look stupid. But I hear a fella say something there and he was so great and I love what he said because what's happening now? Because the European and them and Russia have the problem. Right now we tell us we have to have a visa. You know, visa is a business, it's a money. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it real. Business is a business that they're right.
Yeah.
Now we're that well. Russia and Europe have the problem. We don't know what is the issue, why they tell us we have to have a visa up to now. I don't know. I don't say what I want. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what is the issue, why we have to have a visa to go to England, which you call it motherland. You know what I'm saying? And the term. Right? Now, if anybody from Russia have citizenship by passport, as they say, from Dominica, and now because of the ban on Russia, and Russian people have the documents, as you say, they have the right to go wherever they want.
Mm-hmm.
Now they find they don't use the Russian passport. They might use the Dominica passport. But you know, personally, no matter where you go in this world, that's why I tell you, anybody, a politician, come and tell me they want to ban a man from come and vote in their country and never vote for him for nothing. He was a dummy, if I have on you same way. But hear that now. Think of it for yourself, you know, right? These people there, really, I tell you again, they come out there, right? They come to your country. They take your resources. They take your people. They take whatever. They build the country, build the people, right? And now put you and leave you in darkness. My Lord, this little country, as you just said earlier on about the banners and everything, we know what you go through. You know what I'm telling you? My Lord, this little country, I say, we're suffering too long now. And I just said that we have to stand up with world boss. Because we cannot make words fool us. Because from time we're living in this little island there, my Lord, you can see what was going through. And you can see Cindy coming of that little king man there. You can see a different smell in our country. You can see a different life in our country. 16 years and 15 years, Mr. Joseph and Mr. Brenner, I was out of school, you know. You know what I'm telling you? 15 and 16 years. I know that for a fact, Mr. Joseph. And have a lot of ghetto youth, so young children, boys, that goes doing well in school, boys and girls. And they couldn't get no opportunity to do what they had to do. They don't fail.
Yeah, go ahead,
right?
yes. Mm-hmm.
England don't have how many colleges, how many schools?
Yeah.
England don't have any airport, how many international stadiums? They're still not one of the best football in Dominica, you know that for a fact.
Yes.
Right? And you know we had some good stadiums in Dominica. All of us want to be talking that maybe sharing money to one, two people now, giving what I make. You know what I'm saying? But these guys never organize that. These guys have us under darkness, under sufferation. So if them Russian people, as I say, get their passport and they come to England, and because all you put a ban on them, and you remember as I say, no matter where you come out and you go anywhere in the world and you get a document, they must put born and raised in Dominica, but you have a this. Yes or no? So anywhere you go, you must that fact, right? So if them people come to England, because all the people they ban on realize, well, they're born in Russia, but they have a Dominica passport. But now you have to meet world boss and talk to world boss and make world boss know what's happening. You as a country, you see what you're going through, my Lord. Why no?
Caller, that is the disturbing part of it, eh? That these countries feel that because that you are a small, underdeveloped country, that they can take foot on you, so they don't need to talk to you. These guys were in conversation with Roseau Skeleton and the government of Dominica just the same week when they made that statement. I'm sure.
But
they would. They give him.
Let me tell you something again. Think of it good, right?
Uh-huh.
Mr. World Boss, Roosevelt Skerritt, Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerritt, fireman says the world boss. You know, tell me which president of America that can go to Cuba and get a Grammy like what world boss gets. Tell me, name one for me, Mr. Joseph and Mr. Bird.
Which what? A Grammy. Go ahead.
Name any president from America who would come to Cuba or go whatsoever and get a Grammy what world boss get in Cuba there. Name one for me, please.
Well, for sure, so far, none have been named.
None have been named.
Thank you. Cecil, don't forget, you know, Cuba stay under bondage for 52 years. Right?
They are still under bondage. Not more than 52 years. 60 years.
Okay.
60 years.
Okay. Right? And right now, when you watch it good, Cuba is one of the greatest place in the world today, you know. You know what I'm saying? So, that's why, as you say earlier on, partner, this is a small country. As they say, we're small and we talawa. The same thing that any human being can do. That's why today, look, Mr. Brennan is you. Mr. Brennan was a headmaster, he was a teacher. Right? Before, under England, we didn't have so much teachers. And look, Brennan, and you have plenty there. Look, earlier on, you had 3 young men there. in your studio talking about how to develop our country to can get us forward because long we take people taking advantage of us. My Lord, we have a great country. I can tell you I have to have my whole program on that because I have to burn if I read because long. I don't have education, but I have education. And it's Rastafari defending. Marcus Garvey have been talking about these people a long time. We are not animal. We are human beings like everybody else. And we have a right in the world to have a voice. People can't want to do what they want. We put our feet and people to anyhow. Don't worry that. Anyhow, we have a great country, my Lord. This country can't build itself. We are the back for hundreds and thousands of years. Every one of us in Rivernica, out of Rivernica, have a responsibility to build our country and build our people. And we have to work with World Boss. World Boss, fireman love you. Nobody can stop you.
Thank you.
Up and running.
Thank you.
Fireman running. Bless up. Give thanks for life.
Before you talk, I want you to listen to that. Listen to this.
With a population of about 446 million, the 27-member European Union, or EU, is the largest and most powerful trade bloc in the world. The euro is the world's second most important currency, supporting the EU's position as the world's largest exporter of manufactured goods and services. And because it can, apparently, the EU has appointed itself God. Specifically, the god of taxes, the god of anti-money laundering, and the god of combating the financing of terrorism. Going forward, I'll refer to these matters collectively as compliance. So the EU has appointed itself the god of compliance, just like that. And to demonstrate its unholy authority, the EU publishes a blacklist and a list of high-risk countries, of those condemned to hell because of our supposed non-compliance. So how exactly does the EU go about compiling these lists? Well, in the first place, the EU makes up its own rules. You see, money laundering and terrorism financing are specific crimes which carry standard legal definitions. But the EU has conveniently chosen to include non-legal criteria, such as whether a country has an offshore financial center, whether or not a country has strong economic ties with the EU, and whether you are classified as a least developed country by the United Nations. Secondly, the EU then applies its already unorthodox rules on compliance only to certain countries. These rules do not apply to EU countries, so they will never appear on these blacklists. But did you know that a 2019 Dutch study found that 13 billion euros are laundered through the Netherlands each year? And the European Parliament found that Ireland and Hungary display tax haven characteristics. But you won't find these or any other EU country on any EU blacklist. The EU also spares its powerful allies. The recent FinCEN leak revealed that British entities were largely responsible for laundering some $2 trillion US, mostly out of Russia. And the EU's powerful allies, which have been accused of financing terrorism, such as Saudi Arabia and China, well, guess what? They all get a pass. So the EU appoints itself God, installs a convenient filter at the pearly gates, grants itself and its friends eternal salvation, and then weaponizes this filter by condemning to hell whoever it wants by blacklisting us. The EU's blacklist and list of high-risk countries combined consists of Afghanistan, American Samoa, the Bahamas, Barbados, Botswana, Cambodia, Fiji, Ghana, Guam, Iran, Iraq, Jamaica, Mauritius, Mongolia, Myanmar, Nicaragua, North Korea, Pakistan, Palau, Panama, Samoa, Seychelles, Syria, Trinidad and Tobago, Uganda, the US Virgin Islands, Vanuatu, Yemen, and Zimbabwe. Do you notice anything about these countries? Apart from being relatively small and vulnerable, every one of these countries was once colonized by Europeans. And furthermore, not one single country currently on these EU lists is predominantly white. when I dare to call out the EU's behavior as institutionalized discrimination and economic warfare. The Europhiles among us suggest that perhaps the reason every single country on these lists is a relatively weak, non-white former European colony is either A, pure coincidence, or B, that we are in fact the world's most criminal, corrupt, money laundering, tax shielding, shady people who deserve to be named, shamed, and condemned by the gods themselves. But the evidence is clear. Whether by design or inadvertently, the EU as an institution has adopted a discriminatory stance against some of the world's smallest and most disadvantaged countries. Our total share of global economic activity is less than 5% combined. The EU's blacklisting is a stunningly effective smear campaign, inflicting sufficient reputational damage to make it virtually impossible for us to compete economically. This is not a level playing field, and it never has been. How in the 21st century could a featherweight be asked to step into the ring with a giant in a no-holds-barred, bare-knuckles fight to the death? If the EU is not held to account now for its bullying, the economic warfare and institutionalized discrimination will continue to thrive globally. The time has come, and this has to stop now. I call on the United Nations to intervene on behalf of all of its blacklisted members and denounce the EU's actions now, because there is simply no other recourse available to us. And in closing, I call on the EU to finally do the right thing, to cease its long-standing bullying, discrimination, and economic warfare, targeting weaker, non-white former colonies. Now that the evidence is clear, anything less should be seen as defiantly discriminatory and totally unacceptable.
Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting in terms of the piece that we just heard. So we can always see how, the developed world looks. You remember there's a very interesting book,
Just hold that before you go to that interesting book. Let's hear what the caller has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, Mr. Brother Joseph.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you? Hey, my brother, how are you? Good evening.
Global warming.
Global warming. Good evening.
I have never seen a flag on a school which the UK ever build anywhere in Dominica. Now the fact is, we have been enslaved by the UK. Money laundering and secrecy banking and offshore banking started in these countries, America and UK. Our people have been going up there, our nurses and everybody, and using them as slaves. Now the fact is, we, the Caribbean, supposed to come together. Any person that come from the UK, tourists, cannot go down this boat now. £500 to come down that boat. We must stand strong. We must make ties with North Korea. We must make ties with Iran. All other countries put up ambassadors. Now starting from Jamaica. We don't purchase nothing from England. They don't purchase nothing from us. We lost nothing. We don't have to flatter these people. They need us more than we need them. There's nothing they give us. Our bananas, they exploit us. Our limes, our cocoa. Not even a school. Not even the students in Dominica. They will give nothing. What interest we have in the UK? We must stand as a people. Not because we have nothing. We are not poor. We are just going for financial stress disorder syndrome. The fact is, if they can put visa restriction, we can react like a reactor. Put their enemies close to them. We don't have to flatter the UK. They have to have visa too. They have to pay on the cruise ship when you come down £500 if you want to put your foot on the bayfront or anywhere. What is good for the gander, goose is good for the gander. They need us. And then, no. America and England is going down. Their money is going to devalue. Then we can come together and have one currency. We don't need these people. They manufacture nothing here. So to me, these people, they are of no significance. Let us not put a base on ourselves and lower ourselves. No, we don't sell our birthright for a bowl of soup. They owe us. They have to pay or compensate us. And the fact is, we have to stand strong as a nation, as a people. Together we stand, divided we fall. It's time the entire Caribbean come together. From Jamaica, now Cuba. Nobody have right of having embargo on Cuba. The fact is, our government's supposed to come together and tell America, listen to us. We cannot prevent our people investing in Cuba if they want to. There's nothing that you can do. You cannot bomb us. We have a Russian ambassador here. We have ties with Russia a long time. Vladimir Putin do nothing to us. I welcome the Russian ambassador. And we need more help from Russia. We need to get closer to Russia. What America tried, they know most of the elections. Russia make them win. They have been manipulating their election all the time because they cannot manipulate people. Look at what they do in Afghanistan and these countries.
Caller, I don't want us to go into domestic. Into the domestic politics of the United States.
No.
I'm not prepared for that at all.
No, but we cannot let people manipulate us.
Thank you, caller. Thank you, caller.
You were making a point earlier on. Yes, go ahead.
I'm saying that you see, the world is shifting in terms of the way it's think, in terms of economics, and so we have to know how to manage ourselves through, these situations, because I don't believe that England about that visa restriction. I sometimes feel that small island states are vulnerable to the whims and fancies of these developed countries. And so we have to rethink the way we look at our economic development. And these are things, the diplomatic world, especially small island states, will have to look at closely. Because for instance, Cecil, a lot of our own people within our own island has been for a long time trying to destroy the CBI. You know that for a fact, because they know definitely the CBI is one of the main source of revenue for us as a small island state. Not only for us, for all islands. I was going to make the point also. I know there was a recent meeting with the Americans on the situation with the CBI.
And they complimented it.
And they said it was good.
They complimented it.
Right. I know, for instance, that there was another meeting with small island states in Brussels recently to discuss the situation with the and I know, for instance, all the islands who have that program wanted to ensure that there were no security risk in terms of the passports falling in the hands of wrong people. So I can understand why with those two major meetings we are now hearing about that.
Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Hi, good evening, Adams. Good evening, Cecil.
Good evening.
Mr. Adam, you touched a point early on, and it's rounding up all the conversation you're saying there. By the way, my name is Ronnie. Mr. Adam, when this guy left, the guys that's setting up the new telecom company, all those little things that we must grapple on too, because you see what the same thing you're coming back and you and Cecil saying. Some of these companies here, the telecom companies that here is foreigners, foreign companies. And that is just what they're going to continue to do with us. Exploit us from slavery to everything. And I really want to support some points you make, Mr. Adam, after the guys left, when you talk about small manufacturing and depend more on ourselves. And the Caribbean islands supposed to bind more, stronger together, so we don't have to depend on the foreign companies. Like Cecil was just saying, after the downfall of the banana, even in Dominica, we could use the banana to do more of our local processing, which is even in flour.
Correct.
As Sister Nats was saying, Sister Nats had do a workshop somewhere in the 90s where she make cheese all kind of different products from bananas. He had a big exhibition, some I think at the Prevost Cinema Hall. And we're supposed to go back to support ourselves more by creating more of our products, because I think there was a young guy in Maryland who was making breadfruit flowers. I think he was Mr. Julian James' son. That's a former student from Cuba. I think he spent a short time up there. And so that is where we have to go back. For instance, if you even look at what Mr. Joseph and Wadix is doing, Mr. Joseph as the NDF, they is putting on this big program on Emancipation Day with our music and our local manufacturing. And I really want to support these guys. Ask for Wadix, he have come a long way. He have got a lot of beating up, but I experience him. He's a good man. And I want to continue to support people like Mr. Joseph and Wadix. And that is the way we have to go, because if you look at the little islands like Barbados, look at this, so much of things they producing and send to us. Juice, like what Brain was just saying there. We can make our own mango juice, and we can do it. Why we can do it? Look at how the jelly business come in such a big industry now, and it go into a higher level where you don't even drinking a jelly from a coconut. You're drinking it from a bottle. And I really want to support Wadix especially. You see that thing Wadix is doing there at the Bayfront, that mural with the musicians there, that musician park. And I heard the Prime Minister support him. I think the small business is writing up a project, and Wadix is writing up the same project for that old Barracoon building where Wadix would have the upper floor to do his marketing and his promotion of Dominica music and talent, and the small business people want to have the below floor to sell the product, because it's in the key location, because you have the seaport right there, the ferry, and the cruise business. And Brain, if you want to see some of our products, go in at Whitchurch, where the chill room is, and Whitchurch have a little stand there with Dominica product, with all kind of products. I haven't got none there, but I have products in other places like Astafans and S-Mark. But Brain, if you want to see some excellent products, just go in at Whitchurch, and I want to compliment Whitchurch to continue to push more for our local products. Have a good night, brothers.
Thank you very much, caller. And Brain, that last caller is correct in the sense that as a Caribbean people now, we are all feeling the heat. And the heat is not 25 cents now by the metropolitan countries. We have seen that they have realized that we are no longer involved in domestic politics like before in the many years ago, where we would say that we are a country that supports capitalism and we give our support to the United States. Or we are a country that gives support to Great Britain or Canada. We are now saying to you that no one can tell us what our foreign policy is. No one must map our foreign policies. And so what you have seen happening in this dispensation is that we are now creating relationship with the non-traditional groups of countries.
But hold on your thought. I was reading a document where you just saw former President Trump just went to Venezuela with no rhyme or reason. You have an elected president.
No, he knows why.
You have an elected president in Maduro, and you are just saying overnight, I want that gentleman to be president.
So I'm telling you, he knows why. So don't tell me he doesn't know why. He knows why.
You want that man to...
Right.
And the reason for that is simple because of energy.
Right.
The oil.
So that's a good point that you're making. So I was talking about the non-traditional. And so what they are trying to make us believe, and we spoke about it some time ago in reference to Saudi Arabia. They expected Saudi Arabia to be part of the G7. Saudi Arabia disappointed them and became part of the BRICS.
Well, BRICS is a big thing now. Many islands and former African countries and Arab countries, India, China, most of them are thinking of an
of one currency.
Of an alternative currency backed by gold.
By the gold.
Right, and that in itself is going to be a cause for alarm in the world economy.
And you're not alarm for the world economy.
Right, so small island states like ours will be under tremendous pressure as to what our position is. Are we going to be?
I don't believe so. I'll tell you why. I don't believe so. We have already established ourselves to the non-traditional groups. So we have found ourselves with India. We now have an embassy of Brazil in Dominica. We have found ourselves creating that relationship with Saudi Arabia. We have found ourselves having a relationship with Russia. We have found ourselves having a relationship with China. So what has happened to the United States is that they have seen where our heads are. And so we have seen the United Nations not so much in support with the United States in reference to their policy on Cuba. So really and truly, we are placing ourselves in a stronger position, because while we have seen Europe as one of the giants of financial
financial capital.
Yeah, let's use the word financial capital. In terms of a bloc,
yeah.
But we have also seen that China is a growing economy. We have seen Saudi Arabia as the gold mine for oil. Mm-hmm. We have seen Brazil in South America to that of Central America,
right.
And we have seen their rise, and so we have placed ourselves. That's Caribbean countries.
Yeah.
Now moving into the non-traditional groups. For instance, before this government came into power, we had some 36 countries diplomatic relationships with them. 36. Today we are above 120 countries with diplomatic relationships. And you hear the British are telling us about concerns about people passing through the doors of the of Europe. When the United States a few months ago said, hey, we have looked at what you are doing.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
We find that it's very good.
And they are assisting you.
And yes, no, for me, who understands.
So if the United States
for me who understand the politics, what I have seen is the European Union has placed some pressure on the British, and by virtue of that pressure, they figure out that they can take advantage on vulnerable states like ours. So they're talking about St. Kitts, they're talking about Dominica, they're talking about St. Lucia, they're talking about
countries where CBI
Antigua, and these are the countries where we have now rely on the CBI to generate more revenue for us. And in Dominica, we have seen projects that are completed by the CBI. We have now seen the building of the international airport from the CBI. We have seen Kempinski. We have seen a number
of hotels.
This one in Soufriere,
Jungle Bay, Secret Bay. Mm-hmm.
We have seen, and now we have seen a number.
The other hotel down there in Portsmouth.
The one in Portsmouth is now been built, and a few others have been built at this present time through the CBI program. Not only that, the CBI program has assisted us to build the hospital. The CBI program has assisted us to build the wellness centers. The CBI program has helped us to build the houses that the Dominicans are getting free of charge. So at the end of the day, what we have seen is these people who have had the largest. You have people in Dubai, you have people in Saudi Arabia, you have people in the Middle East and the Far East, and by virtue of this, the British are now seeing that less monies are coming to their coffers. And they have no reason, because they cannot say to us who are the persons that they have arrested, who are the persons that they have charged, who are the persons that are entering
But wait a while, Cecil. I find, and we have to call a spade, for the last 3 years we have seen a number of persons who are going after the CBI, our own people. Our enemy is not always outside. Our enemies can be within. And within, I mean by persons who, for the longest while, have been traveling outside there, trying their best to derail the CBI. Haven't you seen that?
I'm seeing that every day.
Because one guy was actually singing a song on the other radio station about what happened, with England and Dominica.
But you see that, and once up, and the
I see you're getting emotional.
When they first heard the story, they thought it was Dominica alone. And I remember hearing that story for the very first time, and I said to these people, if they're talking about CBI, they have to talk about Grenada, they have to talk about Antigua, they have to talk about St. Lucia, and they have to talk about St. Kitts.
Yeah.
And so said, within 24 hours of I saying that, I saw they give dates, months of when they are going to do almost the same to these countries. No, that is a doggone shame on countries of that magnitude to now come on little countries like us, vulnerable countries like us, already that you all are responsible for climate change. You all are going to this meeting, the 20th meeting, sometime next year, I think in Saudi Arabia. What more you all are going to do?
Did you hear Mia Motley's response?
Oh yes, and I support Mia Motley, and she's going to be hard on them. She needs to be even harder. And I know that Roosevelt Skerritt, when Mia Motley and Roosevelt Skerritt meet in that kind of forum, they will make and that's what Roosevelt Skerritt said recently, last week. If you remembered that Roosevelt Skerritt made this statement when the media met him in Europe, that they asked him certain questions. Let me see if I can get it for you. Let me see if I can get these things for you, because it's important that we remember those things. Hear this.
We expect to advance issues of climate change in particular.
And what do you expect from Europe?
Collaboration and cooperation.
And what do you expect from Europe?
So here it is, Brain, that the international media met Roosevelt Skerritt in Europe. And they asked him a simple question. What do you expect of Europe? He said collaboration and cooperation.
Yeah, good answer.
And then he said, we also have to deal with the issue of climate change. He said that. And the Prime Minister of St. Kitts had this to say. Get this for you. Prime Minister of St. Kitts had this to say. Just now, I'll give it to you in a while. What the Prime Minister of St. Kitts had to say. And these are the things that we must start to make people have understanding.
One of the things that we have to do, people have to understand when you live in a space, you have to understand there are times for politics.
Yes.
But there's a time when the national interest is very important. And because of that, you have to be magnanimous, meaning you have to support. Yeah. You can't just be going out there and trying to just destroy a program that's effective.
Here the St. Kitts Prime Minister. On Thursday. No, it's Friday. St. Kitts Prime Minister.
Yeah, morning to you.
Apparently, this is the wrong one.
Wrong insert.
Yeah, the wrong one. So continue speaking.
I'm saying that you have to understand that the program, the CBI, is very, very important to national development, not only for Dominica but for the small island states. Because as you can see, and you're making the point before, let's take, for instance, sugar. What happened to sugar? It was once the jewel in the English crown, whereby sugar was being sold in Europe, especially Britain. Now, you look at the sugar factories in Antigua and Barbados, and the sugar declined. And then you get into bananas, as you pointed out. What happened to bananas? Bananas were removed from the table in England because of American pressure. Yes.
Yeah, listen to this.
CBI program.
What's the government's position on Dominica being hit with the visa restrictions from the United Kingdom over their CBI program there? And what are the implications for countries in the region that have CBI programs, specifically St. Kitts and Nevis?
Let me say from the onset that what has happened to Dominica, we in St. Kitts and Nevis, of course, Dominica is a fellow OASIS country, a fellow CARICOM country, our neighbor, and we feel what they feel, and we feel what they're going through. Of course, this came because of, what is perceived to be happening with their CBI program. And I think the Prime Minister has spoken, and he's moving now to make some quick changes, long-lasting changes in his response. And therefore, I want to congratulate him for dealing with the issue head-on and for moving expeditiously to make the necessary changes that he sees fit in order to progress and to get back Dominica where it once was. With St. Kitts and Nevis, and I've said it openly, that the hardest thing for me when I got in, apart from opening up the country, was when I recognized.
Okay, so that's the St. Kitts Prime Minister. He said that it's perceived by the Europeans, perceived. And he's making that claim to indicate that he has a country too with the CBI, and they perceiving that something is wrong for CBI. And he complimented Roosevelt Skerrit for his sovereignty towards this program.
But if you have the program, and to me, let's be logistic and objective. Your program, and you brought the program for due diligence, whereby the Americans were involved. You had a meeting earlier this year, and the Americans said it's okay. Then you just went to Brussels to discuss it. Well, if there are certain changes you require, why can't you just raise it with the government or the governments of the OECS with a view
I told you.
So I can't understand it.
It's a plot.
Is it simply because of our position? Because I find that a lot of those countries want to tell you how your foreign policy should be guided. If there is a war between Russia and Ukraine, it is up to countries to say, well, I'm not getting involved. These are two people who know their business. We're not going to get involved in the Ukraine and Russia war.
Yeah.
So, but I don't think those islands want to tell you, what is your position? Are you with Russia? Or are you with Ukraine? Where are you?
But even if I am with Russia, I would have been with Russia for specific reasons. I would look at the Monroe Law of that's affect Cuba.
Well, for instance, the thing about it in foreign policies, you have to be honest, because if you are saying to the Russians over the Cuban missile crisis, I don't want you to have your missiles in Cuba, because it will be just a few distance away from Miami or falling on the certain cities. Or if you put missiles in Mexico, if you want to put missiles in Mexico, the Americans would be invading Mexico tomorrow morning. So if you want to put missiles in Ukraine, which is Ukraine and Russia share common borders, it means that within a few seconds you can launch a missile into Moscow or Leningrad.
And the British.
These are some issues that we cannot run away from.
The British may have forgotten the Falkland War, how illegal that they were inside of the Falkland War, because they feel that the Falklands were a vulnerable state.
Well, if the Falklands are close to Argentina, but you remember the British claim Falklands as their part of their territory.
As the part of their territory.
And so if Argentina was going there to take over Falklands, they invaded. So people look at their foreign policy.
So
these are the discussions that's on the table.
And that is what these people cannot discuss. And I would like to be on the table with the people of the other side who clap and applaud the British for their situation, for their decision on Dominica and the other countries of the OECS. All right, I would like to sit on table with them and to make them have a greater understanding of the implication of what the British has done to us. And because they knew all along that they could not fight the CBI. They all knew all along that they cannot fight the CBI because the CBI is there to stay. And so they figure out that the British has come to do their jobs for them.
Right.
But you know what? We have always said in reference to the people that are given permission to be
agents.
To be agents, they have to go for a rigorous.
I know they have to go for a rigorous process.
And even the people now, out of the agents who have to get the people who are involved in getting themselves to give us that faith and confidence in our economy, that it is not, the due diligence is not done by Dominica. It isn't done by Dominica.
Who is it done by, Cecil?
It is done by a number of countries, to include that of the United States and that of the Central Bank of the ECCB.
Yeah.
And we know that. These guys are aware of that.
Yeah, but because that's what I know. So these things are being monitored because of the vulnerability. Because you do not want the passports to fall in the wrong hands, and therefore, I know the Prime Minister himself has said,
but also
a lot of measures are being taken in terms of making it a system that is airtight.
And I tell people that the CBI program is not a program to give people passports. There are people who are investing and do not have a Dominica passport. It has to be said and has to be known. It's not everybody that is involved in the CBI has a Dominica passport. So it's not about you give me money and you pay my passport. That's not what it is. Our passport is our sovereignty. And so like the United States with their B5 program, like the United States, where some people who live in Washington requested of the central government for them to be agents of the CBI program, and indicated that they could do it like the B5 program in the United States. The United States has its B5 program where investors.
Canada has it.
British themselves.
The British has it.
Has it? Why do you think they're getting back at us? Because they are seeing more and more that the Caribbean is becoming a haven of attracting new investors.
New investors, right.
Why is that happening? Because we have moved away from the traditional relationship with countries like just France.
Yeah,
Canada,
you have more diplomatic relations, more people.
Today, as I said earlier on, when this government took power, there were only 36 countries that we had bilateral relationships with. The first country that had a bilateral relationship with us is Venezuela. In 1970, right after we became an independent state. So why today should we be, after 45 years, saying to Venezuela that bye-bye, we don't need you? Why should we do that?
Say to Cuba, you don't want them.
So if that's the case, tell the Americans to say bye-bye to the Israelites. Say no to the relationship that you have with Israel. Say no to them.
No, but you have. Rosie always said that we want to have friendly relationship with those countries because during your time of crisis, they're always there for you.
Always.
So you can't just abandon them.
They are always
you
there.
Cannot but Cecil, it's going to be a very interesting discussion. It's going to be very interesting to see the way forward. I guess so. Diplomats will be talking, persons will be moving, other Caribbean islands will be discussing. And as the British themselves said, it has not affected your bilateral relationship.
No, it hasn't.
So your bilateral relationships are still there.
Yes, it's just about the people.
Because the British in their communique said they are concerned about their borders and their security. But I found it rather strange in their excuse that there's so much I know in terms of the monitoring of the passports that's being given. And I do not hear them say of one person they capture with Dominican passport with a terrorist.
They have not said
or you plant a bomb on the London Bridge.
So we
or
know,
in your underground.
So we know that there's another reason for that. So the easiest way, and they think that we didn't go to school. They figure that we do not understand the language because they speak it fine and we speak it raw, that we do not understand the English language. My brother, that is the case, tell St. Kitts, tell St. Lucia, tell Dominica, tell Grenada of all of the people that are passing through England that you have arrested.
Right.
Or that you have not arrested but questioned.
Can I ask you a question? When will the British give the Caribbean people reparation?
That you'll never find. Don't fool yourself.
When will you get reparation for slavery?
If reparation have to be given to us, the monarchy of England has to fall first
before you get reparation.
Yes.
Well, reparation would be the sum owed to Caribbean people for the transatlantic slave trade is not £5, you know.
I tell you, don't wait for that.
Because if, for instance,
the British government already is
probably
broke.
would not even have
the
to.
British government is already broke.
So if you had to pay the entire Caribbean for the slavery, they would not have to have any industries
I think
again.
We have lost the boat. The train has left us in the station. The bus is no longer coming back. So there is no way. You remember when we got independent, what the British gave us? The British only gave us the Bayfront, you know. Unfortunately, that the person who gave us political independence was not in power, so the necessary negotiations that was required to be given what was required of us was not given. So the British told us that they'll just give us the Bayfront.
Well, let's wait. I know diplomats. You have your diplomats, and your diplomats will go, and the Prime Minister will discuss. I know they'll find a way. Mm-hmm. I mean, other Caribbean leaders who have the CBI program, they'll find a way, because I believe now the Caribbean is more united in terms of their common purpose.
You know something? I want to say that. A few years ago, about just before COVID, that's about 4 years ago, I was given a trip 3 years ago, by a friend of mine. His name is Fred Penn.
To go where?
To go to Senegal.
Africa.
To go to Africa. And that trip was supposed to have been from Martinique, 4 hours and a half, 5 hours to arrive in Senegal. We as a Caribbean people, if we say we want to start the relationship with Africa, we must now start that relationship with Africa by getting airlines that will fly us from the Caribbean to Africa. We remember,
or Reunion Island
in January. Well, it started, I think the arrangement was signed in November of last year with the Antigua government, with an airline to fly from Nigeria straight to Antigua. The airline was called Air Antigua. Some people claim that it was a bogus, corrupt, money was paid under the table for all of these things. That was said by the multinational countries. But we knew why that was said, because they wanted to ensure that they damaged the image of the government of Antigua and damage the image of the business people of Nigeria, so that this flight would no longer be. And the government has found itself under severe pressure. People leaving Nigeria, coming to the Caribbean, and claim that there were not space or places that they would have to reside, and situations occurred. And so the whole airline business from Nigeria to Antigua and Antigua to Nigeria has since then ceased. But I'm saying, can we get the government, and I hope that our government of Dominica, when we get our international airport, that we open the borders, open the doors for us to fly to Africa, cutting back in time. We may not have our own airlines, but who say we should be able to sit and negotiate with the African governments, African businesses, the multinationals.
Yeah, because the Africa
companies in Africa.
Some people just feel Africa is just poor, you know. All the mineral wealth is in Africa, you know. So that's a very good thing.
And I'm saying that we have to now start, instead of flying to the multinational countries. So we fly to Dominica, to Antigua to England, 8 hours, and from Antigua to England, from England to Africa, depending on where you go, 5 hours. We can cut that.
Right.
Make the flights cheaper.
Well, I think before we leave, Cecil, that there has to be new thinking in terms of the way we go in terms of economy. And we have to be more patriotic. Regardless of your political philosophy or ideology, when a thing is benefiting your country, you should not want to just get destroyed because you're not in power.
It's not fair.
It is not the Dominican culture. You have to be able to, where the thing is good, say it's good. The thing is not good, you can critique with a view of improving it. But to try to destroy it for your own, in other words, you want to be king of the ashes. You have to protect your economic interests. That is important.
And I want us to, as a people, if you don't support the administration that is in power now, it doesn't give you reason to think foolishly.
And I heard, before I leave you, time is running out on us. And so I cannot understand for the likes of me, Cecil, how intelligent people can mislead the people. I heard an intellectual speaking to a situation of the law as it pertains to persons in the diaspora voting, and quoted St. Kitts legislation.
St. Kitts legislation?
Yeah, which we try to indicate that St. Kitts was preventing people from the diaspora from voting an election.
But people can come from anywhere.
Did you hear that? Do you know that?
People can come from anywhere in St. Kitts.
St. Kitts, Nevis, and St. Christopher.
For instance, we have a rule that says that you have to be in the country for 3 months, reside in the country or the constituency for 3 months, as a Dominican. All right, to be registered to vote.
Yes.
St. Kitts and all that. You know?
They don't have that.
St. Kitts don't
so
have
why did the learned gentleman quoted St. Kitts as a reference point to indicate?
It's just deliberate.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
It's just deliberate.
If you are intellectual, if you are...
And I think what has to happen is, when these statements are made, people must go and make their own research. For instance, when they were talking about the caller ID, they were talking about the voter's ID card. I got information from St. Lucia, and I brought the gentleman who is a minister of government.
I heard him. He was
who said that in reference to voter ID card, yes, they do have voter ID card. Yes, voter ID cards expire. But you know what? He said that you can use any other form of identification.
I heard it myself.
You can use a social security. No, he didn't say social security. NIS.
NIS.
Which is the National Insurance Scheme in St. Lucia. You can use that. You can use your driver's license as an indicator that, yes, this is Cecil Joseph. He said not only the voter's ID card that you have to use. And we have men here in Dominica say, well, St. Lucia has this system. Antigua does have the system where you only vote if your voter's ID card. And if you don't have the voter's ID card and you try to get one before election, it's very difficult to get one before elections. And so if you don't have one, you can't vote. Now, I know that they are reviewing that.
Okay.
Especially what transpired in the last election in people buying people's voters' ID cards.
Right.
So they know.
Improving on that. But when I heard about that St. Kitts, Nevis and Christopher,
that's crazy.
That is just crazy, man.
How could you make that
statement?
How could you make that It means that you have not been following the international politics.
And you have not been doing the research. It just shows you how people try to mislead people. And when you hear from a learned person, it's sad.
But in Canada, the government of Canada went to court. And the court gave permission for people from Canada to vote if they're out of Canada. In England, we're talking about 5 years. England has beyond 5 years, beyond 10 years.
I know.
You're talking about the United States? Wherever you are,
you can vote.
They send you
your proxy vote.
Proxy votes.
Yeah.
To send back to
your
electoral
district.
So why would we do that to our people? And I want to beg my people, when people give you information, it doesn't matter what side. Labour,
go and do your research.
UWP,
do your research.
Tony Asta fans,
do your research. Whoever.
Lennox Linton,
Fontaine.
It does not matter whoever gives you that information.
Go and do your research.
Go and do. We have a box right now that gives information at the tip of your finger.
Yeah.
And that's why when at the national radio station where I am sitting, I do not make it my business. I do not make it my business to give wrong information. Because if I do that, I'll be responsible for the ignorance of the people.
Yeah.
And it is time. Honestly, it is time. Let us go back and make the research as to what happened to our banana industry. What happened to us with the European Union? What happened to the free countries of the European Union who took us to court, to the WTO? And let us look at what the result of the WTO was. Let us look at what happened in the 80s with bananas and what the numbers that we had in the 80s and the numbers that we had in 2000.
Let's do our research.
Let's do our research and let us see what are the improvement of the industry that is now happening presently.
Well, before you go, Cecil, I'll make one last final point. The budget is coming up.
Oh, yes. How did I forget that? Tuesday.
1.25 billion?
1.25 billion.
1.25 billion. That is tremendous, in terms of the quantum.
$1,250,000,000.
Almost 1,300,000,000.
Yes. So it is $1,250,000,000.
Right.
That's the budget.
That is tremendous.
That is more than tremendous.
Will you be there?
I remembered just about 30 years we were talking about
300,000, 400,000,
no,
500,000.
No, to be quite honest, maybe 25 years ago we spoke about maybe 10 million.
10 million. No, you're talking
no,
billion.
We're talking about billions.
By the way, Cecil, I went to a construction site. I do not in Portsmouth, and the guy told me, but you know something, I cannot even get workers,
Mm-hmm.
The man is all about looking for workers to work on the construction site, and he has the hotel to finish next year. Isn't that something else?
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, our medical school is about to open.
Yes, September.
Right, so that's another good thing. I must tell you that I passed across by the international airport, Cecil, and work is going on like crazy.
2 weeks ago I passed there, so I plan to.
You must pass there again to see. Well, Cecil, the time has come.
Yes.
Let me thank the gentlemen. This was a wonderful program tonight, especially with the entrepreneurs. I enjoy them. I wish them all the best. I wish them success and continued development in the telecommunications business. Cecil, it was a pleasure being with you tonight.
And it was a pleasure being with you tonight. I always love talking to you, Brain. We are able to really help to bring a different side of the coin. I always try to tell people, if you're on the national radio station, our job is to give people the correct information, always. And just want to say thank you to you, the listeners. Let's all stay strong. Let's all stay focused. God bless you and have a nice night. Go across to BBC.
That was political analyst Ignacio Giraud there, and you can read more information about the outcome of the election on the BBC News website, including the detail that 10 million Spaniards currently on holiday, many of them interrupted their break to go and vote, including at one point a man who went to vote wearing a snorkel and flippers.
To Greece now, which has been dealing with temperatures of over 40 degrees Celsius and wildfires which have hit the popular tourist islands of Rhodes in the south and now Corfu in the northwest. An evacuation order was issued last night for Corfu, which is smaller than Rhodes but attracts close to 2 million tourists every summer. Numerous boats from nearby islands are helping the evacuation by sea, while many of those unable to escape are sleeping out in the open or at the airport.
Well, 19,000 people have already been flown off Rhodes, making it the largest such evacuation in the country's history. These tourists were taken to a school gym, now an official shelter.
It was quite scary when we saw the flames coming over the top, because we'd seen the smoke for a few days and we were told by the hotel manager, it's okay, don't worry. And then when we saw the flames coming over the top, we were all a little bit worried. There was more ash coming down. And then we were told by the police to evacuate. We went and packed a bag. When we came back, the fire was halfway down the hill. And so we were worried and we were keen to get on the bus and get away. It was a dangerous situation, but I know there's some people here. They were evacuated very, very late, and there was people that were fleeing with just a few belongings. And as they were leaving the hotel and going away, the oil tank blew up and the hotel was flattened, basically.
It is horrendous. It was absolutely, I've never been so scared my entire life. So yeah, it's a terrifying experience, I'm not going to lie. It's just nice, obviously we are safe here now at the moment.
Some tourists there. Greek Tourism Minister Olga Kefalogianni arrived on the island of Rhodes yesterday and has been speaking to the BBC.
Only a small part of the island, a small area in the island that has actually been affected by the wildfires. Still, this required for a mass evacuation of almost 19,000, 20,000 people. And we had actually one of the largest operations ever. 16,000 were transported by land and 3,000 by sea. It's actually important to stress that the airport has been functioning as normal. We never had a disruption with flights. So our main concern is the safety of locals, safety of our visitors. And this is why it was important to make the evacuation process and also to provide the necessary accommodation to all our visitors who were evacuated from the hotels. The part of the island that was affected was mainly the part with a lot of hotels, also some of the locals. But it's also important to stress that locals have been very, very helpful. We have a lot of volunteers. Of course, you understand that it was almost impossible to find 20,000 hotel rooms on an island which is operating on high season, and of course it's one of the most attractive destinations, maybe the most attractive destination in Greece. So we needed to temporarily house the evacuees in hotels, but also in conference halls, in sports centers, in schools.
That was Greece's Tourism Minister Olga Kefalogianni.
A couple of other headlines. 11th hour compromise talks have been held in Israel, where Parliament is due to vote on the government's divisive judicial reforms. And once the epicentre of Australia's HIV epidemic, inner Sydney appears on course to be the first place on Earth to meet a United Nations goal of eliminating transmission.
And now to Women's World Cup and everything else. Yes. Isaac Fenton is here.
Morning to you. Yes, 3 Women's World Cup matches to look forward to later. We're going to see a bit of history as Morocco make their debut against two-time champions Germany in Melbourne. It'll be the first time an Arab country has played at a World Cup. We're going to be hearing from Morocco's captain Ghislaine Shebak a little bit later on in the programme. Before that match, Argentina take on Italy, and then we see Brazil play Panama. In men's football, Galatasaray say they've started official negotiations with Ivory Coast winger Wilfried Zaha, who's available on a free transfer after his contract ran out at Crystal Palace. In cricket, Australia have retained the men's Ashes after day 5 of the 4th test was abandoned without a ball being bowled because of bad weather in Manchester. It means England were left frustrated by the weather, having bowled only 30 overs across the final 2 days at Old Trafford, having played themselves into a series levelling position. In Formula 1, Max Verstappen won his 7th F1 race in a row with victory at the Hungarian Grand Prix. It means Red Bull have won 12 consecutive races dating back to the final race of 2022 in Abu Dhabi, and it breaks the record of 11 straight wins set by McLaren with the legendary duo of Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost in 1988.
Isaac, thank you.
Let's get some business news now. David Willis is on the line. Hi, David. Let's talk about this announcement from Russia that it's planning to replace lost grain exports from Ukraine to which were destined for Africa, because there was this deal, wasn't there, between Russia and Ukraine that allowed Ukrainian grain to leave and cross the Black Sea, and those ships would not be attacked by the invading Russian forces. That led to an increase in grain prices around the world, and now Russia is saying it will step in to ease that situation.
Exactly, Rob. Yes, last week Russia pulled out of a UN brokered deal that guaranteed, as you say, the safe passage of Ukrainian grain through Black Sea ports. That threatened to hit some developing nations very hard, and the news was met with a statement of regret on the part of the African Union, whose member states have been particularly hard hit by rising food prices and for whom any increase in food insecurity could, of course, prompt an increase in malnutrition. Well, now, Russia's President Putin has said that his country will step in to fill the gap in grain supplies to Africa. A statement from the Kremlin says that Russia expected to see a record harvest this year and added that Moscow was capable of providing the grain free of charge. The timing of this statement is significant because this week the Russian city of St. Petersburg is due to host the second Russia-Africa summit. Now, Russia's refusal to extend a deal safeguarding the transport of grain from Ukraine's Black Sea ports is based on claims that its exports are being compromised by Western sanctions on its banks, despite the fact that Western allies have been at pains to make clear that food and fertilizer exports from Russia are exempt from such sanctions. There is still hope that Turkey's President Erdogan can convince Vladimir Putin to lift his objections when the two men meet next month. But this makes clear that there is political capital to be gained by the Russian leader on the Russian leader's behalf by blocking Ukraine's exports. One of those Ukrainian Black Sea ports, Odessa, of course, has seen several nights of missile and drone attacks since President Putin announced that Russia was pulling out of the deal, Rob.
Yeah. David Willis with the Business News. Thank you. There'll be more from David later on in the programme. And we'll also be hearing a report from that southern Ukrainian city of Odessa as well. This is Newsday on the BBC World Service.
In the chaos following the Taliban takeover of Kabul nearly 2 years ago, many members of the Afghan national women's football team were able to escape. They were airlifted to Australia as they feared they were at risk for being sportswomen. Since then, they have settled in Melbourne and are still playing football, have been backed by the city's A-League club, Melbourne Victory, to play as a team in Victoria State, 3rd Division. But they are no longer the official Afghan team. There isn't one, as women's sport is banned by the Taliban. FIFA has so far refused to recognise the Melbourne-based players as representatives of the country, saying it was a matter for the Afghan Football Association. Shaima Khalil went to Melbourne to watch the Afghan women's first friendly game against international opponents since fleeing their country.
This changing room is filled with football kits and chatter. Some players are doing last-minute boots checks. Others are putting on their shin guards. One is adjusting her hair, which is half orange, half black. And the goalie is fixing her gloves. The coach is here for a pre-game pep talk.
Let's go work together, be brave, communication. Stay positive, and let's go deliver. All right, guys, let's go.
This is not prep for a World Cup game, but these women have already come a long way. Like hundreds of thousands of Afghans, members of the women's national football team had tried to flee their country after the Taliban takeover. They had the added fear of being a well-known group and could have been recognized, imprisoned, or killed. They were eventually airlifted to Australia in August 2021 and are safe now in Melbourne. Looking around me, everything about these women, the red jerseys they're wearing, their hairstyles, even the laughter, would be enough to get them severely punished or even killed had they stayed in Afghanistan. I catch up with Mursal Sadat just before she heads out to the football pitch. She tells me it's not lost on her or her teammates that millions of their countrywomen haven't been as lucky.
I have an obligation to represent those ladies back in my home country, those who cannot study, those who cannot work, and those who cannot play soccer or do anything they like. I feel I must play for them, and hopefully one day we can represent our country again, even as refugees.
Tell me about that moment when you left home. What happened?
Everyone was running for their lives. Everyone was trying to save their life. It was horrible. The Taliban soldiers were everywhere. They were like shooting and stuff, and I managed to get inside the airport, but my family couldn't. It was a sad moment because I just felt like I lived every single memory, and I had to just cut all those connections and go and survive. I don't know how would I feel when I hear the national anthem after 2 years, but probably I will cry because I really miss my home.
Mursal was in tears when the national anthem played. Then it was game mode. This match, though not officially part of the World Cup, is hugely symbolic in its own right. It's between Afghanistan's national team and the football empowerment team, which represents Melbourne's refugee and migrant community. Along with banning adolescent girls and women from schools and universities, the Taliban have prohibited all women's sports in Afghanistan, which means this team is not officially recognized by their country or by FIFA.
I'm very sad. I was expecting a lot from the governing bodies of football to stand with these women when Taliban said women of Afghanistan belong to the kitchen. These women sacrificed a lot to change that mindset that women don't belong to the kitchen.
Khalida Popal is the former Afghan team captain who now lives in Denmark. When Kabul fell and the Taliban took over, she'd worked tirelessly to evacuate the team and staff.
Women belong to everywhere in the society, and that's what we want, the leadership. We want a strong voice to stand with us and just don't keep silent.
We've asked FIFA for a response, and they sent us this statement saying that the selection of players and teams representing a member association is an internal affair, adding that FIFA does not have the right to officially recognize any team unless it is first recognized by its own association. They also said that they'll continue to closely monitor the situation of the Afghan team. But Khalida and other supporters say that this is playing into the Taliban government's hands.
They cannot do that, and FIFA cannot play the ball to them and say, hey, if you don't represent, if you don't give us the list of the Afghan footballers, then we cannot do anything about it.
The game ended 1-1. You could see how much the Afghan women enjoyed being on the pitch. It's a bittersweet moment for them. Doing what they love has come at a heavy price. The constant anxiety about the safety of family and friends back home. The loneliness and stress of having left everything behind. These players have given up a lot for football. Now they're hoping that football doesn't give up on them.
Shaima Khalil reporting there.
We were talking earlier on in the programme about the wildfires in southern Europe as that part of the European continent is gripped by extreme temperatures, but it's not the only part of the world which is suffering with incredibly hot summer at the moment. India is also, and in that scorching heat, researchers say that women bear an invisible burden as they face the daunting task of fetching water multiple times a day, enduring temperatures as high as 49 degrees Celsius at the moment. And while we discuss the heat waves around the world, the struggles of women from low-income communities like in rural India can often go unnoticed. On the line is the journalist Sue Chitra, who's been looking into the heat wave in rural Indian communities. Thanks so much for joining us. Just tell us then what daily life is like for an awful lot of the women that you've been talking to.
Right. Thank you so much for having me. So, in India particularly, because it's such a gendered society, a lot of the care burden and essentially all the domestic chores fall upon women. In heat waves especially, this becomes even more difficult because fetching water is a daunting task, especially in rural areas where women have to walk as much as like 3 to 4 kilometers to fetch just water that will last them for a couple of hours. And as the heat intensifies, the trips also increase because the water intake increases as the heat increases. And this is something that many women have to risk their lives for and risk their health for, being exposed doubly to the sun.
So they are at risk of those illnesses related to the heat. Does it also make them more vulnerable in other ways?
Yes, it's aside from fetching water, women are usually either in India primarily a lot of women work as agricultural laborers. So they're constantly exposed to the sun in the sense that they're out working in the fields, and when they come back also they have to work to fetch water, and a lot of times They're also cooking inside their home, which in really poorly ventilated houses. And this is much more common in communities like Dalits and Adivasis. So essentially in India, the caste system divides the Hindu society into 4 divisions, and Dalits and Adivasis lie on the lowest rung. So they're subjected to a lot of discrimination and overall structural exclusion. So women from these communities are especially very vulnerable when it comes to climate change.
So what then can be done to help them?
So a lot of times the officials that represent climate change policies and the policy makers also come from upper caste communities, which means that they don't necessarily understand the struggles that these marginalized caste women go through. And so when we need to formulate policies, we need to make sure that we're keeping the vulnerable populations at...
I think we've lost the line there. We lost you for a moment, but we got the gist of what you were saying. Thanks so much. That's journalist Sue Chitra there joining us on the line from the Indian capital, Delhi, who's been looking at the struggles that many women from low income and rural communities in that country face, particularly when the temperatures are hitting close to 50 degrees Celsius. You're with Newsday from the BBC. We've got plenty more to come, so do stay with us.
This is the BBC World Service, where our new series of On the Podium continues.
We're telling the remarkable stories behind sporting success.
Okay, they don't think we can do this. Let's show them.
Birgit Skarsten won a rowing gold for Norway at the last Paralympics.
It's a long trip, from Tokyo back to Oslo. I came into the apartment, and it was like 1:30 a.m., and someone yelled, "Surprise!"
She talks about the tragic series of events that led to her being paralysed from the waist down when she was 20.
I can't say, it was so much easier before, because that doesn't help me drive forward.
And how she's determined to challenge perceptions of disability.
I tried to really make the unexpected happen so that people would never try to tell anyone else what they can and cannot do.
On the Podium, Wednesday at 10:30 and 21:30 GMT.
Hello, you're with Newsday from the BBC World Service with Rob Young and Sana Safi.
Coming up, more than 3 months since fighting started in Sudan, we will hear testimony from some mothers who had fled the violence to try and save their children.
In Ethiopia, a shortage of opioids is leaving people in severe pain.
And the United Nations says the spread of HIV can be eradicated globally by 2030.
BBC News with Gareth Barlow. Spain is facing a political deadlock after Sunday's snap general election failed to produce a decisive winner, leaving both the right and the left without a clear route to forming a new government. The Conservative People's Party won the most seats but fell short of a majority, even with the support of the far-right Vox Party. President Putin says Russia will replace exports of grain to Africa from Ukraine after he withdrew from a deal allowing their safe shipment across the Black Sea. He didn't provide further details. Attempts to reach a compromise over the Israeli government's controversial judicial reforms are continuing ahead of Monday's parliamentary vote. The opposition leader, Yair Lapid, is reported to have agreed to a deal proposed by the mediating president, Isaac Herzog. Corfu has become the latest Greek island to issue evacuation orders as the country grapples with a series of devastating wildfires. On the island of Rhodes, 19,000 people have been forced from their homes and accommodation. At least 15 people have been killed and 19 more are missing after a ferry sank off Indonesia's Sulawesi island. Authorities said a huge search operation was underway. The inner Sydney district is close to becoming the first place in the world to reach a UN target for ending transmission of HIV. It was once the epicentre of Australia's HIV epidemic. The new Barbie film has had the biggest film opening of the year in the United States and Canada. Warner Brothers says the movie has made $155 million at the box office since it was released on Friday. And the Serbian tennis star Novak Djokovic has withdrawn from next month's Canadian Open in Toronto due to fatigue. The announcement came a week after the 36-year-old lost a gruelling 5-set Wimbledon final to Spain's Carlos Alcaraz. From London, that's the latest world news from the BBC.
Thanks, Gareth. Hello, welcome to Newsday with Rob and Sana. Coming up this half hour, we have got stories for you from Sudan, Ethiopia and South Africa. We will also go live to Australia to get the latest from the Women's World Cup and look ahead to some big games on Monday. We welcome your messages. Our text number is +44 77 86 20 50 85.
It's been more than 3 months since the latest war in Sudan started. 2 decades on from the genocide in the region of Darfur, it is that part of the country that is seeing the most casualties today. Human rights groups have called it an ethnic cleansing of the African Masalit by Arab militia, backed by the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces. The RSF has been fighting the Sudanese army in Khartoum and elsewhere in a power grab since mid-April. Well, the BBC's Mercy Juma has travelled to the border of the region of Darfur and Chad, where she's been talking to mothers who'd fled the violence to try and save their children. And a warning, their testimony is disturbing.
I am at the Adre refugee camp at the border of Chad and Sudan. It is almost midday and the sun is scorching. Under a huge tree with very little shelter, tens of men line up to offload bags of relief food from a truck. The women queue on the opposite side with plastic bottles in their hands. An aid worker is distributing cooking oil. The children run around flying kites made from polythene bags and sticks. Holding a 3-week-old baby boy, Arafa Adum leads me through rows of makeshift huts made by sticks and covered by colored pieces of clothing. She tells me she gave birth as she crossed into Chad from Sudan.
I delivered it on the road. There were no midwives and no one to support me. Everybody was walking, everyone was thinking of themselves. Everyone was running to save their lives. No one is turning to look at you. The baby got out. I wrapped it up. I didn't think of anything else. I continued walking to Adri.
She has named the boy Mohammed. A mother of 8, Arafa crossed over with her 4 girls, but she left the bodies of her 3 sons behind, unburied. They were 3, 7 and 9. She says the Rapid Support Forces killed them in an attack. This former radio presenter says the RSF came for them wherever they hid, at home, schools and health facilities, and it's the men and boys that were killed first.
When they came home, they did not declare war. They surprised us. They struck us before the iftar. They killed my uncles, cousins and brothers in their homes. We ran and hid inside the university. When the Janjaweed came, they set fire in the eastern part of the university. When people began to flee, they dropped the bombs and so many families perished. They threw so many bodies in the river.
The main hospital in Adre is filled beyond capacity. Most patients have gunshot wounds. The Doctors Without Borders have turned inflatable tents into an emergency field hospital.
Here we are in the General Ministry of Health District Adre Hospital, which was, I think, something around 35 to 40 beds total, meaning pediatrics, maternity, surgical, and internal medicine. And now, in just the last past 2 weeks, we received more than 1,000 surgical cases.
In one tent, there are tens of women and their babies, all of them with gunshot wounds. They come from various towns and villages in Darfur, Sudan. Both Naima and her 9-month-old son were shot as they fled their village.
I was carrying my son and walking on the street, and people were leaving, getting away. The bullet came from the direction of the north, and we were heading west. At that moment, the boy was strapped to my back. I heard the bullet go through him and hit me on my side, and it narrowly missed my kidney. We were both bleeding, and no one was helping us.
After 4 months of war in Sudan, the Masalid ethnic group in West Darfur have borne the brunt of the casualties in what some have called an ethnic cleansing by Arab militias backed by the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces. Rahia Adoum is the wife of a Masalit leader who fled Janina. She says a $350,000 reward was put on his head, so the family separated in order to hide.
They took all our money and all our phones. We had some gold, but no one to buy it. We offered the guy with the car the gold to take us a few kilometers out.
As they fled to get to the Chad border, at every checkpoint manned by RSF, the refugees we spoke to said everyone's ethnicity was questioned. Some lied, saying they were Arabs, and managed to get through. But those found to be Masalit, they say, were doused with petrol and burnt or shot. The BBC has asked the RSF to comment on the allegations, but has not received a response. In the past, they have denied similar accusations. 7 months pregnant and exhausted, Rahia eventually made it across the border into Chad, only to face further tragedy.
At dawn, a day after we arrived, the fetus came. It was just me and my sister. There was no one to help and no medicine.
That was the BBC's Mercy Jima there, reporting from the border between Chad and the Sudanese region of Darfur.
Now, we have long heard about an opioid epidemic in the Western world, with hundreds of thousands of people hooked on the powerful pain-killing drugs. But in Ethiopia, people are dying in pain because of a shortage of opiates in the country. Pharmacy shelves are lacking oral morphine, leaving patients with terminal illness to die in agony. For more, we can cross now to the capital, Addis Ababa, and hear from Ephraim Abatun. He is the executive director of Hospice Ethiopia. His charity is the only organization dedicated to providing end-of-life care in Ethiopia. Ephraim, tell us why there is such a shortage of opioids in Ethiopia.
Oh, well, thank you. So the reasons are really multifactorial. That include lack of local morphine production in the country. And there is also a poor chain of supply. And, because we don't produce in the country, we have to import it. That also makes it expensive for the majority of our patients. And I think the level of awareness about the degree of importance of morphine is also poor.
And what does that mean for patients, particularly those who are at the end of their lives?
Well, look, it means a lot to have lack of oral morphine for our patients where they are in agony pain and they don't have morphine, so that it really takes their hope, meaning of life, and they beg us, to give them morphine, but we don't have it. So, we use other medicines, but still unable to achieve the level of, quality of life that we want, to give them, and still, they suffer. So, yeah.
A report by the medical journal The Lancet, which came out in 2017, said that poorest countries receive just 1% of global supply, despite having 50% of the people. You then see the Western world awash with opioids and the addiction problems that come with that. How does that make you feel as a medical practitioner?
That is a good question. You see, the Western are awash with opioids and this, stuff with other issues. And we're awash with patients in severe pain, untreated pain, So, sometimes I feel it is our world is unfair and we're underprivileged. So like I said earlier, we strive to treat the untreated pain of our patients where, it affects their lives and their families, and for us healthcare workers as well. Because it gives us really sadness and depression, of course, sometimes, because that we know we can help them through morphine, we can relieve their pain, but it's not there. So it feels really hopeless sometimes as well.
And it isn't just About opioids, your organization, Hospice Ethiopia, is the only end-of-life care provider in the country. Why is access so poor?
So generally, still palliative care is new for the healthcare system, and it is not in the medical and nursing curriculum. And for us, Hospice Ethiopia, we rely on donations, and we have limited financial resources to expand our care services, more in the country.
Ephraim, thank you very much. Ephraim Abatoun, Executive Director of Hospice Ethiopia there.
You're listening to Newsday from the BBC with Sana and Rob. A reminder of some of our headlines. Spain's general election has produced a hung parliament with both the Conservatives and the Socialists claiming success. Neither will have an easy task forming a government. President Putin says Russia will replace Ukrainian grain exports to Africa after it pulled out of a United Nations deal allowing their safe passage through the Black Sea. And 11th hour compromise talks have been held in Israel, where Parliament is due to vote on the government's divisive judicial reforms. Isaac Fannin is here with all the sports news, and it's yet another day of some cracking football ahead in the Women's World Cup.
Indeed, a very exciting day of action in the Women's World Cup. Morocco begin their first ever campaign today at the tournament in Australia and New Zealand. They take on Germany. Ghislaine Chebak is the team's star player, captain and an inspiration to women and young girls in her country. But her inspiration came from closer to home. Her father, Labi Chebak, was part of the team that won the Atlas Lions' only Africa Cup of Nations in 1976. He passed away in 2020, but he is still a huge influence on his daughter. Ian Williams caught up with her before the tournament at Morocco's $65 million King Mohammed VI training complex near Rabat.
Well, Ghislaine, you are Morocco's first ever captain leading her country to a World Cup. How does that sound?
My impression is that I feel proud for sure, and also responsible. Being the captain of the Moroccan national team makes me aware of setting an example for other players and to motivate them and direct them to the best results in this World Cup.
So tell us, what are your aims for the tournament?
Our first goal is to reflect a positive image about Moroccan football, and our big goal is to go to the second round, if God wills it.
Morocco also the first Arab team to qualify for a World Cup. We saw what the men's success in Qatar did in terms of support for Arab nations across the world. So how do you feel about representing Arabs, not just perhaps in Morocco, in Africa, and also beyond?
We will represent Morocco, but also the Arab world, and we will encourage them to take the same steps Morocco took. Most people think that girls cannot play football, but thanks to God, we managed to change this image. And when we were competing at the Africa Cup of Nations, the fans were massive, and their numbers were increasing with every match.
Now, we really want to ask you about your father, Cup of Nations winner in 1976. What did he mean to you?
My father meant everything to me. I drew strength from him and also love for this sport because he loved it in a remarkable way.
And perhaps even beyond the football pitch, what kind of man was he?
May God have mercy on my father. He was my friend and I was by his side most of my time. We shared many things together.
Can you tell us, what are your first memories of football and how tied up are they with your father? Was he behind them all?
The first gift I got from him was a ball. I kicked everything I could find at the house. He noticed that I was very happy. He started playing with me and teaching me how to hit a ball, give a pass or juggle. He started to teach me step by step. My father was my support alongside my mother, who did not stop me from playing football. I lived in a family that loved the sports and gave me this chance. They helped me a lot.
Now, you talked about him at last year's Women's Africa Cup of Nations, where Morocco reached the final before losing to South Africa. You got quite emotional at times talking about how you used him as inspiration. Can you just tell us what that feeling was like while you were playing here in that tournament on home soil and remembering your father?
When we got the news that the Cup of Nations was going to be held in Morocco, we were very happy, and we understood that this was our only chance to show the Moroccans that we play football and we need the crowd to support us and encourage us to win. We were surprised by this large audience that grew after each game. It was a big audience.
And have you been thinking about your father ahead of the World Cup, and what do you think he would have made of you being able to go and play at a World Cup?
My father is always with me, and I think of him and his advice during all competitions. I wanted to be part of history to pay tribute to my father.
Yeah, she's going to be thinking of him later on when Morocco take on Germany. That was Ghislaine Shabak speaking about her father, Larbi. Let's head down under to Australia, where our usual business reporter, Katie Silver, is now one of us. She is a sports reporter, and she is covering the competition for us. Welcome to the fold, Katie.
You've converted me, Isaac.
I have converted you. I've been trying for many years, and you are now one of us. Jamaica's battling 0-0 draw against France was probably the result of the day, wasn't it, yesterday?
It really was. And it's part of this wider trend that we're seeing where there's been some upsets, or some of these teams that many thought may have been walkovers are proving to really put up a fight. Of course, it was Vietnam against the US, that was Haiti against England, and now, yes, Jamaica against France. It was not the result that many were expecting, 0-0. The star player, Bunny Shaw, she without a doubt was she plays for Man City normally. She was the big legs on the field supporting the Moroccan game. Unfortunately, she ended up with 2 yellow cards, so was taken off just towards the end and won't be able to play in the next game, the next fixture against Panama. But there was certainly a lot of excitement in Jamaica, as you can imagine, about this. Just this time yesterday, I was walking around the fan zone and I met a couple of Jamaican fans who, it turns out, happened to be the family members of the coach, Lorne Donaldson, the Jamaican coach. And I spoke to them, and I'd like to just play this little clip of Donovan Donaldson, the brother of the Jamaican coach.
Well, look, we're here to support our brother. Lorne Donaldson, he's a good man. He's a great coach. Been doing this our whole lives. So, you know, it's like we say in Jamaica, the ball is round, which means anything can happen. And we're here to play good football.
My favourite phrase, the ball is round, which means anything can happen. I'm going to use that as a philosophy on life now.
I love it. I know, it's perfect, isn't it? And they were right. Anything did happen. The crowd here, I'm at the Sydney Football Stadium right now where the game was held last night, packed out stadium. And by all accounts, particularly as the game was going on, the support for Jamaica in the crowd was growing and growing. Australia loves an underdog. And without a doubt, anything, the ball is round. Anything did happen. They well and truly surprised a lot.
First few days of the tournament, Katie, just what's been the reaction of the people in Australia to the tournament so far?
The vibes are good, Isaac. I was at the Matildas game the other night. 76,000 people were there. It actually had to be held at a larger stadium in Olympic Park on the outskirts of the city, actually, because there was so much demand for tickets. Similar stories, 5 million, about a fifth of Australia's population tuned in to watch it at home. And even at the other games, the smaller games that don't involve the Matildas, they're still selling to packed out stadiums, still playing to packed out stadiums. In New Zealand, we were there last week. It was a slightly different feel. It's a rugby country, but I feel after the New Zealand's football ferns won their first game last week, there definitely seems to also be talk of generating excitement and perhaps much more interest in the game there than has been previously. As I say, rugby territory typically in New Zealand. But yeah, here the World Cup is in full swing and it's definitely, all my family is going to games. It's very much on everybody's lips.
Very much on everybody's lips. It's been a fantastic start to the tournament. Katie will be providing us full coverage as our new minted sports reporter.
I think business will want her back at the end of the tournament. Isaac, Katie, thank you.
Now, more than 25 million people live with the HIV virus in Africa, and the region continues to be most affected globally, according to the World Health Organization. But a recent report by UNAIDS says the epidemic can be eradicated globally by 2030. 5 countries in Africa, Botswana, Eswatini, Rwanda, Tanzania and Zimbabwe, are already on track to meet the goal set for them. But how realistic is the target and what else needs to be done? Alan Kasuja looks at the issue for today's Africa Daily podcast.
Now, even though many countries are making great efforts to tackle HIV, it's
still a big problem. And some of the countries that are making great progress still have very high rates of infection. Eswatini has the highest at 26.8%, followed by Lesotho at 21.1%. Other countries with significant HIV rates include Botswana, 19.9%, and South Africa, 19.1%, according to data from the World Population Review. I wanted to know more about the programs UNAIDS are putting in place to help fight against the spread of HIV. So I reached out to Anne Githuku Shongwe, Director of the UNAIDS Regional Support Team for Eastern and Southern Africa. Her extensive work in the region to tackle issues related to AIDS means that she has a lot of experience working with people affected by HIV.
There are stories. About a month ago, I was in Uganda for what is called the Community of Women Living with HIV. And they were having what they're called the Fierce Awards. And so there's a story there of Dorothy, who leads the Forum of Women Living with HIV in Kenya. And she has worked mobilizing women, finding women in clinics, and to make sure that any woman who gets HIV gets onto a proper treatment program, and she follows them and works with them and makes sure that they stand hand in hand across the board. They work in schools. I mean, the work that Dorothy and the ICW women have done is phenomenal. Really, really positive stories. But obviously, we also have harrowing stories of many, many girls who've been infected unknowingly through rape, or they cannot negotiate condoms. This is commonplace.
Right. What about cross-generational sex? Because that used to be an issue as well.
It remains a big issue. So when I was talking about the young girls, right, it's very much girls who are 15 to 24, and they are definitely infected by men who are 10 years and above their age. We have, on average, girls 15 and 24 are 3 times more likely to be infected than boys. In Africa in general, it's 3 times more. So it's a really high number of girls of that age who are infected. They're not being infected by their own age mates. But of course, what does happen, it becomes a vicious cycle, right? Because they are infected by older men. Older men have sex with other women, or the girls go back and have sex with the boys. So it becomes a cycle. And this is why the numbers remain as high as they are across the board for us. Testing and treatment is working. So we have 86% of people living with HIV who know their status, 89% who are accessing treatment, and 93% who are virally suppressed. If they stay on treatment, they're virally suppressed, we've got good news. So that's working well. What's also working is that there are a few countries, a handful of countries led by Botswana. The elimination of mother-to-child transmission is stronger. They're putting a lot of focus on it. But a large number of the children who are living with HIV were children born with HIV. We know that we can get all children on treatment. We can end AIDS in children. So this is a big push from us.
Now, Botswana has been getting praise from our guests so far in its response to tackling HIV and AIDS in the country. And I was interested to find out what they've been doing over recent years. So I got in touch with Sheila Lakou. She's the country's former health minister and has been praised for leading the efforts to tackle HIV and AIDS between 2004 and 2008. The successful programs she's created in Botswana are still used today.
Botswana is one of the first countries to have reached the 95 global targets in terms of ending AIDS as a public health threat. And that means 95% of the people are knowing their status, 95% of those who know their status being on treatment, and 95% of those being virally suppressed so that they don't infect others. And we've reached that stage.
Right. And one thing that you've been very strong on is community outreaches. Tell me a little bit about how the community-led interventions have worked.
Okay, I came from a community perspective in the sense that in 1985, when HIV reared its ugly head in Botswana, I was already a gender activist working with communities to just ensure that women go to school, we have sexuality education in school. I knew the value of community-oriented interventions, so that after 85, I formed the Society for Women and AIDS in Africa to ensure that women are leaders when it comes to HIV prevention in the community. There was a lot of stigma and shame. But then the great part was that NGOs became more community oriented. So people were now not scared of talking about, HIV because it was no longer the death sentence as it was. In a country such as Botswana, and of course, even in Africa, the leadership at community level is actually more respected and more listened to than political leadership. And that's something that a lot of people are still not focusing on. And I knew that if you got a message to them, definitely at community level during the what we call Huta meetings, the traditional meetings, that message would go out. And if a chief said, look, guys, there's going to be HIV testing, I'll be the first one to test. Let's all go and know our status. They'll go. So it was really using that. But at the same time, using even the community healthcare workers could therefore work with chiefs to be able to mobilize communities. But most important, the concept of the greater involvement of people living with HIV. Our people living with HIV actually worked with us to ensure that as you enter a doctor's office, you found one of them who would be able to say, I know you've come with a broken finger, but I know my status. And if you want to know your status, you can be able to do that right now, and I'll be able to assist you. So that helped. People living with HIV were the ones who were following people on ARVs. And that ensured a great adherence to the point where, as we're rolling out, even at 80% uptake, our adherence level was 98% because at community level, we had people who were supporting others.
Alleyne Kasuja with today's Africa Daily podcast. And you can hear a longer version of that report. You can go to wherever you get your podcast from or search BBC Africa Daily. This is Newsday from the BBC World Service. Rob and Sana with you. Stay with us if you can. Plenty more to come.
You're listening to the BBC World Service, where we explore countries through their words.
Zimbabwean women are writing themselves into the history books.
Women have grabbed their pens and are writing a different narrative.
I'm Tawanda Mudzonga, a writer and journalist based in Harare, Zimbabwe. And I'm taking you on a literary tour of my country.
Women Writing Zimbabwe. Saturday at 11 GMT. At bbcworldservice.com, Unexpected Elements,
where we're looking at the launch of the new Barbie movie and jumping off from the world of glitter into the science of pink, possibly not a real colour, the archaeology of dolls, and how Barbie is helping save astronauts from lunar hay fever.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello and welcome to Newsday on the BBC World Service with Rob Young and Sana Safi.
Coming up, Spain faces weeks, maybe months of political uncertainty after an inconclusive general election result. So what's likely to happen next?
Russia's withdrawal from a deal to protect grain exports from Ukraine threatened to cause a price spiral. But Moscow now says it will export its own grain to Africa. We will look at what that could mean for the continent.
Hotels and homes on another Greek island, Corfu, are being evacuated as wildfires rage amid the extremely hot weather. We'll hear from the country's tourism minister.
And researchers have identified genes that directly influence what we eat. So how might the insight into a genetic basis for food preferences change our diet? We will ask the team behind this work.
BBC News, hello, I'm Gareth Barlow. Workers from Israel's largest businesses and the tech sector are striking today in protest at government legislation limiting the powers of the judiciary, which is expected to be voted on in Parliament later. Last-ditch talks mediated by the Israeli President Isaac Herzog have attempted to draw the government and opposition together. From Jerusalem, here's Tom Bateman.
Amid the increasingly divisive atmosphere, the Israeli Prime Minister spent the weekend in hospital recovering from surgery to fit a pacemaker, but has said he will attend today's vote. It will amount to a decisive moment over the proposals, which have triggered months of unprecedented dissent and demonstrations spreading into the ranks of the security establishment. Thousands of military reservists, including Air Force pilots, have threatened to boycott duty if the bill, one of several planned, passes this week. Overnight, US President Joe Biden made his most explicit intervention yet, urging the coalition to slow down and find compromise, given, he said, the range of security threats facing the country.
Spain is facing political deadlock after Sunday's snap general election failed to produce a decisive winner, leaving both the right and the left without a clear route to forming a new government. The Conservative People's Party fell short of a majority, even with the support of the far-right Vox Party. Its leader, Alberto Núñez Feijóo, said he intended to form a government.
We have won the elections, and it's up to us to try to form the next government, as has always been the case in Spain's democracy. Many thanks, Spain, and many thanks, Madrid.
Meanwhile, the governing socialists fared better than had been predicted, with the Prime Minister, Pedro Sánchez, claiming voters had emphatically rejected the idea of a regressive right-wing bloc. This assessment from Katia Adler.
Whoever ends up forming the next government here will find it hard to unite people behind them. They may not even try. The far-right Vox Party that grabbed so many headlines before the vote could still end up in government as part of a coalition, but they lost a lot of seats, much to the relief of critics at home and abroad, including Brussels, which is concerned by the rising prominence of hard-right nationalists in a number of EU countries. Here in Spain, meanwhile, weeks of horse trading could lie ahead, with the possibility of fresh elections if neither the right nor the left are successful in forming a government.
President Putin says Russia is capable of replacing exports of grain to Africa from Ukraine after he withdrew from a deal allowing their safe shipment across the Black Sea. A Kremlin statement said Moscow could provide the grain on a commercial and free-of-charge basis. He said Russia expected a record harvest this year. World news from the BBC. Russia's defense ministry has accused Ukraine of launching a drone attack against the capital Moscow. It said 2 drones were intercepted early on Monday. The city's mayor said the devices had crashed into the ground, hitting non-residential buildings, and that there were no injuries or serious damage. At least 15 people have been killed and 19 more missing after a ferry sank off Indonesia's Sulawesi island. Authorities said a huge search operation was underway, with rescuers scouring the surface of the sea and divers searching beneath the waves. The cause of the sinking, which occurred around midnight local time, is still unclear. The Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg is due to appear in court in the city of Malmö in southern Sweden later today. She's on trial for disobeying a police order to leave an anti-oil protest at the port of Malmö in June. Bethany Bell has this report.
The protest, organised by the environmental group Reclaim the Future, was aimed at stopping the use of fossil fuels. Some of the group climbed on the oil tankers. Prosecutors say Greta Thunberg refused to obey a police command to leave the scene. The prosecutor told a Swedish paper that freedom to demonstrate did not extend to the right to cause a disturbance to others. If she's found guilty, Greta Thunberg could face a 6-month prison sentence or a fine.
The inner Sydney district, once the epicentre of Australia's HIV epidemic, is close to becoming the first place in the world to reach a United Nations target for ending transmission of the virus. Data revealed at an International AIDS Society conference showed new infections among gay men dropped by 88% between 2010 and 2022. The UN has set a global goal of reducing HIV transmission by 90% compared to 2010. BBC News.
Thanks for that news. Welcome to Newsday with Rob and Sana. This half hour on Newsday, Greece continues to grapple with wildfires and burning heatwave. We will hear from its tourism minister, who visited one of the most affected islands. If you are in Greece or have been affected by the scorching temperatures there, do send us a text or WhatsApp message on +44 77 86 20 50 85. We'd love to hear from you.
We start this hour in Spain, where the general election has failed to produce a clear outcome. Neither the Conservative Popular Party, which won the most seats in Parliament, nor the governing Socialists have secured an outright majority. Yet both party leaders have claimed victory and vowed to find allies to secure a working majority, but it may not be possible for either to cobble together a government. On the line is Anton Roseau, who is a journalist for the Spanish digital news site Trotter, who is on the line from Barcelona in the north of Spain. Thanks so much for joining us. So with both the Conservatives and the Socialists claiming victory, it's all very confusing. What do you think is likely to happen next?
We expect like a lot of weeks. We're going to have like a really busy weeks because the results were not clear enough for any party, as you said. So they're gonna have to back them to form new alliances, and we don't know yet. It's still everything like really recent, but let's see what's happening. But we can see that there's like two victories from one side. We have as you said, the Popular Party victory, but on the other hand, we can see that like the right-wing parties did not get enough seats to get the absolute majority. So that's also a victory for the left-wing parties that try to like they like pursued like during the whole campaign like this type of there was like the aiming of stopping the right wing to get to the government. So
both the left and the right then are claiming victory because they failed to allow the other lot to get in. And so we were hearing on the programme an hour ago that Spain may have to go back to the polls again in a few months' time. Do you think that is likely? Is it really the case that neither left nor right would be able to cobble together some kind of administration?
It's a possibility, actually. Yeah. Now the far right wing party, Vox, and the Popular Party, they do not have enough seats. So this is and actually, if we can say something like this, but the Popular Party, it has now like some sort of course of pacting with Vox. So that means that the other parties will not like be willing to pact with them. So they have to find new alliances, and I don't know, like the spectrum is pretty complicated because if they want to like form a majority, the only chance they have is with the Socialist Party, and that's a really difficult chance. On the other hand, we have like the left wing parties that they don't have like the majority either, but they could pact with some nationalist Catalan parties, and then in this case there's a chance, but they will have to pact with one of the right wing nationalist parties here in Catalonia. So let's see. It's going to be a complicated labyrinth.
Yeah, you were saying there that perhaps the Conservatives and the Socialists could come together to form some kind of grand coalition. That is a possibility, is it?
It is, yeah. It's not like the ideal scenario for either of them, but it's a possibility, yes.
Right. Well, let's just look at the party which got the most seats, the right wing, the Conservatives, the Popular Party, or centre-right party, perhaps more accurately. There was some speculation before the election that they could form a coalition with this radical right-wing party, Vox, which you've just said mathematically isn't possible on their own. But the left were saying the stakes were high in this election because Vox could enter government. It would be the first time since the restoration of democracy in Spain, almost 50 years ago, that such a right-wing, a far-right party might have entered government. Why is Vox so controversial? Just tell us what it stands for.
Vox... I mean, in Spain, what's happening is the same movement that we could see. We can see it now in Italy or in other countries. But Vox, it represents like really getting to the past, as you said. For Spanish people, like having a really far right wing party in the government, it means getting back to the dictatorship years, and like for example, for the LGBT people, it means like losing a lot of the rights that were like really difficult to maintain and to be able to gain like during those years. So there was like a lot of concern like during the campaign and the last weeks here in Barcelona and Catalonia and also in the whole Spain, that there was like a need to stop them from getting to the government. I mean,
All right.
That was the line.
Yeah, all right. Thanks so much. Anton Rose there, a journalist from the digital news site Tot, joining us from the north of Spain.
Ukraine expects its grain exports to halve since Russia pulled out of an agreement that allowed Ukrainian grain to reach world markets. Since that withdrawal, Moscow has since targeted Ukrainian ports with missile strikes. Russia has now promised to sell its own wheat to Africa. Just one place worried about the impact the collapse of this deal would have on grain prices. But that won't help Ukraine. From the southern city of Odessa, our Ukraine correspondent James Waterhouse sent this report.
A service in Russian in southern Ukraine. Odessa's biggest cathedral is a Christian Orthodox place of worship. It has links to Moscow, yet on Sunday it was hit by a Russian missile. There has been endless activity since the missile struck. The service is taking place as normal outside. People are gathering on the grassy banks. And there is a very obvious reason for that, because if we move through, you're met with the dusty, striking frame of the cathedral. You can see the gold leaf pattern which climb the wall still, but when you look up, there is no roof. Teams here have been ferociously trying to clear up what they can. For people like Olga, it's a difficult picture.
This was our favorite place to walk, my children and I. This was the center of our city, a place dear to all of us. I think the Russians are just taking revenge on us for not joining them.
The city has found itself at the sharp end of Russia's decision to pull out of a landmark agreement which allowed Ukraine to export grain through the Black Sea. As the mayor Gennady Trukhanov points out,
I think Russia has chosen Odessa as the main target. They want to stop the grain agreement and show that nothing will work without them. The most terrible thing is that in order to achieve their goal, they've attacked innocent people.
and this is where it all begins, on fields like this in the rural Poltava region of central Ukraine. There is a huge queue of HGV lorries, almost like they're waiting for a border crossing, but we are in the middle of nowhere. There are 2 combine harvesters working an enormous field with stalks, getting into their slipstreams, looking for any mice that might be uncovered. And the grain is then loaded onto the lorries before making their way to a processing plant. They are then tested by lab technicians like Yulia.
These people probably don't understand what hunger is. People are starving. There's a large supply, but they're being denied it for no reason.
This site is owned by Colonel, one of Ukraine's biggest grain producers, which thinks the country's exports will be halved with the deal's collapse. Its CEO is Yevgen Ospiov.
Now it's a huge challenge for Ukrainian farmers. All of these difficulties with the logistic and export. The farmers need to sell their products for the next planting season. The farmers will reduce the number of hectares.
When you're stood 40 metres up, looking through the holes of the metal flooring to the earth below, you're left in no doubt of the scale of Ukrainian grain. There is vast agricultural expanse in all directions. Now, this plant can hold 120,000 tonnes of grain. It's a third full at the moment. And without the grain deal, it will just keep filling up. This country won't just suddenly stop producing grain. And not just that, sites like this have now become military targets for Russia. Alternative routes over land or through the Danube River are being touted, but they're more expensive, have less capacity and are politically sensitive. Well, nice to meet you. Thanks for making the time. The Agricultural Minister, Mykola Solskot, admits it's not good news for the millions who rely on Ukrainian grain to survive.
Not only Ukrainian farmers need it, but I think probably every country around the world need it. Because you don't have Ukrainian grain today or tomorrow, you pay more when you visit supermarket.
In Odessa, the clearing of destroyed buildings is again a daily routine. The grain deal had a short life, but it worked. Its death has caused fears of a global food crisis to return.
That was James Waterhouse reporting from the southern city of Odessa in Ukraine.
And in about an hour's time on the programme, I'm going to be talking to the boss of a shipping company about the challenge of getting grain out of Ukraine. And in the past couple of minutes, the Reuters news agency has reported that an overnight drone attack by Russia on Odessa has destroyed another grains depot and injured 4 port employees. Now on Newsday, we're going to get some sport. Isaac Fannin is here and 3 Women's World Cup matches to look forward to later.
Yeah, we're going to see a bit of history, Rob, as Morocco make their debut against 2-time champions Germany in Melbourne. It'll be the first time an Arab country has played at a World Cup. We're going to be hearing. And before that match, Argentina will play Italy and then Brazil will play Panama. Max Verstappen won his 7th F1 race in a row with a victory at the Hungarian Grand Prix. It means Red Bull will have 12 consecutive races. They've won 12 consecutive races, dating back to the final race of the 2022 season, Abu Dhabi, and it breaks a record of 11 straight wins by McLaren with legendary duo Ayrton Senna and Alain Prost in 1988. In golf, American Brian Harman won the Open with a 6-shot victory at the final major of the year. It's Harman's first ever major title. Denmark's Jonas Vingegaard sealed his 2nd successive Tour de France as Jordi Mir sprinted to a surprise win on the final stage. Vingegaard finished 7 minutes and 29 seconds clear of nearest rival and 2-time winner Tadej Pogačar.
Isaac, thank you. More sport with Isaac in about half an hour.
Now to business. It has been dubbed Barbenheimer, a double bill of blockbuster films that has brought people flocking back to movie theatres. David Willis joins me now from our business desk. David, tell us more.
Proof, if proof were needed, Sana, I think that it's Barbie's world and we really just live in it, don't we? The story of the famous doll generated $155 million at the North American box office over the weekend and a stunning $340 million worldwide, making it the biggest film opening of the year so far. Its opening coincided with that of a very different film called Oppenheimer, the story of the scientist who invented the atomic bomb. That also scored big, raking in more than $80 million in revenue, with other movies, including the latest Mission Impossible film, factored in. Total box office takings topped $300 million in the US and Canada this week for only the 4th time in history. Many movie theatres haven't seen sellout sessions in years. Indeed, last year, the world's 2nd largest cinema chain, Cineworld, filed for bankruptcy. So together, there's no doubt that these 2 movies have provided a much-needed shot in the arm for an industry that was left reeling not only from the pandemic, but the rise, of course, of streaming services, Sana.
Indeed. So does this mark the post-pandemic comeback that cinema owners had been hoping for?
Well, it's a good question. I think above all else, what this does show is that people will still leave home to see really good movies. And here, roughly 200,000 people bought tickets to see both of those films on the same day. And indeed, the UK witnessed its biggest weekend for cinema sales in 4 years, ever since Avengers Endgame back in 2019, in fact. So cinema going still lags behind pre-pandemic levels, but Barbie is looking to become the biggest film of 2023. It may well be one of the highest grossing films of all time, in fact, and that has, as you can imagine, left studio heads and theatre owners salivating with relief. Many thought the pandemic had broken the movie-going habits of millions of people here forever. And for an industry, of course, currently gripped by strikes involving actors and writers, it is definitely welcome news. And, of course, we could all do with a little more pink lame in our lives, could we not?
David, thank you. David Willis from our business desk. We'll have to watch it now, don't we?
Yeah, I don't know about spending the best part of 5 hours, though, in a dark room during the Northern Hemisphere summer. Anyway, we're going to head to Greece now, which has been dealing with searing heat and wildfires, which have hit the popular tourist islands of Rhodes and Corfu. An evacuation order was issued late on Sunday for Corfu, with pictures on social media showing hilltops there fully ablaze. Boats near to the island, which lies off the northwest coast of Greece, have been dispatched to evacuate people by sea. It comes after 19,000 people, many of whom are tourists, were evacuated from Rhodes, said to be the largest evacuation from a wildfire in the country's history. Olga Kefalogianni is Greece's tourism minister and has arrived on Rhodes to witness the situation for herself.
Only a small part of the island, a small area in the island that has actually been affected by the wildfires. Still, this required for a mass evacuation of almost 19,000, 20,000 people. And we had actually one of the largest operations ever. 16,000 were transported by land and 3,000 by sea. It's actually important to stress that the airport has been functioning as normal. We never had a disruption with flights. So our main concern is the safety of locals, safety of our visitors. And this is why it was important to make the evacuation process and also to provide the necessary accommodation to all our visitors who were evacuated from the hotels. The part of the island that was affected was mainly the part with a lot of hotels, also some of the locals. But it's also important to stress that locals have been very, very helpful. We have a lot of volunteers. Of course, you understand that it was almost impossible to find 20,000 hotel rooms on an island which is operating on high season, and of course it's one of the most attractive destinations, maybe the most attractive destination in Greece. So we needed to temporarily house the evacuees in hotels, but also in conference halls, in sports centers, in schools. I think it's important to stress that sustainability is our primary concern when it comes to the Ministry of Tourism, and also to have this strategy in place in order to counteract the effects of climate change to not only our country, but to the whole world.
That was the Greek tourism minister, Olga Kefalogianni, there talking to the BBC.
Let's talk about research now that suggests the food we eat is affected by the genes we inherit. Scientists have up until now identified almost 500 genes which are related to what we like eating. There are obviously environmental factors such as culture, economic status, and access to different foods, which are central to our diets. But as an example, what food we eat and how much of it we eat has been linked to two genes in particular. For more on this, I spoke earlier to Dr. Joanne Cole, an assistant professor in the Department of Biomedical Informatics at the University of Colorado, who is trying to map out how all these genes affect our diets.
So much of the foods we choose to eat are naturally influenced by the environment around us. Things like how we're brought up and how much money we have and how easy we can access food. So of course, dietary intake and the foods we eat is largely influenced by the environment, but there is a genetic component, and it's small, but it's real. And now with big data, we can finally study it. So once we can identify these genes that may directly impact whether people are eating certain foods, maybe we can unravel the biology, we can develop personalized nutrition therapies, we can start thinking bigger about how we can use these tools to improve people's eating habits.
Can you give me an example of how a gene might affect our choice of a particular food?
I think the most relatable and actually what I find are the most exciting examples are those in sensory genes. So these are genes related to taste and smell and flavor perception. And so there are a bunch of genes in the genome that control or encode taste receptors or olfactory receptors that are related to how we perceive foods. And so these sensory genes, taste and smell and flavor perception, I think are some of the most exciting examples because they are so clearly directly impacting why a person wants to eat a certain food. It's their flavor.
Does this mean that children can now say to their parents, I don't like greens because it's in my genes?
Oh boy. Well, funny enough, there's actually an example that I bet children have been saying a long time, and it's the bitter taste receptor gene that's related to cruciferous vegetables like Brussels sprouts. That's actually probably a pretty common one. So if they knew about that gene, they could have said that for a long time. I think it's complicated. People can absolutely have these adverse flavors from certain foods, but of course, they're very specific to specific foods. So, a parent could come back and say, okay, fine, you don't like the flavor of this vegetable. I'll give you this vegetable because it's another option and likely is controlled by a different gene.
How can we use this increasing knowledge of genes and how they might help determine what we eat?
Yeah, I think it's still early days. Right now, we're really just scratching the surface on discovering and understanding how these genes may influence what a person chooses to eat. But like a few high-level future ideas that I think we can actually put into action would be maybe we can improve the flavor of healthier foods by knowing the triggers for certain people's taste receptors. So if some people have a version of a taste receptor that gives them a positive reward response in the brain and they enjoy the flavor, maybe we can utilize the shape and that binding to develop new compounds that we can put on healthy food and make healthy food taste better. Or maybe we can identify healthier versions of the foods with flavors people are genetically predisposed to like. And so those are maybe some future tools that we can use that people can take control of their eating habits by enhancing the flavor, which is a huge driver for food choice.
That was Dr. Joanne Cole, an assistant professor in the Department of Biomedical Informatics at the University of Colorado, who is trying to map out how genes affect our diets. This is Newsday from the BBC World Service. Rob and Sana with you. Stay with us if you can. Plenty more to come.
This is the BBC World Service with The Climate Question.
We're here to answer the burning questions.
A question that has obsessed people for millennia.
Can we control the rain?
How can we make renewables more renewable?
Could solar power in space provide energy for Earth?
Are there easy fixes we can reach for?
How do we stop climate change ruining our relationships?
How can we help save our planet?
Learning how to adapt to your food source slowly moving is one thing, but surviving an extreme weather event is something else entirely.
With our climate changing every day, what is the solution?
How we're going to tackle this global problem as one tiny household.
From worldwide initiatives to the things you can do to make a difference. How can we avert or adapt to climate change?
The Climate Question. Wednesdays at 8:30 and 19 GMT and at bbcworldservice.com/climate question.
Hello, you're with Newsday on the BBC World Service with Sana Safi and Rob Young.
Coming up, more than 3 months since fighting started in Sudan, we will hear testimony from some mothers who had fled the violence to try and save their children.
Cambodia's long-serving Prime Minister Hun Sen has declared victory in Sunday's election after the opposition was suppressed.
And in Ethiopia, a shortage of opioids is leaving people in severe pain. But first, the news.
BBC News with Gareth Barlow. Israel's largest businesses are striking today in protest at government legislation limiting the powers of the judiciary, which is expected to be voted on in Parliament later. Some reports suggest there has been progress in last-ditch talks between the government and the opposition about the proposed overhaul of the justice system. Spain is facing a political deadlock after Sunday's snap general election failed to produce a decisive winner, leaving both the right and the left without a clear route to forming a new government. The Conservative People's Party won the most seats but fell short of a majority, even with the support of the far-right Vox Party. President Putin says Russia is capable of replacing exports of grain to Africa from Ukraine after he withdrew from a deal allowing their safe shipment across the Black Sea. Reports have suggested Moscow is pushing to supply grain via a scheme involving Qatar and Turkey. Meanwhile, Russia's defense ministry has accused Ukraine of launching a drone attack against the capital Moscow. It said 2 drones were intercepted early on Monday. Corfu has become the latest Greek island to issue evacuation orders as the country grapples with a series of devastating wildfires. On the island of Rhodes, 19,000 people have been forced from their homes and accommodation. At least 11 people are now known to have died after the roof of a school gym collapsed in northeastern China. The Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg is due to appear in court in southern Sweden today. She's on trial for allegedly disobeying a police order to leave an anti-oil protest at the Malmö port in June. And Day 5 of football's Women's World Cup is underway with Italy taking on Argentina in Auckland in the first match. Later, Brazil, who are yet to win the tournament, get their campaign underway against the debutantes Panama. World News from the BBC.
Thank you, Gareth, for that summary of the news. Hello, yours Newsday from the BBC with Sandra Suffy and Rob Young. Coming up this half hour, we've got stories for you from Sudan, Cambodia and Ethiopia, where a shortage of opioids is leaving many people in severe pain. Isaac is going to be here in about 15 minutes with all you need to know about today's action in the Women's World Cup. And we always love to receive your thoughts on the stories we're covering on the programme. The number you need for your text and your WhatsApp messages is +44 77 86 20 50 85.
We start in Sudan. It's 100 days since the fighting broke out between Sudan's National Army and its paramilitary rival, the Rapid Support Forces, or RSF. The war has devastated the capital, Khartoum, displaced more than 3 million people and caused a sharp increase in ethnically driven violence in the western region of Darfur. Many have been seeking refuge in a number of schools near the capital city of North Darfur, Al-Fisher, where there is access to limited aid. Well, for a greater perspective, I spoke earlier to a representative of the humanitarian organization Plan International, who is in North Darfur. For his own safety, we are not naming him.
We are talking about a total number of, 21,622 people fled from different sea localities. These people are taking refuge inside Al-Fashir town, and they are scattered in 31 different schools inside Al-Fashir town.
What have they told you about their journeys and how have they made it to safety?
The people came from different places. So some of them, they came from inside Al-Fashir town, and that is not far. It is 500 meters or 1 kilometers. So some of them, they walk, some of them, they use the public transport. But the most of the people who came from Tawila locality, and that is located 65 kilometers southwest of Al-Fashir, they have to walk from there. They came walking halfway, and then people from Al-Fashir, they picked them halfway by their car. Others came from Kutum locality, and that is located 100 kilometers away from Fashir. They have to walk for 2 to 3 days. And that is also for them a very difficult situation to walk. They walk while they are fearing because they have been attacked and they are in a status of fear. And some of them, they have not even eaten while they are walking for the past 2 to 3 days, walking to reach to safety.
What stories have they been telling you? What kind of violence have they seen?
Some of the women, she was mentioning mentioning that her husband was killed in front of her, and that was very traumatized to her. Of course, she was crying, and that was a very difficult situation for somebody to get her husband killed in front of her. They have got their things taken away from them. Everything they have been taken away from them. The children are suffering, they are traumatized, fearing for their life.
What kind of help is available to these people who are fleeing their homes from organizations like yours?
From where they came from, they have access to the market, they have access to the petty trade, especially the women. But now where they are living, they don't have access to market, no access to do anything. So I have also to mention that 40% of this number who are living are women, and the rest, 60%, children and adolescents. So these women also, in terms of food, some organizations like Plan International, since they arrived, provided food for them. They have been promised by other organizations to receive food, but till now they have not received any. They are waiting for that food. The neighborhoods where these schools are located during the fairies days provided them with some food, of course, and that is a support from the community, plus the food they receive from Plan International. Apart of that, there's no access for food for them, and of course they don't have any money because most of their things or everything have been taken away from them. There's no enough water because even the city of manufacturing during the past month experienced lack of access to fuel, which affected provision of water. It's also another factor for them, affected the provision of enough water to them, but also to the host community as well.
That was a representative of the humanitarian organisation Plan International in North Darfur.
A listener in Uganda sent us a text on that story saying that Darfur has for the past 20 years been living in hell while we all sat on our hands. For how long, he asks, shall we allow this to go on? And Manuel in Juba says fighting in Sudan is uncalled for and it must stop immediately because the civil population has suffered for so long. Juba, of course, the capital of South Sudan, a nation which has taken in many refugees from its northern neighbour, but also has other reasons to follow what is happening in Sudan closely, because South Sudan's economy is almost totally dependent on oil, and the only route to export that oil is through pipelines and a port in its northern neighbour. Well, James Copnell has been talking to South Sudan's Minister of Petroleum, Puat Kang Chol, about the effect on his country of more than 3 months of conflict in Sudan.
The situation in Sudan is concerned because, number one, we are not only neighbors, but we are one people living in two different countries. You got a big population from the Republic of South Sudan that live in the Sudan, and vice versa. So that is a concern because we are families across. We are the only country that have opened our borders without documentation requirement. You are a Sudanese, you want to cross over to the Republic of South Sudan, we allow you to come. So the influx of refugees to South Sudan is unimaginable, leave alone our own people coming back home. Number two, we use Port Sudan, as you know, for the export of our crude to the international market, and at the same time for supply of critical material to the oil sector. At any time, it can affect the operation in Sudan, and that is the reason why it is another very serious concern.
So South Sudan's oil goes out through pipelines and then to the international markets through the port. Is it uninterrupted up until now? Is the oil still flowing despite the conflict?
So far, it's not interrupted. It is still flowing. And we thank the parties to the conflict because they still live up to the responsibility of respecting the agreements that they have, particularly with the Republic of South Sudan when it comes to oil operation. So we are grateful to them.
It's got to be a huge concern because if one of those parties, we've heard reports of the Rapid Support Forces, the RSF, threatening to cut the pipelines. If one of those parties, either accidentally or on purpose, damages a pipeline, South Sudan is deprived of almost all its export earnings.
That is definitely true. If that happened, it would mean a lot to us. But we equally believe the parties to the conflict have responsibility of respecting the regional and international agreement that they have at hand. Yes, we have heard of Rapid Support Force, but again, the special envoy of the leader of Rapid Support Force came out and say, well, what was said about us is not us. It was a propaganda and it was done by other people. We would want to take it on that note that they will not go in that direction and that they will also try to respect the agreements that they have with the Republic of South Sudan.
There is obviously a conflict raging in Sudan right now. It's difficult to tell where the leaders of the Rapid Support Forces, Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo or Hameti, or the Sudanese Armed Forces, General Burhan, where they are right now. But are senior figures in South Sudan, from President Salva Kiir or perhaps yourself, able to hold conversations with those warring generals? Are you able to put this point of view to them?
We do that through His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Sudan. He has been trying his level best to say, look, we need to bring this to an end. He has been saying that to the Chair of Sovereignty Council, General Burhan, and he has also been saying that to the Chair or the leader of Rapid Support Force. So we have been trying to send that message across through the leadership of our country.
On the broader picture, on the need for an end to the war, because everything flows from that, despite South Sudan's efforts, despite many other countries getting involved in attempts to mediate, there really doesn't seem to be any progress, does there? The fighting just gets worse and worse.
That is true. We are seeing the fighting going on. We equally believe again from the Republic of South Sudan that need to put their collective efforts together, speak with one voice, and bring this to an end. Because Sudan is not an island. They are within us. And if that is the case, the united we are, the stronger and better it become and resonate with the people of the Sudan and the leaders of the Sudan.
Puat Kang Chol, the Minister of Petroleum for South Sudan. And Roy, listening in Uganda, has just sent a text on Sudan saying this is when we need African presidents to negotiate a ceasefire like they pretended to do with Russia and Ukraine. Keep your thoughts coming by text. The number you need is +44 77 86 20 50 85.
You're listening to Newsday from the BBC. A reminder of our top headlines. Israel's largest businesses are striking in protest at controversial judicial reform legislation that's due to come before a parliament vote later today. Spain is entering a period of political uncertainty after no party was left with a clear path to government in the general election. President Putin says Russia is capable of replacing Ukrainian grain exports to Africa following its withdrawal from a UN deal allowing their safe passage through the Black Sea. And once the epicentric centre of Australia's HIV epidemic, Sydney appears on course to be the first place on earth to meet a UN goal for eliminating transmission.
Let's get the sports headlines now, and Isaac Fannin's got his eye on 3 games in the Women's World Cup today.
Yes, 3 games indeed. The first kicks off in Auckland in a few hours' time, actually not in a few hours' time, very soon, as Italy take on Argentina. Our sports reporter Maz Faruqi is in Wellington ahead of the host New Zealand's match against the Philippines on Tuesday. Maz, morning to you, or afternoon to you, I should say. I wanted to look at yesterday's action. Heartbreak for South Africa against Sweden.
Yes, hello from a cold and wintry Wellington, Isaac. It is evening here. We are waiting to hear from the New Zealand head coach in the next couple of minutes. Obviously, the co-host doing very, very well and winning their opening game. A win tomorrow against the Philippines could pretty much put them into the knockout stages. But yesterday here, I watched heartbreak for South Africa, as you say, minutes away, seconds away, really, from recording their first ever point at a Women's World Cup. They conceded a late winner from Sweden in the 90th minute to lose 2-1 to the Olympic silver medalists. They started so well. They took the lead in the second half. Hilda Mahaya putting them ahead. But yes, for South Africa against the side Sweden ranked 3rd in the world, they were really playing well, matching them so well. But heartbreak for them in the latter stages. Still, though, many positives to take from the South Africa head coach, Desiree Ellis. I spoke to her after the game. She says despite the defeat, she's still really happy with how her team performed.
I think winning the WAFCON last year
was a big plus for us. We had a lot of challenges during that tournament, and through that challenges we rose, and I think that has really brought the team together. I think the people back home that got up at 7 a.m. in the morning, I think they would be rejoicing in the street, even though we lost because of the performance.
Yeah, Maz, I mean, we've seen it throughout this World Cup. I watched the England match against Haiti. Some of the smaller teams are really, really pushing the bigger sides. We saw it against with South Africa against Sweden. New Zealand did it in the first match when they beat Norway. Is this a trend that we're going to see, you think, through as the tournament progresses, these smaller teams pushing the more established sides?
Yeah, don't forget France being pushed by Jamaica all the way as well yesterday. That only a draw. The USA only getting 3 past Vietnam tournament debutants. You know, it was really interesting, wasn't it, Isaac, heading into this World Cup? We wondered how the 8 debutants might fare. We feared they might be on the wrong end of some really, really big scores. You think back to Thailand 4 years ago when they're beaten 13-0 by the USA. But you're absolutely right. We have not seen those kind of scorelines yet at this World Cup. In fact, a lot of the established teams, if we can call them that, the likes of Sweden, the likes of the USA, England, France, the Netherlands, all struggling a bit at the moment, not really setting this tournament alight yet. I think the only really established team that we've been impressed by so far are Japan, who obviously put 5 goals past Zambia. So I think you're right. I think the gaps, if you like, between the teams at the top and the rest is closing. But obviously we still talk a lot about the fact that a lot of these teams are at the start of their women's football journey, if you like. But they really are showing that they have earned their place on this world stage. There's been some really impressive performances from some of these teams that perhaps we are less familiar with. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, we've got 3 matches today. What are you looking for in those 3 matches?
Interesting to see, as you say, Italy against Argentina shortly. Italy really disappointing at the European Championship last year after a really impressive run at the World Cup back in 2019. The Italian league turned professional for the first time in the women's game last season as well. So they really are, again, one of these teams that are really putting a lot more resources, a lot more money into women's football. And you would expect Italy to really want to try and put right some of the stuff that went wrong for them in England last year at the European Championship. Germany, Morocco, though, is the game I think we've all been really looking forward to seeing, isn't it? You know, Morocco, we talked so much about their run to the final at the Africa Cup of Nations last year, the record crowds for women's football in Morocco as they hosted that tournament, of course, beaten in the final by South Africa. But they are really exciting a lot of people, Morocco. We expect noisy vocal support as well. Germany, though, really tough opponents. For me, my tip of the team to go all the way at this tournament. So let's see how they start out against Morocco later.
Maz, appreciate you for joining us. That is our reporter Maz Faruqi out in Wellington joining us on this programme. Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic match, that Morocco game against Germany. We've also got Brazil against Panama. Marta, who has played at 6 will hopefully play at her 6th World Cup tournament. So an icon for women's football a little bit later on today. But yeah, it's been a fantastic tournament so far.
And you want even more on it, you can get the World Football at the Women's World Cup podcast available on the BBC website and wherever you usually get your downloads. Isaac, thank you.
Now, we have long heard about an opioid epidemic in the Western world with hundreds of thousands of people hooked on the powerful pain-killing drugs. But in Ethiopia, people are dying in pain because of a shortage of opioids in the country. Pharmacy shelves are lacking oral morphine, leaving patients with terminal illness to die in agony. For more, I spoke earlier to Ephraim Abatun, the Executive Director of Hospice Ethiopia in the capital, Addis Ababa. His charity is the only organization dedicated to providing end-of-life care in Ethiopia. I began by asking why there is a shortage of these drugs in the country.
The reasons are really multifactorial. That include lack of local morphine production in the country. And there is also a poor chain of supply. And, you know, because we don't produce in the country, we have to import it. That also makes it expensive for, like, you know, the majority of our patients. And I think the level of awareness about the degree of importance of morphine is also poor.
And what does that mean for patients, particularly those who are at the end of their lives?
Well, look, it means a lot to have lack of oral morphine for our patients where they are in agony pain and they don't have morphine, so that it really takes their hope, meaning of life, and they beg us, to give them morphine, but we don't have it. So, we use other medicines, but still unable to achieve the level of, quality of life that we want, to give them, and still, they suffer. So, yeah.
A report by the medical journal The Lancet, which came out in 2017, said that poorest countries receive just 1% of global supply, despite having 50% of the people. You then see the Western world awash with opioids and the addiction problems that come with that. How does that make you feel as a medical practitioner?
You see, the Western are awash with opioids and this, stuff with other issues. And we're awash with patients in severe pain, untreated pain, So, sometimes I feel it is like our world is unfair and we're underprivileged. So, like I said earlier, we strive to treat the untreated pain of our patients where, it affects their lives and their families, and for us healthcare workers as well, because it gives us really sadness and depression, of course, sometimes, because that we know we can help them through morphine, we can relieve their pain, but it's not there. So it feels really hopeless sometimes as well.
And it isn't just about opioids. Your organization, Hospice Ethiopia, is the only end-of-life care provider in the country. Why is access so poor?
Generally, still palliative care is new for the healthcare system, and it is not in the medical and nursing curriculum. And for us, Hospice Ethiopia, we rely on donations, and we have limited financial resources to expand our care services, more in the country.
That was Ephraim Abaton, the Executive Director of Hospice Ethiopia.
Well, let's return to the Women's World Cup now and the pay gap there is between male and female international players. The prize money allocated by the sports governing body FIFA to the current women's tournament has risen compared to the last one in 2019, but a huge gender gap remains between the male and female players. Well, the United Nations has teamed up with FIFA to try to advance gender equality. But what exactly is their plan? Jennifer Cooper is the coordinator of global sport partnerships at the agency United Nations Women.
I can say that this year for the 2023 Women's World Cup, the prize money gap has closed significantly because FIFA was able to triple the prize money based on the 2019 Women's World Cup. So I think that's major progress. Still has a long way to go, but there's also a promise on the table that the gap will be closed completely by 2027. FIFA raised the prize money for 2023 Women's World Cup to $150 million, which is triple the amount from 2019.
Why is the gap still so large?
Well, I think that if we take a look at the progress for the Women's World Cup, if you recall back in 2015 during the major corruption scandals that really forced FIFA to reform, in 2016, FIFA rewrote its constitution. That was actually an opportunity for the women to come to the table at FIFA for the very first time. In over 100 years of its history, they had had no women's voices in leadership. So only recently, the women's football division was created. That was in 2016. And since then, which is less than 10 years, we've seen the Women's World Cup grow to now an audience of 2 billion people that's expected. FIFA also in 2019 guaranteed $1 billion investment in the development of the women's game. But they also decided not to invest all of that in equal prize money because then that would only go to the elite players. So rather than going straight for an equal prize money, they decided that they would try to spread the investment around in order to develop the game. So that's huge progress in only a few short years, really.
And what do you make of that reasoning behind that gap persisting for a while longer yet?
I think it's a question of how to invest $1 billion. Rather to put that all into the prize money that will go to a few, or to try to reach more teams. FIFA has something like 211 member associations at the national level. So to spread that around and try to be a bit more equitable, I think has been a good policy. I don't want to be too rosy on the subject because the pay gap is real. It's still quite large between the men's and the women's game, and for our side, for UN women. But we don't see this as something that's unique, and there is no country in the world that has entirely closed the pay gap. And on average, 77% remains the amount of money that women make compared to men.
So women make 77% of what men make?
Correct, on average globally.
You're not talking just about football there, but across the board?
That's correct.
An awful lot of female players are unhappy with the amount that they are being paid and have been stating so publicly. Do you think that is good for women beyond football?
I think it's great for women beyond football, and I think that the Women's World Cup and the issues that it raises and the inequalities that remain, including gaps in pay, bring these issues to the world stage like almost no other event or media event that I know of. I think it's very, very positive because while these gaps remain, I don't think that there's necessarily the awareness that there needs to be in order for the continued closing of these gaps. But the World Cup brings these things to world stage. I think if you recall in 2019, during the Women's World Cup final, the chants from the stadiums of equal pay, equal pay. Well, I don't see another audience that size that's hearing that kind of a message.
Do you think there should be equal pay for equal work, effort, if you like, on the pitch during a global tournament? Or do you think the commercial interests here perhaps need to be taken into account, that the amount raised through sponsorship revenue and the like is just lower for the women's tournament as it is for the men's?
I think that the excuse of why women athletes generally in most sports have been underpaid significantly is that the quality of the game and the lack of interest on the part of the audience was to blame. But in fact, I think that the World Cup, the Women's World Cup, has proven that to be not true, because we see a huge audience this time. And I think that if it weren't for that $1 billion infusion of an investment on the part of FIFA deliberately to build the women's game and to develop it and to bring it to high quality, then we'd still be hearing those same excuses for the broadcasters, the sponsors, and others not to step up and contribute with, something that's a little bit more on par to what we see invested in the men's game.
Jennifer Cooper there, the coordinator of global sport partnerships at UN Women. What did you make of what she was saying there? Is it an excuse or a perfectly valid reason? Send us your thoughts by text or WhatsApp, +44 77 86 20 50 85. This is Newsday.
This is the BBC World Service at one of the world's most famous botanical gardens.
We currently have the largest collections of plants from anywhere, and that does include some of the early economic collections.
I'm Rosie Kinchin, and I'll be looking into the wider links between plants and colonialism.
Kew Gardens, Botany and the British Empire at bbcworldservice.com/documentaries or wherever you get your podcasts. At 7:30 GMT, Business Daily.
Today we're looking at how Russia's war in Ukraine has benefited the economy of the Republic of Georgia, thanks to tens of thousands of Russians who have relocated to the country and have brought their money with them.
Now we return to Newsday. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello, you're with Newsday on the BBC World Service with Sana Safi and Rob Young.
Coming up, Spain faces political uncertainty after an inconclusive general election result. We will head to the capital, Madrid, to speak to a voter.
President Putin says Russia will sell its own wheat to Africa after it pulled out of a United Nations deal allowing the safe passage through Black Sea of Ukrainian grain. We'll hear the thoughts of a grain dealer.
An investigation is launched into the number of Jews killed on British soil during the Nazi occupation of the Second World War. We will speak to the UK Special Envoy on post-Holocaust issues.
And hotels and homes on another Greek island, Corfu, are being evacuated as wildfires rage amid the extremely hot weather. Those stories and more after a bulletin of the latest world news.
BBC News, hello, I'm Gareth Barlow. Workers from Israel's largest businesses and the tech sector are striking today in protest at the government legislation limiting the powers of the judiciary. Last-ditch talks mediated by President Isaac Herzog have attempted to draw the government and opposition together. Tom Bateman reports.
Amid the increasingly divisive atmosphere, the Israeli Prime Minister spent the weekend in hospital recovering from surgery to fit a pacemaker, but has said he will attend today's vote. It will amount to a decisive moment over the proposals, which have triggered months of unprecedented dissent and demonstrations spreading into the ranks of the security establishment. Thousands of military reservists, including Air Force pilots, have threatened to boycott duty if the bill, one of several planned, passes this week.
Spain is facing a political deadlock after Sunday's election failed to produce a decisive winner. The Conservative People's Party won the most seats but fell short of a majority, even with far-right support. The governing socialists fared better than predicted. Our correspondent Guy Hedgecoe says their leader, the Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez, may have a slightly better chance at forming a coalition.
Pedro Sánchez, for the last 4 years, has been governing in a coalition which has had the support of an array of nationalist parties from Catalonia and the Basque Country and other smaller parties. He's managed to keep that together. But however, after this latest result, he would need to do something similar, and he would also, it seems, would need the support of a very hard-line pro-independence party called Junts per Catalunya. And that party, in exchange for its support, has been demanding a referendum on Catalan independence.
President Putin says Russia is capable of replacing exports of grain to Africa from Ukraine after he withdrew from a deal allowing their safe shipment across the Black Sea. The ending of the deal was met with a statement of regret from the African Union. With more details, here's David Willis.
A statement from the Kremlin says that Russia expected to see a record harvest this year and added that Moscow was capable of providing the grain free of charge. The timing of this statement is significant because this week the Russian city of St. Petersburg is due to host the second Russia-Africa summit. Now, Russia's refusal to extend a deal safeguarding the transport of grain from Ukraine's Black Sea ports is based on claims that its exports are being compromised by Western sanctions.
Meanwhile, the Ukrainian port of Odessa has come under attack from Russian drones once again, with authorities saying a grain depot was destroyed overnight, injuring 4 port employees. The city has been targeted several times since Moscow withdrew from the Black Sea grain agreement. World News from the BBC. Corfu and Evia have become the latest Greek islands to issue evacuation orders as the country grapples with devastating wildfires. Boats have been dispatched to take people to safety. On the island of Rhodes, fires are still raging on 3 fronts. Greece is in the midst of a searing heatwave. At least 11 people are now known to have died after the roof of a school gym collapsed in northeastern China. An investigation found that workers had placed glass used in the construction of an adjacent structure onto the roof of the building in Chichiha. The material had then gained weight during heavy rainfall. The inner Sydney district, once the epicentre of Australia's HIV epidemic, is close to becoming the first place in the world to reach a United Nations target for ending transmission of the virus. Data revealed at an International AIDS Society conference showed new infections among gay men dropped by 88% between 2010 and 2022. Phil Mercer has this report.
Only 11 new HIV cases were recorded in inner Sydney last year. Researchers say that almost all HIV-positive people in Australia are on antiretroviral drugs. They suppress the level of the virus in the blood, reducing the risk of sexual transmission. There's also the use of pre-exposure prophylaxis. These are preventative medicines taken by people who don't have HIV to lower their chance of infection. The AIDS conference in Brisbane has heard that parts of the United Kingdom and Western Europe have also seen rapid drops in new HIV cases.
The Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg is due to appear in court in the Swedish city of Malmo today. She's on trial for allegedly disobeying a police order to leave an anti-oil protest in Malmo port in June. If found guilty, she could face a 6-month prison sentence or a fine. BBC News.
Thank you for that news. Hello, yours Newsday from the BBC with Sana Safi and Rob Young. Coming up this half hour, we'll take you to Spain, to Ukraine and to Greece. We'll also get an update on all the action from the Women's World Cup. A match between Italy and Argentina kicked off a few minutes ago. And in the business news, why Twitter is planning to scrap its iconic blue bird logo and rename the company X. You've already been sending us your thoughts on the conflict in Sudan, 100 days in, and on Russia's promise to export its grain to Africa. Keep your thoughts coming by text and WhatsApp, please, to +44 77 86 20 50 85.
Let's look at Spain, where the Conservative Popular Party has won the general election but fell short of achieving an outright majority in parliament. The Socialist Party finished second with 122 MPs, above most observers' expectations. The result appeared to point to a hung parliament, with a coalition required to achieve an absolute majority. The Popular Party and the far-right Vox Party were expected to form a coalition. However, the results of Sunday would no longer result in a clear majority because the two parties gained a total of 169 seats, falling 7 seats short of the 176 required for an absolute majority. Earlier, we spoke with Ignacio Jurado, a political analyst and professor at the Carlos III University of Madrid, and he told us what the split result tells us about Spain.
Well, I think that the result tells us that Spain is a quite polarized country with two very stable and solid blocs, and that nowadays it's very difficult that any of these blocs can get a majority of seats. There's like a third Spain that is just 10% of the seats in parliament, but that are decisive, and the left-wing bloc or the right-wing bloc, they have strong difficulties to form a majority because they need part of those votes.
With the results showing how polarized the nation is, let's go to a voter in Spain so we can find out her views on the election and whether the polarization has impacted her relationships. We are joined by Spanish voter Emilia Lopez Aguirre in Madrid. Great to have you, Emilia. First of all,
thank you very much.
Are you pleased with the result?
Well, actually, I'm not pleased at all. I'm very disappointed. I was expecting for a change in our government, and definitely I was expecting the PP party to have a much stronger result, which has not happened. So I'm really disappointed on the result, and also concerned about what's going to happen from now on.
So I assume you voted for the PP party?
Yes, I have.
And the change you wanted?
Party.
What changes did you want to see in Spain?
Well, actually, we've been in these past years with Sanchez government having, being treated like the people, right? In a way, like as we were child. Everybody, we've been lied so many times. There have been agreements with the extremist parties, like the independentists who wants to break Spain, and also the former terrorist supporters, which having a result of a lot of things happening, which were really, really very annoying. And also, I'm very much concerned because the economical situation and the way Sanchez has managed with the skyrocketing our debt and the public expense won't give a future for our children, right? So I'm really very concerned if there is still a chance or a possibility that Sanchez remains in power, which is there. It's going to be difficult because it's very much polarized, and we don't know what's going to happen, but just the possibility is really scary for me.
Now that there is this uncertainty, there is probably a hung parliament. What best scenario can you expect? What are you really looking forward to?
Well, actually, the best scenario, in my opinion, will be that the right-wing bloc will reach some sort of agreement, and that is not blocked by the other the left wing parties. But yeah, that is less wishful thinking, because that is not going to happen. So the next best scenario will be repeating elections and having a different results, a stronger results from the right wing. That will be my my thinking. But we don't know what's going to happen, because we know Sanchez will do anything in his power to remain in power. And we've seen that he has made agreements and give things up to the extremists, and he is able to do that again. So I'm really concerned because of that. What will be the cost of any agreements in that area?
Thank you, Emilia Lopez Jauregui in Madrid, for joining us. And we will go to Madrid and speak with our correspondent, Guy Hedgecoe there in a few minutes' time. So stay with us if you can.
Now, you may remember that last week Russia pulled out of a global agreement that allowed Ukrainian grain to be exported to world markets. Well, since then, the Ukrainian port city of Odessa has come under increasing attack, and we heard a report from our correspondent in the city an hour ago on the programme. Well, another grain depot in Odessa was hit overnight. Moscow now says that it will export its own grain to African nations in particular, many of which worry the collapse of the shipping deal will push global food prices even higher than they already are. That arrangement, though, would not affect Ukraine. That nation is likely to see its exports of food fall sharply. On the line now is Gennady Ivanov, director at BPG Shipping, which is a global dry bulk carrier which exports goods around the world. Thanks so much for joining us, Gennady. What do you make of this?
Good morning.
What do you make of this this promise from Moscow that it will export its own wheat and other products to African nations, either on commercial terms or, if a nation is particularly needy, for free?
Ukraine, the year before the war, Ukraine exported to Africa about 150 millions of grain, and to substitute this quantity is quite difficult. And also we should keep in mind that in total Ukraine could export before the war about 65-70 millions of grain. And if you take out this amount of grain from the market and under negative circumstances like drought in other areas, it can cause huge problem with the food security.
Right, so you're saying that Russia just simply doesn't have enough wheat to be able to export?
I don't follow very in particular Russian export right now from obvious reason, and nobody knows in fact what's going on inside of Russia. It's very close to, let's say, information there. But technically, why Russia didn't do it before?
I suppose, though,
before the war.
a lot of African nations have stayed on the fence diplomatically when it comes to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. They have not condemned Russia in the way that certainly many Western nations would have wanted African capitals to have done. And some African nations said that the end of the Ukraine grain deal was a stab in the back. And there is soon this Russia-Africa summit. So I suppose Moscow wants to try to offer African leaders something by way of thanks for their lack of condemnation of the invasion. So could it make it work if the politics says it has to work?
You see, Russia, of course, they play dirty games. They use all possible possibilities. And last night, for example, they attacked first time the Danube river infrastructure to the Izmail port. They destroyed some grain infrastructure and made the export from Ukraine, prospect of grain export from Ukraine even worse. One day ago they attacked the center of the city of Odessa, they attacked port infrastructure. So Russia trying to destroy right now port infrastructure, all infrastructure of Ukraine, and try to dominate. But again, to take out 60 millions of tons grain from the market, it's definitely will affect. For example, if even Ukraine does not sell directly to Africa, for example, Ukraine sell to Europe, but this equal quantity of cargo Africa take from Argentina, because the export depends not only on the price, the export depends only on the freight conditions. Freight market is very volatile, but in any case, Africa gets this volume. So if you take out this amount of the market, the consequences are very obvious.
If the UN Turkey brokered Ukraine deal could be resurrected in some way, is Odessa port in a fit state to be able to allow ships to dock and for grain to be loaded onto vessels?
It must to be done, because now the new crop it's ready. We already, as per last information, we got already 7 million or so the new crop grain, and basically if Ukraine fail to export it, this grain, okay, part of them will export via Danube, but again, Russia tonight attacked the grain terminals as well. So the only way will remain is land transportation, railway transportation, but definitely it's not enough.
Okay.
Even by using Danube infrastructure, it's not enough to export full crop.
All right, thank you. Gennady Ivanov there, director at BPG Shipping. You're listening in Kumasi in central Ghana, says lazy African presidents will swallow Putin's bait of cheap and free Russian grains. Africa can only be free if our leaders put on their thinking caps.
Now, another day of the Women's World Cup and much more with Isaac Fennan, who is here.
Yes, so we're about 17 minutes into the opening match of the day between Italy and Argentina. It's 0-0 in that one in Eden Park. We'll see a bit of history a little bit later on as Morocco make their debut against two-time champions Germany in Melbourne. It'll be the first time an Arab country has played at a World Cup. And then we've got Brazil against Panama to finish off the day's action. In men's football, Galatasaray say they have started official negotiations with the Ivory Coast winger Wilfried Zaha, who's available on a free transfer from Crystal Palace. He's written a message to Palace fans thanking them. He says it's a club he's been at since he was 8 years old, and he says he was proud to get Palace into the Premier League and keep them there. In golf, American Brian Harman won the Open with a 6-shot victory at the final major of the year. It's Harman's first ever major title victory. And in cricket, Australia have retained the men's Ashes after day 5 of the fourth test was abandoned without a ball being bowled because of bad weather. The Aussies lead the series 2-1 heading into the final test, which begins on Thursday at the Oval.
Isaac, thank you.
We were talking about equal pay between international men's and women's players earlier on. Another Isaac, listening in Nairobi, sent us a text saying men and women cannot get equal pay because the men's game has more viewers. I suspect some people will disagree with what he is saying. If you do, you know the number. Send us a text or a WhatsApp. Now, a little known fact, during the Second World War, the Nazis had a concentration camp on British soil. The tiny Channel island of Alderney fell under German occupation and was home to camps where prisoners were typically worked to death. The number of victims has long been contested, with some claiming thousands were killed, with many buried in mass graves on the island. Now, Lord Pickles, the UK Special Envoy on post-Holocaust issues, has ordered an inquiry into the atrocities and joins us on the line now. Welcome to Newsday. Just remind us what happened on Alderney.
Well, Alderney was completely evacuated from the local residents, so the Nazis had the free run of the whole island. There were, of course, camps in every one of the Channel Islands, Jersey and Guernsey. But in Alderney, there was a series of camps, and we think one, maybe two of them, were part of a programme of literally working people to death as part of a deliberate policy, underfeeding them, and they were part of the construction process of Hitler's Atlantic Wall.
And who were the prisoners who were in these camps on Alderney?
Predominantly they were Russian, You would describe some now as Ukrainian, but obviously the Soviet Union was one country in those days. There were some Spanish dissidents that were there, and there was a number of people that were Jewish, but it's predominantly Russian.
And so what will your inquiry be focusing on? What will you be trying to find out?
Numbers. It's as simple as that. Alderney is a beautiful island, but sometimes bad things happen in beautiful places. There is a wide degree of between the numbers, and unusually the people are quite partisan in deciding the numbers. And I thought it would be a sensible thing, rather than people shout at one another and accuse each other of cover-up, just to get the figures out in the open. And we've got an international a team of experts and academics who are very familiar with this kind of information, and hopefully we can bring out a true figure, or at least a figure that sensible people will believe to be the figure.
And so do you think there are people alive then, perhaps listening to this somewhere in the world, who may have direct knowledge of what was going on Alderney?
I think it's more likely that there are people out there who have an understanding and access to archives. I mean, we need to understand it's 80 years since the camps were liberated. I'm not aware of any evidence of very young adolescents being at Alderney. So, I mean, we know that there are documents all over the world relating to Alderney. We'll do our best to bring together. We're, in cooperation with Yad Vashem, the Israeli Holocaust Museum, and they certainly do have a good archive on Alderney.
Thank you. Lord Pickles there, the UK Special Envoy on Post-Holocaust Issues, who's setting up that inquiry into what happened on the island of Alderney.
Now, the wildfires around Greece are spreading. First it was Athens, then the southern island of Rhodes, and now Corfu, an island more than 1,000 kilometres away in the northwest, but still suffering from high temperatures. Some 30,000 people have had to be evacuated from their homes and hotels over the past few days, some by plane, others by boat, which have been sailing to Rhodes to help with getting people off the island. Our correspondent Azadeh Mashuri is there at Rhodes Airport. Azadeh, tell us, what is the scene like there?
It's busy. Right now, the focus is very much on repatriating those who need to go home and back to safety. Now, I spoke to the fire service earlier this morning, and he said the situation here is pretty much under control. There is just one area, La Erma, which is still posing a significant problem for firefighters, but not to the extent we saw the last few days. That doesn't mean evacuations across Greece are over, though. The islands of Corfu and Evia have also had to be evacuated in some parts because of wildfires that keep breaking out. And of course, wildfires every single day in Greece are happening. There are about 65 to 75 fires per day, but these are the ones that are causing evacuations. And so here at the airport, airlines are trying to get people back home. EasyJet, for example, is operating 2 flights on Monday, another on Tuesday, in addition to all the scheduled flights that it already has between Rhodes and the United Kingdom. And Jet2, for example, has cancelled all its flights to Rhodes, but is using empty planes to bring people back home. Airlines are essentially saying the same thing, that they're concerned about the health and well-being of their customers and are trying to give them the support they need. And that comes after some criticism from some of their customers.
And we're just hearing from authorities in Corfu who have said that over 2,000 people have been evacuated from the island. You must have been speaking to passengers and holiday makers. What have they been telling you about what they have experienced and what they're expecting now?
What's interesting is you hear the same thing from some of the locals helping these passengers as well as the holiday goers themselves. This was not only dangerous situation for them. For many of them, it was traumatic as well. One family that we heard about were helped by hosts who, when the grandmother, the mother, and the children suddenly realized that they were in danger, that flames were approaching them, the danger was so immediate that they literally ran away without any of their documents, without any of their passports, any of their belongings. That's how quickly they needed to leave Kyotori, which was on the front line of these fires. And it was the kindness of the locals, the hosts that we're staying with now, that got them back home, because those hosts went back and got their documents for them. And so these are the sorts of experiences that a lot of these tourists are facing, and it's an overwhelming one, and many of them are likely in shock.
Azadeh Moshiri, thank you, our correspondent in Rhodes there, reporting from the airport. And we will go to Corfu later in the programme as well.
We're going to get some business news now and talk about Twitter with David Willis, our business presenter today, who is in California, the home state of Twitter, because Elon Musk, who bought the company only months ago, is planning to replace Twitter's iconic bird logo with simply an X. David, why?
He is indeed, Rob. Yes, he says he wants to shed the famous bluebird logo and replace it, as you mentioned, with the letter X, in keeping with his decision to change the name of the company to X Corp in a bid to synchronise branding with one of his other ventures, SpaceX. A key aspect of rebranding is broadening the scope of Twitter and turning it into an everything platform, a sort of super app, if you like, similar to China's WeChat, in a bid to boost revenue. The company's new CEO, Linda Yaccarino, whom Mr. Musk poached from NBC Universal, has said she is keen to move X Corp into other areas, such as providing financial services, payments and banking, for example. A world of unlimited interactivity is the way that Ms. Yaccarino sees it, one providing a global marketplace for goods, services, ideas and opportunities. X, she said, will be the platform that can deliver, well, just about everything. One thing it is currently struggling to deliver, of course, is advertisers who have been deserting the platform in droves since Elon Musk's $44 billion acquisition last October. In the last 8 months, Twitter, by his own admission, has lost roughly half of its advertising revenue. Now, of course, Twitter is facing some serious competition from Threads, the Twitter rival from Facebook's parent company Meta. Threads was launched earlier this month, and according to some estimates, it already has around 150 million users. That's just 50 million fewer than Twitter. Turning Twitter into a social media platform that also includes messaging and mobile payment capability is a sign, some say, of how dramatically the company is changing direction in the wake of recent changes to its content moderation, the return of some banned accounts, and, of course, the implementation of charges for services that were previously free. But for many users, the loss of the avian branding that gave the platform its name is the clearest sign yet, perhaps, that things in the Twitter sphere will never be quite the same again.
Or the X spheres, perhaps you'll have to call that in
Indeed,
future.
Absolutely.
David, thank you very much indeed. Given that we say we tweet, we use that verb because of the company's name and the very existence of that blue bird. If it is renamed X, I wonder what we'll say when you're about to write some words on that platform. Anyway, that was David Willis there with all the business news. You're listening to Newsday from the BBC World Service. Plenty more to come. Do stay with us if you can.
This is the BBC World Service, bringing you something special.
From long-lost friends to newly discovered treasure.
I've been waiting for this for 40 years. I saw it and I immediately started crying.
Mystery solved. Answers found.
So I had to piece it together. It was like a dream.
We're bringing you a special series of extraordinary personal stories. Some new and some from our archive.
That's when the puzzle comes together. That's when I knew I really had gold.
All on the theme of lost and found.
I could feel something in the back of my throat. And when they rinsed it off, it was a 3-penny coin. No idea how it got there.
And we want to hear from you.
You can tell us about anything. Lost dogs, lost chances, lost uncles. Maybe you've even lost and found yourself.
Outlook, lost and found. If you've got a story and would like to get involved, find out more at bbcworldservice.com/outlook.
Hello, you're with Newsday on the BBC World Service with Sana Safi and Rob Young.
Coming up, more than 3 months since fighting started in Sudan, we will speak to one of those displaced by the war.
The World Bank predicts that Ghana's lacklustre economy could start to recover in 2025.
And we will head to Corfu as wildfires spread over 1,000 kilometres from the south to the north of Greece. But first, the news.
BBC News with Emily Thomas. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been discharged from hospital hours ahead of a key parliamentary vote on his government's controversial judicial reform plans. Protesters have begun gathering outside the Knesset building in Jerusalem against the reforms, while a group representing 100 of Israel's largest businesses have announced a strike. There's a political stalemate in Spain after Sunday's snap general election failed to produce a decisive winner, leaving both the right and the left without a clear route to forming a new government. The Conservative People's Party won the most seats, but fell short of a majority. President Putin says Russia is capable of replacing exports of grain to Africa from Ukraine after he withdrew from a deal allowing their safe shipment across the Black Sea. Reports have suggested Moscow is pushing to supply grain via a scheme involving Qatar and Turkey. The Ukrainian port of Odessa has come under attack from Russian drones once again, with the authorities saying a grain depot was destroyed overnight, injuring 4 port employees. Corfu and Evia have become the latest Greek islands to issue evacuation orders as the country grapples with a series of devastating wildfires. On the island of Rhodes, 19,000 people have been forced from their homes or accommodation. At least 11 people are now known to have died after the roof of a school gym collapsed in northeastern China. The Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg is due to appear in court in southern Sweden today. She's on trial for allegedly disobeying a police order to leave an anti-oil protest at Malmö port in June. Day 5 of football's Women's World Cup is underway, with Italy taking on Argentina in the first match. Later, Brazil, who are yet to win the tournament, get their campaign underway against debutantes Panama. BBC News.
Thanks, Emily. Hello, welcome to Newsday. Rob and Sana with you. This half hour on Newsday, we will take you to Spain, Sudan, Ghana and Corfu, where people have been evacuated from the burning wildfires. Do send us your thoughts. Our text and WhatsApp number is +44 77 86 20 50 85.
About half an hour ago, we heard from a voter in Spain after the Conservative Popular Party won a tight race there, but failed to secure a clear majority. Both the Popular Party, which is on the right, and the Socialists on the left are confusingly claiming victory. So now comes either coalition building or perhaps, as we heard a couple of hours ago, another election. Well, our correspondent in Madrid, Guy Hedgecoe, joins us now. What's your gut telling you, Guy? How is this going to go? Is there likely to be a new government?
I think it's looking pretty unlikely at the moment. It's not impossible, but if there is a new government, it almost certainly won't be a government of the right, which was what we had been expecting going into this election. You know, all the polls have suggested that the Popular Party, the Conservatives, were going to win the election. That did indeed happen. The polls had been suggesting that they might be able to form a majority by teaming up with the far-right Vox Party as well. And the Vox Party just didn't perform well enough for that to happen. So they fall just a few seats short of that majority. I think the Socialists of Pedro Sanchez have a slightly, the Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, have a slightly better chance of forming a new government. But again, it's going to be difficult for them. And I think the most likely outcome of all this is probably a repeat election in a few months' time.
And yet this election was called because of an unstable coalition, and the country's actually no further forward. And Spaniards clearly knew how important this election was because many of them broke off their holiday to go and vote. And there's that fantastic photo of one man wearing a snorkel and flippers going to vote at a coastal polling station. So they're going to have to vote again. And is another election necessarily going to break this political deadlock?
Well, I mean, the margins are so tight, really, that it wouldn't take much for the deadlock to be broken. It would just take a few more seats to the left or a few more seats to be won by the right for that to happen. It's really that fine, the balance there. But I think, overall, looking at it from afar, I think you could say that, strangely, the runner-up party in this, the socialists, really were the winners, because they really weren't expected to perform this well. They'd really been written off going into this election. And yet they made gains on the last election in 2019. They pushed the Conservatives quite close. And they arguably achieved their main aim, or biggest aim, if you like, which was to stop the parties of the right forming a new government, and they appear to have been able to do that. So, Pedro Sanchez, the Prime Minister, once again has defied expectations in a career during which he has done that repeatedly.
And so if voters did go to the Socialists, whereas perhaps they might not have done had he not raised the threat of this right-wing Popular Party and Vox coalition, just talk to us about what the critics say about Vox and why, if it is able to form a coalition with the Popular Party, it is a big moment for Spain.
Well, this would be the first time that a far-right party had entered the Spanish government since the end of the dictatorship of Francisco Franco, which ended in the mid-1970s. And so that was quite a big issue during the election campaign. The parties on the left were saying, this is significant. We mustn't let this happen, because if the far right get into power, that will mean the erosion of all sorts of rights, whether it's for women or for the LGBTQ community. And the parties on the left pointed to a number of local governments around Spain, town halls, city halls, and some regional governments, where the Conservatives and the far right already have formed local administrations, and where the far right has started to implement its agenda on issues like gender equality or LGBTQ rights and so on. So that was a big issue during this and during this election. And the socialists and others on the left said that this should be something that mobilises voters on the left, and that appears to have been the case.
And so briefly, what happens then while this coalition building is going on, or in the lead up to another election? Does the current Prime Minister stay in and the government just ticks on?
That's right, yes. He's a sort of caretaker Prime Minister, if you like, Mr. Sanchez. He will remain there in that role. But I think in the coming months, if it is several months that we have a sort of hiatus, we're not going to see a lot of legislation going through Congress. So obviously that's not ideal for the country. But again, it happened back in 2015. There was a repeat election. It happened in 2019. So this is not new for Spain.
Thank you, our correspondent in Madrid there, Guy Hedgecoe.
Now, it's 100 days since fighting broke out between Sudan's army and its paramilitary rival, the Rapid Support Forces, or RSF. The war has devastated the capital, Khartoum, and displaced more than 3 million people. We can now speak to one of those displaced, Moez Ahmed, who fled to Egypt more than 2 months ago. Moez, how long have you been in Egypt for, and how has it been for you there?
Now, thank you for having me. Now it's been 2 months and a half in Egypt. I'm in Cairo since the war started. And I'm here in Egypt. We are struggling in Egypt. We don't have any income. We don't have any work. We cannot find any of these safety. I think safety it's pretty good, but the income, we cannot find work. We cannot find nothing. So it's really horrible here.
And I understand you're in Cairo. How do you get by on daily basis? How do you support yourself?
Actually, I've been receiving help from my friends lives in other country, in Dubai, uh, in Qatar. They sent me like some some of payments to help me to get through it.
Yeah. And how is your family? Are they with you or are they back in Sudan?
Actually, half of my family in Sudan. My dad and my big brother, they are still stuck in Sudan, and it's really horrible.
Are you in touch with them? What have they been telling you?
Yes, every day, I've been in touch with them. No supplies, no food, no water. They just keep hearing military airplanes firing. So I don't think so. I don't think that this war it will end very soon. I don't think Jeddah agreement it will be something good, or they will agree to stop the war soon from the both party.
Why do you think they won't agree to ending the war?
Because because they are both want want the power, so they fighting for golds, for resources of Sudan. So I've been hearing from the soldiers, they saying no, we from the both side, they say we have to win, we have to win, we have to win this, we have to win this. No peace, no agreement, no. That's why I'm telling you this.
Thank you. Mohez Ahmed, who is in Cairo, Egypt. Thank you for joining us on Newsday.
You are listening to Newsday from the BBC. Some of our headlines. Israel's largest businesses are striking in protest at controversial judicial reform legislation that is due to come before a parliamentary vote later today. Spain is entering a period of political uncertainty after no party was left with a clear path to government in the general election. And President Putin says Russia is capable of replacing Ukrainian grain exports to Africa following its withdrawal from a United Nations deal, allowing their safe passage through the Black Sea. Vivian, listening in Geneva, says when and how did African countries become dependent on Russian grain? Leaders should concentrate on ending wars and reinvesting in indigenous crops and local agriculture. And another listener here who hasn't given their name but is listening on the African continent says, please be straight enough to tell Africans that food does not need to come from Russia or Ukraine. Why can't we plant rice and other crops ourselves? Do keep your thoughts coming by text and WhatsApp. Let's get some sports headlines now. Isaac has got one eye on the telly because there's a football game underway.
Yes, there is indeed. Italy taking on Argentina in the opening match of the World Cup at Eden Park. It's currently 0-0, couple of minutes to go until half-time in that one. We do not have long, though, to see Morocco make history and become the first women's Arab side to play at a World Cup. It's been a journey of 5 years, really, where the Federation has really invested in the game. They've financially backed the women's football game with a professional league. They've hosted the Women's Africa Cup of Nations. Karim Ben Sharifa coached the Atlas Lionesses between 2017 and 2019, and I asked him why the women's team have started to see such success.
Number one, because we love football. Number two, I think we follow the trend of FIFA that was helping all over the world and encouraging to create women football, because women football internationally start taking a big part in football. The international competitions of women football in FIFA took a big step forward in terms of investment, sponsor, media coverage, and I think Morocco also was in that line. So we wanted to follow the trend, and also why not having our national team representing the country, and I'm proud that we have achieved it. The other thing, Morocco, as you know, as a country, we believe in equality. I mean, women in Morocco play a big role. You know, the first Olympic champion in 400 hurdle, the first woman that won an Olympic gold was in 84, Nawal El-Moutawakkil, which is, she's a big figure. And actually, to be honest, we must give her credit as well, because the first national team was thanks to her, because she was Minister of Sports during that time. So in our society, women and men are equal, and the promotion of women in many domains, I think we are also one of the first countries that had long time women pilots. You understand? And I think on that line comes also football is also model. It's funny because my only story with women football was 97 for about 8 months, and 2017-19 with Morocco national team. In fact, I was the second assistant of that team.
Oh,
you
wow.
know, I was young, I wasn't prepared, I wasn't yet very qualified, and at that moment, nobody wanted that job, to be honest. Thanks to that team that I made my name and the start of my career. I remember the first game, because we were preparing the first international match against a team from Sweden, I think second division team or something, you know, from Sweden. And Sweden that time,
they were the best team in the world, weren't they? Yeah.
Yes. So, and it was organized that way because the ambassador of Sweden in Morocco was also a lady. And that's how the connection between her and the minister, and that's why that game was organized, but it took, it was in the media, it was big things happening that time. And the next day at the stadium, it was amazing because till that time when the league is played or the national men team is played, mostly men fans will go to the stadium. But that match, there was about 30 to 40,000 people in the big stadium of Rabat, Complex Moulay Abdallah. And what impressed everybody is families, mother with kids, aged people, you know, families come in, and the stadium was I think for the first time very mixed. It's a family atmosphere. It was exciting. It was in all media, and the reaction of the society, all the girls was asking sports teachers in schools and all that to do football. You know, they don't want basketball, they don't want volleyball, they don't want gymnastics. We want to play football. And that's how it started.
When you watch the team go and play Germany for the first time, see a Moroccan team, a women's team at a World Cup, what will your feelings be like, do you think?
Pride. I'm very, very proud.
Where do you think Moroccan football can go from this World Cup?
There is only one way, is up. You know, we are not yet there. We're slowly creating something. But I can assure you what's coming after this team, there's a lot of investment, a lot of talents. At the moment that we are talking in those few days, exciting about the senior team of Morocco, I'm sure you're going to have a schedule of some camps or matches lining up with the schedule for the under 20, under 17, the football study grow up big because when I was there, the current national football and the current center, Mohammed VI, was work in progress, but now it's one of the best in the world. For me, it's our factory of footballers, and men and women. So the future of Morocco, I can assure you, will be bright.
Yeah, it will be. Very excited to watch that match against Germany a little bit later on. The score in the Italy-Argentina match is still 0-0 going into halftime.
Great. Thank you, Isaac. And we are staying with sport in the chaos following the Taliban takeover of Kabul nearly 2 years ago. Many members of the Afghan national women's football team were able to escape. Since then, They've settled in Melbourne and are still playing football, but they are no longer the official Afghan team. There isn't one, as women's sport is banned by the Taliban. FIFA has so far refused to recognise the Melbourne-based players as representatives of the country. Shaima Khalil went to Melbourne to watch the Afghan women's first friendly game against international opponents.
This changing room is filled with football kits and chatter. Some players are doing last-minute boots checks. Others are putting on their shin guards. One is adjusting her hair, which is half orange, half black. And the goalie is fixing her gloves. The coach is here for a pre-game pep talk.
Let's go work together, be brave, communication. Stay positive, and let's go deliver. All right, guys, let's go.
This is not prep for a World Cup game, but these women have already come a long way. Like hundreds of thousands of Afghans, members of the women's national football team had tried to flee their country after the Taliban takeover. They had the added fear of being a well-known group and could have been recognized, imprisoned, or killed. They were eventually airlifted to Australia in August 2021 and are safe now in Melbourne. Looking around me, everything about these women, the red jerseys they're wearing, their hairstyles, even the laughter, would be enough to get them severely punished or even killed had they stayed in Afghanistan. I catch up with Mursal Sadat just before she heads out to the football pitch. She tells me it's not lost on her or her teammates that millions of their countrywomen haven't been as lucky.
I have an obligation to represent those ladies back in my home country, those who cannot study, those who cannot work, and those who cannot play soccer or do anything they like. I feel I must play for them, and hopefully one day we can represent our country again, even as refugees.
Tell me about that moment when you left home. What happened?
Everyone was running for their lives. Everyone was trying to save their life. It was horrible. The Taliban soldiers were everywhere. They were like shooting and stuff, and I managed to get inside the airport, but my family couldn't. It was a sad moment because I just felt like I lived every single memory, and I had to just cut all those connections and go and survive. I don't know how would I feel when I hear the national anthem after 2 years, but probably I will cry because I really miss my home.
Mursal was in tears when the national anthem played. Then it was game mode. This match, though not officially part of the World Cup, is hugely symbolic in its own right. It's between Afghanistan's national team and the football empowerment team, which represents Melbourne's refugee and migrant community. Along with banning adolescent girls and women from schools and universities, the Taliban have prohibited all women's sports in Afghanistan, which means this team is not officially recognized by their country or by FIFA.
I'm very sad. I was expecting a lot from the governing bodies of football to stand with these women when Taliban said women of Afghanistan belong to the kitchen. These women sacrificed a lot to change that mindset that women don't belong to the kitchen.
Khalida Popal is the former Afghan team captain who now lives in Denmark. When Kabul fell and the Taliban took over, she'd worked tirelessly to evacuate the team and staff.
Women belong to everywhere in the society, and that's what we want, the leadership. We want a strong voice to stand with us and just don't keep silent.
We've asked FIFA for a response, and they sent us this statement saying that the selection of players and teams representing a member association is an internal affair, adding that FIFA does not have the right to officially recognize any team unless it is first recognized by its own association. They also said that they'll continue to closely monitor the situation of the Afghan team. But Khalida and other supporters say that this is playing into the Taliban government's hands.
They cannot do that, and FIFA cannot play the ball to them and say, hey, if you don't represent, if you don't give us the list of the Afghan footballers, then we cannot do anything about it.
The game ended 1-1. You could see how much the Afghan women enjoyed being on the pitch. It's a bittersweet moment for them. Doing what they love has come at a heavy price. The constant anxiety about the safety of family and friends back home. The loneliness and stress of having left everything behind. These players have given up a lot for football. Now they're hoping that football doesn't give up on them.
Shaima Khalil reporting there.
Well, back to one of our headline stories this morning. In Greece, which has been grappling with an unprecedented heat wave with temperatures exceeding 40 degrees Celsius across the country and fires on the island of Rhodes, which have blazed for nearly a week. Well, 19,000 people were earlier evacuated from there, including holidaymakers just in their swimwear from beaches. And as we've been hearing over the past few hours, the islands of Corfu and Evia have become the latest Greek islands to issue an evacuation order. On the line now is Dr. Rachel Windsor, a British astrophysicist who's currently on her honeymoon on Corfu, which has had to abandon the villa that the couple were renting when they were told the fires were beginning to encroach. And Rachel is on the line. Oh, Rachel, I'm so sorry. What a thing to happen on your honeymoon. Just tell us what happened.
Oh, hello?
Yeah, hi, can you hear us?
Hi. Yeah, sorry, you just started breaking up there.
Yeah, just tell us what happened then.
So we didn't have any phone signal, so we didn't know anything was happening until we were sat on the patio having a cup of tea and suddenly ash started raining from the sky. We Googled, couldn't find any information, so we thought, oh, no big deal, just a bonfire. Went inside. And then a neighbour came round, said, haven't you had the emergency alert? We need to evacuate. So we went around the other side of the house and we could see on the next hill over just some flames at the top. So we thought at that point it looked quite far away, but just to be safe, we thought we'll pack a few things and get out. In the time it took us to pack a few things, when we then left the house, we turned around the corner and there was just a wall of fire. It had come all the way down the next hill over.
So it was spreading pretty rapidly then?
Really rapidly, yeah. That was probably 10 minutes.
So you've had to leave a load of your stuff, have you, in the villa?
Yeah, we just grabbed a few essentials, left most of our stuff in the villa, headed to the town of Cassiope. As we were going down the hill, a man flagged us down. We don't speak a word of Greek. He didn't speak English, but we kind of got from gestures that he wanted to evacuate. So he jumped in the car. And then we headed down the hill. There were lots of police going down the hills, directing us, just stopping us going back up, I guess. And then we got to Cassiope, and it was really, really surreal. It was like normal summer evening in a holiday resort. People were in bars, laughing, chatting, no police, no one knew what was going on, even though by then you could see the flames from Cassiope up in the hills. So we didn't really know what to do. We just sat by the harbour for a bit, waiting for some information. And then by then we had phone signal. So I got the emergency alert saying they now wanted us to evacuate to Ipsos. So we thought, well, we don't know what we're doing here, so let's go to Ipsos.
And have you managed to get some new accommodation?
Yes, so while we were on the road to Ipsos, we were in nose-to-tail traffic the whole way. And during that time, the owner of our villa got in touch and actually found us a room in Corfu town, which is really fortunate because I don't know what we would have done otherwise. They were obviously very stretched dealing with the actual fire and getting people off the hill.
All right, well, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Thanks for talking to us, Rachel, and try to, I suppose, enjoy what you can, the remainder of that honeymoon if you can. So that news that Corfu and Evia, two other Greek islands where evacuation orders have been issued, in addition to Rhodes, where almost 20,000 people have already had to leave their homes. It's what the government is calling its largest ever evacuation. Miraculously, no injuries have been reported so far, but as we were hearing there from Dr. Rachel Windsor on her honeymoon, an awful lot of people have been left in limbo, not just people on enjoying holidays in Greece, as many people are at this time of year, being the height of the European summer, but also huge numbers of Greek people as well being forced to leave their properties. That is it from this edition of Newsday. From me and Sana, thank you for listening. Take care. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the BBC World Service, and here's what's happening in the studio this week.
I'm Ben Lovett. I'm a musician and venue developer, and I'm in the studio with multi-award winning, internationally acclaimed architects Jing Liu and Florian Edinburgh as we explore what makes a perfect performance space.
In the studio, Tuesday at 10:30 and 21:30 GMT. Business Daily is in 30 minutes.
Today, we're looking at how Russia's war in Ukraine has benefited the economy of the Republic of Georgia, thanks to tens of thousands of Russians who have relocated to the country and have brought their money with them.
Next, it's Hard Talk. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Coming up after the news from the BBC World Service, it's Hard Talk with me, Stephen Sacker. Imagine swimming at the North Pole, or in a tunnel below the Antarctic ice, or along the entire length of the English Channel. All these feats of superhuman endurance have been undertaken by my guest today, Lewis Pugh. Why does he do it? Well, to focus attention on the climate crisis and its impact on our blue planet. His death-defying exploits have won him political access from Downing Street to the Kremlin. But is the response too little, too late?
First we came for the seals and we took all of them. And then we came for the whales and took virtually all of them. And now we're even going for the tiniest life down there on which everything relies, krill. We have to know when it's time to stop and to protect these areas.
That's Lewis Pugh on Hard Talk after the news.
Hello, I'm Emily Thomas with the BBC News. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has been discharged from hospital hours before a parliamentary vote on his government's controversial judicial reform plans. Mr Netanyahu, who'd had a pacemaker operation, says he'll take part in the debate later. Protesters are again gathering outside the Knesset building in Jerusalem against the reforms. The BBC's Tom Bateman is there.
It's been a very early start for them, and already the Israeli security forces have been here with water cannon trying to disperse these protesters. Now, they've told us they're prepared to stay here as long as it takes ahead of this crucial vote this afternoon in the Israeli Knesset, where Benjamin Netanyahu's religious nationalist coalition is going to attempt to push through this extremely highly contested judicial reform.
Spain is facing a political deadlock after Sunday's election failed to produce a decisive winner. The Conservative People's Party won the most seats, but fell short of a majority, even with far-right support. The governing socialists fared better than predicted. The Prime Minister, Pedro Sanchez, claimed voters had rejected the idea of a regressive right-wing bloc. The Ukrainian port of Odessa has come under attack from Russian drones once again. Authorities say a grain depot was destroyed and 4 port employees were injured. Meanwhile, officials in Russian-occupied Crimea say a number of Ukrainian drones have been intercepted over the peninsula. And in Moscow, the Defence Ministry has accused Kiev of being behind another drone attack. The news was reported on Roseau TV.
An attack by Ukrainian drones was prevented in Moscow in the early hours of this morning. The Defense Ministry states there were 2 drones. Specialists managed to jam them, and the drones crashed without reaching their targets. No one was injured. Moscow's mayor, Sergei Sobyanin, noted the intercepted drones crashed into 2 uninhabited buildings. No major damage. Emergency services are working on the sites.
President Putin says Russia is capable of replacing exports of grain to Africa from Ukraine a week after he withdrew from a deal allowing their safe shipment across the Black Sea. The Kremlin said Moscow could provide the grain on a commercial and free-of-charge basis. Will Leonardo reports.
Russia's withdrawal from the Black Sea grain deal led to expressions of regret from the African Union, whose member states have been particularly hard hit by rising food prices. One Kenyan diplomat tweeted in unusually forthright terms that it was a stab in the back. So ahead of a key summit in which African leaders travel to St. Petersburg later this week, Mr. Putin appears keen to reassure that Russia can fill the gap. His statement repeated claims that most Ukrainian grain was going to higher income countries anyway, and without giving details, he promised what he described as energetic efforts to provide grain, other food items and fertiliser to Africa.
BBC News. Corfu and Evia are the latest Greek islands to issue evacuation orders as the country grapples with a series of devastating wildfires. Boats have been dispatched to take people to safety by sea. On the island of Rhodes, fires are still raging on 3 fronts. 19,000 people have been forced from their homes or holiday accommodation. Jenny Hill is there.
Many of those who fled the fires have spent an uncomfortable night in hot and crowded emergency accommodation. Now the focus shifts to getting exhausted holidaymakers home. The airline EasyJet has announced it'll operate 2 rescue flights today, in addition to its normal schedule. The tour operators TUI and Jet2 Holidays, which both suspended passenger flights to the island yesterday, are due to send empty planes instead to repatriate tourists. Strong winds are making the task of firefighters more difficult and more dangerous.
At least 15 people have been killed and 19 more are missing after a ferry sank off Indonesia's Sulawesi island. Authorities said a huge search operation was underway, with rescuers scouring the surface of the sea and divers searching beneath the water. The cause of the sinking is still unclear. The inner Sydney district, once the epicentre of Australia's HIV epidemic, is close to becoming the first place in the world to reach a UN target for ending transmission of the virus. Data revealed at an International AIDS Society conference showed new infections among gay men dropped by 88% between 2010 and 2022. The decline was attributed to prevention strategies, including the use of the pre-exposure drug PrEP and testing. Gay men make up the large majority of cases in Sydney. The Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg is due to appear in court in the Swedish city of Malmö today. She's on trial for allegedly disobeying a police order to leave an anti-oil protest at Malmö port in June. BBC News.
Welcome to Hard Talk from the BBC World Service with me, Stephen Sacker. My guest today has led a life so full of mind-boggling adventure and physical danger that it has the feel of a comic book story. Lewis Pugh's childhood was spent between the southwest of England and Cape Town, South Africa. The ocean was always a seductive presence. At 17, he did his first significant swim from Cape Town to Robben Island, that rocky outcrop where Mandela and so many ANC activists were imprisoned under apartheid. He then went on to serve in the British Special Forces and forge a career in the law, before giving up corporate life to devote himself to feats of endurance in the water. He developed a unique ability to withstand the mortal danger of the coldest waters. He swam at the North Pole and under Antarctic ice with no wetsuit. His body seems to have the unique capacity to preemptively raise its core temperature in preparation for these swims. Nonetheless, he describes suffering unimaginable agonies. So why does he do it? Along with the endurance swims along the English Channel, the course of the River Thames, and very soon New York's Hudson River? Well, it's his way of focusing attention on the climate crisis and its disastrous impacts on our blue planet. His exploits have won him political access from the Kremlin to Downing Street. He's as adept at PR as he is at endurance swimming, but can this activist in trunks and goggles really make a difference? Well, Lewis Pugh joins me now. Welcome to Hard Talk.
Thank you so much.
It's great to have you on the show. Here you are before me in your very smart suit, but soon you'll be back in your trunks on another marathon swim. You've just announced you're going to swim the entire length of the Hudson River through New York State, ending up in New York City at the time of the UN General Assembly. It's a massive undertaking. Do these things get easier with experience and with time?
Mentally easier. Physically, perhaps not so, but mentally, yes.
Because, without being impolite, you began these endurance tests, this extreme swimming in your 30s. You're now into your 50s. Just physically, how demanding is this one going to be?
I think it's going to be very, very demanding. I mean, it's a long swim. We think it's going to take me 30 days. The big challenges are obviously the Hudson's got rocks. They're rapids to begin with, so you hit a rock, your swim can end very, very quickly, and it's a very, very long swim, and there's also pollution in the water. So you put all those things together, it makes it a very, very challenging swim.
You've said something interesting about the way in which pain and suffering works for an extreme endurance swimmer. You said this is the only sport in the whole world that I'm aware of where the more experience you have, in a way, the harder it becomes. And I just wonder, when you said that, what did you mean by it?
I think that's correct. And I mean, for example, when you watch a tennis player, and you watch a tennis player hit so many balls, and the more balls they hit, the better they become. But when you have been really, really, really cold, it stays in your bones. And then every single subsequent swim becomes exponentially harder. So, for example, you talked about doing that swim underneath the Antarctic ice sheet. In order to be able to do that, I had to forget what happened at the North Pole when my hands were so cold. I had to forget about what happened on Everest when I did a swim in Everest in 2010 and I could barely breathe. I had to forget what happened down in the Ross Sea when the water was slapping up against the side of the boat and turning into slush mid-air. You have to begin to forget it before you can actually get back in the water again.
You have said, quite candidly, I don't like swimming in cold water.
Well, I tolerate it. I tolerate it.
It just makes me think there is something very perverse about you, Lewis Pugh, because for a man who is open about his dislike of cold water, you have sought it out throughout your adult life.
Swimming in the places where I do, for example, across the North Pole, down in Antarctica and the Ross Sea, I'm able to convey a message about what is happening to the planet, to shine a light on these places where we really do need to shine a light. So, for example, the swim across the North Pole was in 2007. It was across an open patch of sea. The message was very, very simple. You can even swim across the North Pole. Or, for example, down in the Ross Sea was to try and get that area protected. I did the swim down there, afterwards to the Kremlin, and then 2 years later, shuttling backwards and forwards, we were able to get that area protected. And so I think that swimming in cold water, it captures the imagination of the media, but it conveys a message. There's a vulnerability to our planet.
Now, all of that we're going to unpick in some detail, because you've been a campaigner. You've now, I think, taken the term environmental diplomat to describe what you do with your swimming. But that's not the way it began. I want to get back to the very youthful Lewis Pugh, a teenager living at the time in Cape Town, South Africa, who decided he was going to swim out offshore to reach that rocky outcrop, Robben Island. It was your first significant sea swim.
Yes.
At that point, try and remember, what motivated you to do it?
I think geography molds you. So where you grew up molds you. And I had initially grown up in England, in Plymouth, and my mother told me a story. I was about 4 years old, and my school was literally on the Hoe, looking out over the sea. And I would see the ships leaving and going out over the horizon. And I would say to her, Mum, one day I want to be on one of those ships. And then we moved out to South Africa when I was 10, and then eventually settling in Cape Town when I was 17 years old. And one of my friends had swum from Robben Island back to Cape Town.
And those waters are treacherous.
Well, they're really, really cold. And from my history classroom, I could see Robben Island, and I thought to myself one day, I want to do it. And that's where it all started.
Does breaking records, doing things that others have never done, matter to you? Because I'm just thinking of the way in which you are an explorer, in a sense, because you go to the most remote places. And there is always, for the rest of us who don't do that sort of thing, a fascination with motivation.
Yes, it does, Steve. And the reason why it matters is as follows. When you're trying to tell a story about a place, you want to be the first person to go there to tell that story, right? So you're trying to capture the imagination of people. So trying to be the first, it does matter.
Does that mean at times you're deliberately putting yourself in jeopardy? I mean, if you want to tell stories, the story that fascinates people the most is that sort of man against the elements to the point where death is a possibility. Is that something you've had to embrace?
I don't seek death. I do these swims because I care deeply about life and all forms of life, not just humans, but also the whole of the animal kingdom. So I do these swims to tell a story about the health of our environment. But in order to really, in a very, very busy news world, to be able to capture the imagination of the media, there has to be something special. So undertaking a swim, the first swim across the North Pole, it automatically gets the media's attention. And when you've got that attention, you have influence.
Have things ever gone seriously wrong?
I've done a few swims which were very, very close to the edges. I mean, you're swimming in very, very high consequence environment. So, for example, when I swam across the North Pole, we prepared for the swim, we prepared as thoroughly as possible, but you can't go there and do a practice swim. And I remember arriving at the North Pole and looking out over this icy terrain, and it's and it's black water. It's really, really frightening. And then just thinking, as I'm about to get into the water, well, this water is below zero. It's minus 1.7 degrees centigrade, 29 degrees Fahrenheit. It's unbelievably cold. And just thinking, oh, there's so many things which could possibly go wrong in here. And I dove into the water and I swam as hard as I could. I got out the other end. It had taken me 18 minutes and 50 seconds. It felt like I'd been in there for 18 hours. And this left hand afterwards, it was incredibly painful. It took a few months for me to get proper feeling back in my fingers again.
Just to be clear, you always, and I mean always, swim with just swim trunks, goggles, but no wetsuit.
Yes, and there are reasons for that. I mean, I'm trying to get world leaders to be courageous, to make the tough decisions which are needed right now to protect the planet. And if I'm asking for them to be courageous, I myself must also be courageous, and swimming in a wetsuit or a dry suit just wouldn't send the same message. But then there's the other aspect, and just to give you a mountaineering analogy, there are people who climb Everest and they climb it with oxygen, and they climb it in big teams, for example, and there are people who do sort of climbing free solo without ropes and on their own. These are very, very different experiences when you're assisted and when you're not assisted. And so when I get into the water and it's just myself, just in the Speedo, just the cap, just the goggles, I'm in there. And it's very, very challenging, but I enjoy it.
For mortals like myself, it's very, very hard to imagine how you do survive. Is there something physiological about you that makes you different? I have read that you have an extraordinary capacity when you're about to enter this freezing environment, the cold water, a capacity to begin to generate heat in your body. Your core body temperature goes up before you even undertake the task. I think they're calling it anticipatory thermogenesis. Is this proven? Is this real?
Yes, so this was a scientist in South Africa called Professor Tim Noakes, who had studied me for many, many years, and just before I'm going to get in the water, he noticed my core body temperature rises. And he came up with this expression, anticipatory thermogenesis, so creation of heat before an event. And certainly this does happen. But what I would say is the reason why I can withstand these temperatures is because I've spent a lifetime swimming in cold water. Right? It's years and years and years of practice.
Yeah. Now, let's get to the environmental observations you have made in the course of the last 2 decades. If you think back to the beginnings and you think back to what you see when you swim now, are there noticeable trends in the oceans and indeed in the rivers too that you can tell us about?
The 2 biggest changes I've seen have been in the polar regions and in the coral reefs of the world. There, the changes are enormous. So just to give you an example, when I did my first swim in the high Arctic, so this is in the Norwegian Arctic, on the edge of the Arctic ice pack, when I did my first swim there, the water was 3 degrees centigrade. I went back there 12 years later, water was no longer 3, it was now 10 degrees centigrade. Wow. It's enormous. Whenever I tell a world leader that, it shocks them, because it's the speed of the change, okay, which is so shocking.
And what about the marine life? You've had the chance, because you've swum in all 5 of our oceans, also the ancient 7 seas. You've swum in warm water as well as cold water.
Yes.
So everything from fish to corals.
Yes.
What do you notice?
Well, certainly in terms of the coral reefs, the water is warming, and because the water is warming, the coral reefs are dying. And the science is so stark. What the scientists are telling us, so we've heated the planet by about 1.2 degrees centigrade. At 1.5, they say that we will lose 70% of the world's coral. At 2 degrees, we'll lose virtually all the coral, and we're currently on track for 2.7 degrees centigrade. So it's now in a race against time to save the environment.
Your message is all about the dangerous, urgent impacts of our warming planet. You talk less about the impacts on people and communities, and I'm just wondering whether you ever think about the people and communities who, for example, undertake fishing, even whaling, in the oceans that you've swum in, where you've made such a point of sort of condemning the human interventions, including fishing and whaling, and yet there are livelihoods on the line here. And I wonder whether you've spent any time talking to those communities, giving them some thought.
I can absolutely, I have, and I can say one thing, that marine protected areas, these are like national parks in the sea, which protect the oceans and protect the wildlife in the oceans. They are fishermen's friends, because if we carry on the way we carry on, we will have no more fish. I'll never forget one swim which I did down in Antarctica in a place called Deception Island. And when I arrived there, there was this old whaling station, and I dove into the water. And I'll never forget it, because underneath me were whale bones piled high, rib bones, spine bones, jaw bones, thousands and thousands and thousands of them. And we came within an inch of pushing the whale into extinction. And I like to think that those whale bones which are there frozen in the waters down in Deception Island are a reminder of man's potential for folly, but they aren't. Because first we came for the seals and we took all of them. And then we came for the whales and took virtually all of them. And then we're going for the Antarctic toothfish and taking them. And now we're even going for the tiniest life down there on which everything relies, krill. We have to know when it's time to stop and to protect these areas.
The message is very powerful, and it's the kind of testimony that only you can provide, because you've undertaken swims like no other human. But there is something a little bit maybe self-aggrandizing about the way you now describe yourself as an environmental diplomat who is capable of changing minds, of persuasion on a global scale. You talk about how you went to the Kremlin, how you met the man who is now Defense Minister for Vladimir Putin, Sergei Shoigu, and convinced him that Russia should join the treaty protecting the Ross Sea in the deep Southern Ocean. You make it sound as though you and the power of your story changed Putin's mind. Do you really believe that?
If you want to work in environmental advocacy, you have to be like a locksmith. You can't keep going to the same door with the same closed door with the same set of keys. You've got to try something different. Over a period of 17 years, the American diplomats and the New Zealand diplomats who were trying to protect the Ross Sea, they had failed. Every single year they tried to get Russia to agree to it, but Russia wasn't interested. I went down there, I did a swim, I then went to the Kremlin, I met with Sergei Shoigu, I met with Arthur Chilengarov, I met with Sergei Ivanov, I met with all of them. We began the conversation, and over a 2-year period, shuttling between there and Catherine Novelli, the American diplomat, we were able to get that area protected. That area is the size of Britain, France, Germany and Italy all put together.
Lo and behold, you say, on another occasion you swam the length of the River Thames, which of course goes across southern England, ends in London and then the Thames estuary. And you say that when you swam past Westminster, Tony Blair then summoned you to come and see him, and you had a chat with Tony Blair, and lo and behold, very shortly afterwards the Labour government of Tony Blair passed some new measures to protect UK waters from pollution. I mean, again, it sounds extraordinary, but do you really think individual campaigners such as yourself can make such a difference?
Yes, I do. Let me give you another example. I swam the full length of the English Channel. So I started in Land's End. 49 days later, I finally arrived in Dover. And during that period, I was urging the British government to properly protect the waters around the United Kingdom. I was urging them to protect at least 30% of the waters around the United Kingdom. What happened? Michael Gove, the Environment Secretary, met me down there. He made the commitment to me on the beach there in Dover that Britain would back this call. A month later, Lord Goldsmith stood up in the General Assembly and made that commitment and urged other nations to join them in this pursuit. And since then, over 120 nations, so more than half of the world's nations, have agreed to this standard, which is protecting at least 30% of the world's oceans now by 2030.
The planet is still warming. The UN Secretary General says that the climate crisis is, quote, out of control. There are some environmental activists who've responded to that by thinking the time has come for direct actions which undoubtedly inconvenience, at the very least, the general public. We're talking about people who glue themselves to highways, glue themselves to trains, disrupt major cultural and sporting events. I'm just wondering, you talk about diplomacy. This isn't diplomacy, this is direct action. Are you supportive of it or not?
I feel deeply uncomfortable with environmental campaigners, and all of these are peaceful environmental campaigners being locked up. I feel deeply uncomfortable with the situation.
But my question was, do you support them?
I absolutely support those people who are trying to highlight the situation which we face now.
I thought about
we face a situation where every single year I'm seeing the planet warm. Every single year I'm seeing less and less sea ice in the Arctic. I'm seeing coral reefs dying. And yet the people who who are meant to be leading the situation, trying to protect the planet, they're just not doing the job.
Those who take a very different view of the urgency of this climate crisis, they point to what they see as hypocrisy among some environmental campaigners, and maybe you could be accused of that yourself. And I'm thinking about the fact that one of your sponsors for some of these extraordinary missions you undertake is the legal and general financial institution, financial corporation. Their investment arm still has a significant holding of Shell oil shares. So in a strange sort of way, indirectly, you're benefiting from investment in fossil fuel activity. Another example would be the degree to which you fly and use ships to get your message around the world, all of it adding to your carbon footprint. Now, it's easy to say, that's an example of hypocrisy, but do you think about that? And are you changing your own way of living?
I absolutely do think about that. And every time that I take on a sponsor, we do a due diligence of them, and legal and general investment management came near the top of the list in terms of asset management. Year on year, they come near the top of the list in terms of those who are doing the most environmentally friendly investing.
Yeah, but you asked them to divest themselves of Shell shares.
Well, they follow a tracker fund. I mean, you need to speak to them about it, but they follow a tracker fund. So when you do that type of investment, that's the system, and we do have to change that system.
Right. I just wonder, as we think about you about to jet off to the United States to swim the Hudson River, you want to end the swim at the United Nations as they consider a new treaty to protect the seas. Do you in any way feel overwhelmed by the scale of the climate emergency and the degree to which even your actions, and you've talked about the impacts they've had, can't begin to meet the scale of the challenge?
It's happening so quickly. It's a race against time to save the planet. One of the reasons why I've chosen the river to swim in is because I think it's just more achievable to clean up and get a healthy river. All of us are close to a river. When we look out across the oceans, and it's 70% of the planet, we look out across them, it can seem overwhelming.
Yeah, but I hate to tell you this, the New York Times today, very excited about your swim, has said that you, Lewis Pugh, are going to be facing rat infestations, sewage outflows, and residue of toxic chemicals, including mercury, on your Hudson River swim. So, again, this is a challenge that frankly is getting worse.
We need to take urgent action right now. That's the simple message. We can't delay any longer.
But you still believe that it's a fight that can be won for humanity?
I believe we're passing certain tipping points, and unless we take urgent action now, we will pass more tipping points. There are about 8 million plants and animals on this planet, and of those, about 1 million are at risk, real risk now of going extinct. I mean, think about that statistic. And so every single fraction of a degree matters. Every single thing which we pollute, that matters. I'm urging people to take action.
All I can do is wish you the very best of luck with your next extreme endurance swim along the Hudson River. Hope we can talk to you at some point after that, but for now, thanks for being on Hard Talk.
Hello from the BBC World Service. Business Daily is up next, and in 20 minutes' time you can hear Witness History.
It's the spring of 1943. The Greek city of Thessaloniki, or Salonika, is under Nazi occupation. Yeti Mitrani is 14 years old.
At 8:30 GMT, Crowd Science wants to know why we get bored.
We want to sort of see ourselves as acting on the world in ways that sort of spring from our own desires and needs, right? So if we're bored, it's clear that we're not acting on the world in an effective way. We're not being very good agents.
That's followed by the History Hour with Max Pearson.
The Japanese surrender at the end of the Second World War, anti-Soviet defiance on the streets of the Latvian capital Riga, plus the Red Elvis and the birth of the Barbie doll.
That's all here on the BBC World Service.
Coming up on Business Daily on the BBC World Service, why tens of thousands of Russians escaping Vladimir Putin's regime chose the Republic of Georgia as their destination. The Georgian economy enjoyed double-digit growth last year, but what is the real cost of doing business with Russia? That's all after the news.
BBC News with Emily Thomas. The Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has been discharged from hospital hours ahead of a key parliamentary vote on his government's controversial judicial reform plans. Protesters have begun gathering outside the Knesset, while a group representing 100 of Israel's largest businesses have announced a strike. There's political stalemate in Spain after a snap general election failed to produce a decisive winner, leaving both the right and the left without a clear route to forming a new government. The Conservative People's Party won the most seats, but is short of a majority, even with the support of the far-right Vox. President Putin says Russia is capable of replacing exports of grain to Africa from Ukraine after it withdrew from a deal allowing their safe shipment. Reports suggest Moscow is pushing to supply grain via a scheme involving Qatar and Turkey. The Ukrainian port city of Odessa has again come under attack from Russian drones, which destroyed a grain depot and injured 4 port workers. The inner Sydney district, once the epicentre of Australia's HIV epidemic, is close to becoming the first place in the world to reach a UN target for ending transmission. New infections among gay men dropped by 88% over 12 years. Corfu and Evia have become the latest Greek islands to issue evacuation orders as the country grapples with a series of devastating wildfires. On Rhodes, 19,000 people have been forced from their homes or accommodation. At least 11 people are now known to have died after the roof of a school gym collapsed in northeastern China. The climate activist Greta Thunberg is due to appear in court in southern Sweden today. She's on trial for allegedly disobeying a police order to leave an anti-oil protest at Malmö port in June. BBC News.
Hello and welcome to Business Daily with me, Rayhan Dimitri. In today's program, are Russian businesses welcome in Georgia? Russia's invasion of Ukraine has had a knock-on effect on countries like Georgia, and despite the pessimistic predictions, the country's economy had a double-digit growth in 2022.
Georgia found itself in a very paradoxical economic situation, which it has never experienced before and probably will never likely to experience again.
Since the war, tens of thousands of Russians moved to this small South Caucasus nation. They brought along their money and their ideas.
So, we're going to open school in Georgia. And I was like, yes, let's do it.
But what do Georgians, who fought their own war with Russia in 2008, make of a huge growth in trade and economic relations with Russia?
It hurts. It hurts very, very much, every single day.
That's all coming up in Business Daily on the BBC World Service Radio. In May, dozens of demonstrators gathered at Tbilisi International Airport to protest the resumption of direct flights with Russia. Direct flights between the countries came to a halt 4 years ago after mass anti-Russia protests in the Georgian capital. But in early May, Russia lifted the ban. For Georgia's opposition, this was yet another sign of a thawing relationship between the two countries. Sergoj Cheidze is from an opposition political party, Strategy Armashenebeli.
Restoration of this the direct flights, it means that more influence Russia will have in Georgia, more economic, more ideological influence, and all the world, civilized world, tries to sanction Russia, tries to isolate Russia, and at the same time, Georgian government, they are collaborating with Russia, which is against all international rules, all humanitarian rules, and against of interest, state interest of Georgia as well.
Despite the protests by the opposition and warnings from the EU and the United States that Georgian companies servicing Russian planes might get sanctioned, the country's Prime Minister Irakli Garibashvili, speaking recently at the Qatar Economic Forum, defended the government's decision to allow Russian planes back into Georgia.
We didn't say that we would stop the economic trade relations with Russia. Many countries have flights with Russia, but we made it very clear that no sanctioned companies and no sanctioned aircrafts will be allowed to operate in Georgia. In this situation, let me once again confirm that we support Ukraine. We support Ukrainian people, and we want this war to end as soon as possible. We joined more than 500 resolutions, statements, everywhere, at every international platform. And we fully comply with the financial sanctions. But when it comes to economic sanctions, let me explain that Georgia's trade turnover with Russia is less than $1 billion. $1 billion could not affect Russian economy if we would impose economic sanctions on Russia. So there's no logic. But we would destroy our economy, we would damage the interests of our country, and we would damage the interests of our people if we impose some kind of economic sanctions on Russia.
That has been the main argument of the Georgian government, that imposing sanctions on Russia after its invasion of Ukraine would have hurt the Georgian economy. That's because Russia is among Georgia's top 3 trading partners, along with Turkey and China. In fact, the war in Ukraine has had a positive impact on the Georgian economy. It grew at around 10% last year. That's partially due to the arrival of tens of thousands of Russians who have relocated to Georgia since the war and brought their money with them.
What we see is that Georgia in 2022 found itself in a very paradoxical economic situation, which it has never experienced before and probably will never likely to experience again.
Yaroslava Babic is the lead economist at ISET, an independent economic think tank based in Tbilisi.
This was mainly driven by the unprecedented migration of Russians, mainly, also Belarusian citizens and partially Ukrainian citizens, to Georgia. So why Georgia? Georgia is a destination of convenience. First of all, it shares the border with Russia, so it's close, but also it has very liberal migration policies, which are almost unmatched by any other country in the region. You can stay in the country for 1 year as a foreigner without needing a visa. You don't need a permission to work. Foreigners who don't have income from Georgia, they don't pay income tax or property tax. If they have a business, of course, they pay business-related taxes that are here.
An estimated 100,000 Russian citizens have relocated to Georgia since the beginning of the war in Ukraine. The Russians brought their money, but they have also driven the prices up. Yaroslava Babic again.
So we saw 2.1 billion USD from Russia flowing into Georgia, which was over 4 times what was in the previous years. And it accounted for half of the total money inflows into Georgia. And this created, on the one hand, some economic boom in Georgia, driven by consumption by these migrants. But on the other hand, it created quite a few problems. For example, it created inflation. The first prices that spiked were the real estate rental rates. It was 120% increase in prices compared to the previous year. They're really squeezing out some of the vulnerable populations like migrants from the regions who are coming to Georgia to work. Also that puts pressure on students, on young families, and so on.
Hello guys. This many brochures, metal pin and this
Last year, more than 10,000 Russian companies were registered in Georgia. Most of them are sole proprietors, like Konstantin Kropachev from the Russian city of Tver. He has a stall selling pins and nostalgic products from the 1990s in one of the busiest touristic areas in the capital, Tbilisi.
You have some like retro chewing gums, Turbo.
Yeah,
My
Turbo.
God.
It's very popular in Russia and country SNG, Ukraine, Belarus 30 years ago. Turbo, it's absolutely hit.
Kostya, I wanted to ask you about just your story.
I have this business in Russia. I started business 11 years ago. Перейду на русский, если.
I'll switch into Russian. There is a community called Business Youth. I watched their masterclasses, got inspired, and the next day I quit my job. I took all the money I had, went to Moscow, and bought 200 boxes of Love Ears chewing gum. We sold it all in 2 weeks' time. I moved to Georgia immediately after the war started. We brought the remaining stock from Russia, and we restarted our business here. And actually, we're doing well. Our sales are up.
That's really good news that your sales have grown since you came here. But how easy or difficult was it to set yourself up here among the Georgians? Was there any opposition from local people towards you because you're from Russia?
Regarding local people's attitudes, I happened to be in this really good touristic place by chance. I was walking with my friends. I saw a bustling trade here and decided to ask about renting a stall. I approached the woman who runs it. When I explained I was from Russia, she said, "Do you know that 20% of Georgia is occupied by Russia?" I said, "Yes, of course. Abkhazia and South Ossetia. It's a pain for many Georgians, and the Russians too." We realized that our political compasses match, and they said, "Fine, you can come and work here."
Knowing the basics about Georgia-Russia relations, such as the fact that two Georgian regions of Abkhazia and South Ossetia have been occupied by Russia since the 2008 war, is essential for doing business in Georgia, says Nino Tsitlanadze. She runs her own consultancy firm and is a regular speaker at networking events for Russian entrepreneurs.
Today's lecture will be focused on making business in Georgia and on Georgian mentality and on how Georgians see expats and showing expats how Georgians see the process.
And how do Georgians see the process?
Any foreigner who come to Georgian land first of all, and Georgian land is everything it's everything we have, because our war started in 2008, and our war is not over at all, and that's why Ukrainian war is such a trigger for every one of us. And so let's say Russian businesses in Georgia is such a trigger because of that. When they come to Georgia, I can say for sure that many didn't even remember this war. They just came to Georgia because it's, it's warm, it's cheap, it's tasty, and so on and so on. And they really don't know that it hurts. And when I tell Russians that, guys, it was war, we have lost our territories, and after Russians get to know about the real situation, trust me, many of them change their mind and they try to respect.
In downtown Tbilisi, there is hardly any building that would not have a Ukrainian flag hanging from a balcony or displayed from a window. And while the Georgian government's approach to Russia is pragmatic, as it describes it, ordinary people express themselves through street art and the endless anti-Russian graffiti. But that did not put off Muscovite Nina Pshenitsa from pursuing her dream and setting up a private school with alternative education.
I came to Georgia 1 year ago. In Russia, I've been working in educational sphere for 10 years. So when I decided to leave Russia and go to Georgia, After 3 minutes, I already knew what I'm going to do because it was my dream.
Well, just 3 minutes.
Yeah. So I wrote the message for one of the director of the Alleyne school in St. Petersburg that, Ira, I'm going to Georgia. And Ira answered me, so we're going to open school in Georgia. And I was like, yes, let's do it. Alleyne school is 100% alternative education. And number one value of our school is human is more important than the system. Like our system is very innovative here and it's very cool. And another challenge to invite Georgian in our schools.
Georgians are not so easy about all these changes that are happening in their country. Kind of maybe makes you think, am I doing the right thing in the right place?
Georgian, so for them also, like for our school, human being is more important than the system. And when they see that I'm chasing my dream, I'm doing something great, and I really wanted to help the educational system here as well, to bring something new and to share my experience, to do something for the Georgian market as well.
The Georgian market is already feeling the impact of the Russian influx. There are new coffee shops, restaurants. At one such cafe, which opened in downtown Tbilisi just a few weeks ago, I met the owner, Anna. She moved to Georgia in early 2023 with her family from Crimea. I asked Anna what did she learn so far about doing business in Georgia.
The biggest benefit for us is that as expats, we feel like we have equal rights with Georgian citizens when it comes to setting up the business. Everything is transparent. Registering the business was really easy. And another thing is, people do help you here, either with money or without. The guy who renovated our cafe, we just met him in the street.
Его звали Георгий?
Да.
Was his name Georgi? It's a joke in Georgia because every other man is called George or Georgi.
И один Давид. Мы, конечно же, хотим захватить грузинскую аудиторию, потому что
We would love to attract more Georgian audience to our cafe. In our team we have Georgians, our chef and the barista. We invested up to $100 and hope to return the money in a year. Our plan is to open 2 more smaller branches and focus on delivering light food.
Anna's dilemma on how to make her cafe more attractive for Georgian customers is a shared concern for many other Russian business owners. To bridge this gap, marketing specialist Irina Lastovka, who moved to Georgia 3 years ago, decided to set up a business community to bring Russian and Georgian entrepreneurs together.
Our
community is called Ertad, which means together in Georgian. Our main mission is to connect local entrepreneurs with Russian-speaking expats. Big numbers of expats come here to invest. I think it's because Georgia knows how to balance between the so-called Soviet Union and Europe in terms of mentality, economy and connections. So, if you are building a business here, all channels are open for you. There is probably not a single country to which you cannot send products from Georgia.
After Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Georgia, which sits between Turkey to the south and Russia to the north, became one of the main transit countries for goods destined to Russia. Exports from Georgia to Armenia, Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, all of which are members of Russia's Eurasian Economic Union, grew by nearly 150%. Economist Yaroslava Babic again.
For the countries that share a border with Russia, there are no customs checks that are going on. But because Armenia and Russia are part of this Eurasian Economic Union, again, I mean, there's free trade, and the trucks that are crossing Georgian territory are sealed and they are not checked for the goods of suspicious nature. But we know what kind of goods are going from Georgia to Armenia, for example. At the first glance, they don't have any strategic value. So if there has been an increase in the export of washing machines, these are, on paper, these are not sanctioned goods. But part of this good could be used in the defense industries, have been used by Russia as part of its military complex. So some part of it could be the sanction, part of the sanction avoidance.
The Georgian authorities have repeatedly denied that the country is being used to circumvent Western sanctions against Russia. Georgia's Ministry of Finance said that all types of customs operations at the border are strictly monitored. But they do not deny that Georgia's economy is increasingly dependent on Russia. And that poses risks not just for the economy, but for Georgia's political future.
BBC World Service. And now, Witness History, with me, Maria Margaronis. It's the spring of 1943. The Greek city of Thessaloniki, or Salonika, is under Nazi occupation. Yeti Mitrani is 14 years old.
One day, about 8:30 in the morning, the door gets opened without ceremony, without knocking, without nothing. And a friend of my mother's called Evgenia Frangista barges in. She doesn't say good morning. She says, sister Frigid, you are going to leave. Huh? Grandpa is sick. They are going to shoot us if they catch us. I don't care. You are just going to leave, no matter what. And she barges out. So people look at each other. Okay.
Salonika was once known as the Jerusalem of the Balkans, home to a large and thriving Jewish population. But by the end of the Second World War, 95% of Salonika's Jews had been deported and murdered in Auschwitz.
We were not really in terrific shape. My grandfather had pleurisy. We were wearing the yellow star. And we were sewing rucksacks to go to Poland with.
To go to Poland?
That's what the Germans said. You're going to move to Poland for the time of the war, and then after the end of the war, we'll repatriate you. That's what I said. Except for my grandfather, who kept saying, no, these backpacks are going to Israel.
Yeti was born in Salonika in 1928. She remembers an idyllic childhood.
My first memory is opening the window of my bedroom in the morning and smelling the citrus fruit that the Kaikia were bringing to Salonika from the outlying islands. And you open the window in the winter and you smelled it. And also I remember my father pointing to Mount Olympus, which was on the right, and saying, tu sais, mon enfant, c'est où habitaient les dieux.
Your father spoke to you in French?
Only. So there was Mount Olympus with all the gods. And I said to him, what happened to them? Oh, he said, they've gone.
Yeti's father was the principal of the Alliance Israélite Universelle, part of a network of French Jewish schools.
My grandfather, my maternal grandfather, was an Orthodox Jew. Friday night, there was a big table. All his sons were there, and they were guests, and we have kiddush, and all these rituals were done every day, and all my uncles knew how to sing the songs. It was very pleasant.
Did you have a synagogue that you went to?
No, it was not religious. My grandmother kept the house kosher because my grandfather wouldn't have it any other way. But it was kind of Mediterranean religion, you know. It was relaxed and it was tolerant.
The grown-ups were busy with their own lives, and though Yeti and her cousin Mary were watched over by servants and nannies, they were good at sneaking away.
We used to go into side streets and raise all kinds of hell with the local urchins. I'll tell you a great game we used to play. Everybody's hiding on the scaffolds of the construction site, and it has to go all over, find them and bring them back. Would you allow your kids to do that? Okay. We never were caught. That's the beauty of being a young person in that kind of society. You can always escape, and there is freedom.
freedom came to an abrupt end in October 1940 when Mussolini's Italy invaded Greece. To escape the air raids, Yeti and her grandparents went by boat to the island of Skopelos, where they'd spent summer holidays.
While we were in Skopelos, the Germans came down. And we totally stupidly, we knew nothing, we knew absolutely nothing, came back.
The Nazis entered Salonika in April 1941. The organised persecution of the Jewish community began the following year with a roundup of Jewish men for forced labour in the city's Liberty Square.
That's when my cousin Sam, he was 17 at the time, he just broke out and ran away. He went with the underground. His whole family disappeared. They were deported, all of them. And he comes back 4 years later, 3 years later or something. Sam the Red.
In February 1943, all Jews were required to register and receive a yellow star. Yeti remembers this moment with her characteristic contempt for the occupiers.
Well, I can't say it was exactly pleasant. Also, when they started all that nonsense, they had designated neighborhoods. The Jews could not live elsewhere.
She wasn't about to stop making friends with kids on the street either.
You know, I still remember Manolis. He was about my age. Very smart. And we had a very strong friendship for a couple of years. My family certainly did not approve of the connection. He was a Shushan boy for the Germans. And that was his job. He fed his family on it. But what happened was that when my mother and I were walking away from the designated areas with the yellow star, we took out the yellow star, and here comes Manolis. We saw each other. We made eye contact and never said anything, never greeted each other. And then I had to think, shall I tell my mother or no, because he's working for the Germans. I said, no, never mind, he's okay. He was.
It was soon after that Yeti's family were warned they had to leave. By bus and by boat, they managed to escape back to the island of Skopelos, taking with them the sewing supplies they'd bought to use as currency in the barter economy.
And here we are with black and white thread and all kinds of size needles. Well, it just so happened, but after a little while, the island did not have any needles or any thread, I had no monopoly on needles and thread. And so I used to go in the neighborhoods and sell velones, clostes, piusel navorasi,
At first the island was under Italian occupation, less dangerous for Jews. But in September 1943, when Italy surrendered to the Allies, the Germans took control and arrested Yeti's mother.
My mother was the only other person in the island that spoke German. And my mother is a force to be reckoned with. And I don't know what she said to the German. But he let her go. Consequently, every time he passed the house and he saw my mother, he clicked his heels. He actually clicked his heels. However, he was not such a pussycat because he went to Alonisos and got some hostages. And when they left the island, they killed these hostages.
Yeti didn't want to talk about the cruelty she'd witnessed or the deportations. She preferred to remember moments of kindness or good luck. But inevitably, we came to the last part of the story.
The nightmare was after, not during. During it was, you live, you die. But afterwards is the nightmare. Because you know what happened to all the people. For instance, my Aunt Mathilde and her husband were deported. My father's wife, he had remarried, was deported.
And did not come back?
No. Nobody I knew came back that was deported.
Yeti moved to America, where she became a ceramic artist and raised a family. She never stopped grieving for her relatives, despite the steely lightness of her telling.
You take experiences for granted. It sounds like they were weird experiences to you now, but they were not to me. It was a time of history. I just happened to be in it. Lucky me.
Yeti died in 2021 at the age of 93. She was speaking to me, Maria Margaronis, for Witness History from the BBC World Service.
This is the BBC World Service with The Climate Question. We're here to answer the burning question.
A question that has obsessed people for millennia.
How can we save our planet?
Are there easy fixes we can reach for?
How can we make renewables more renewable?
How can we avert or adapt to climate change?
The Climate Question. Wednesdays at 8:30 and 19 GMT. And at bbcworldservice.com/climate question. In 30 minutes, Crowd Science. With Marnie Chesterton.
We can all relate to the uncomfortable and at times unbearable feeling of boredom. What is boredom? Why does it happen? And could this frustrating, thumb-twiddling experience actually serve some evolutionary purpose?
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello, it is decision time in Israel. Parliament is about to vote on controversial judicial reforms that have divided the nation. It's 8 hours GMT here on the newsroom with me, Nick Miles, as Spain enters a period of political uncertainty after another inconclusive election. Also today.
Our weekend was a nightmare because almost half of the island is burning.
We hear the latest on the blazes across Greece. We'll also head to Ukraine to look at the impact of Russia's decision to pull out of that grain deal.
Probably every country around the world needs it, because you don't have Ukrainian grain today or tomorrow, you pay more.
Later on, we hear a series of firsts for the Arab world at the Women's Football World Cup and an explosive mix.
Hey Barbie, can I come to your house today? We've got one hope. Secret laboratory.
Two films, Barbie and Oppenheimer, go head-to-head. Who will come out on top? All after this.
Hello, I'm Emily Thomas with the BBC News. Police in Jerusalem have deployed water cannon to disperse protesters blocking roads leading to Israel's parliament as MPs prepare to vote on controversial judicial reform plans. One of the leaders of the protest movement, Moshe Radman, and several other demonstrators were arrested near the Knesset building. From Jerusalem, here's Tom Bateman.
Amid the increasingly divisive atmosphere, the Israeli Prime Minister spent the weekend in hospital recovering from surgery to fit a pacemaker, but has said he will attend today's vote. It will amount to a decisive moment over the proposals, which have triggered months of unprecedented dissent and demonstrations spreading into the ranks of the security establishment. Thousands of military reservists, including Air Force pilots, have threatened to boycott duty if the bill, one of several planned, passes this week.
Spain is facing a political deadlock after Sunday's snap general election failed to produce a decisive winner. The outcome has left both the right and the left without a clear route to forming a new government. From Madrid, Guy Hedgecoe has more on what this result means for Spain.
Very significant if one of the parties is indeed able to form a new government. And obviously at the moment that looks rather unlikely. Certainly the Conservatives don't look like they will be able to form a new majority, even with the support of the far-right Vox. Despite what the party's leader, Mr. Núñez Feijóo, has said, it really doesn't look as if the numbers will add up. So the big question now is whether Mr. Sanchez himself will be able to form a new government. Again, that looks difficult. And I think a repeat election right now looks like the most likely outcome.
Corfu and Evia have become the latest Greek islands to issue evacuation orders as the country grapples with a series of devastating wildfires. Boats have been dispatched to take people to safety by sea. On the island of Rhodes, fires are still raging on 3 fronts. 19,000 people have been forced from their homes and accommodation. President Putin says Russia is capable of replacing exports of grain to Africa from Ukraine after he withdrew from a deal allowing their safe shipment across the Black Sea. The ending of the deal was met with a statement of regret from the African Union. Here's David Willis.
A statement from the Kremlin says that Russia expected to see a record harvest this year and added that Moscow was capable of providing the grain free of charge. The timing of this statement is significant because this week the Russian city of St. Petersburg is due to host the second Russia-Africa summit. Now, Russia's refusal to extend a deal safeguarding the transport of grain from Ukraine's Black Sea ports is based on claims that its exports are being compromised by Western sanctions.
You're listening to the latest world news from the BBC. The almost nightly Russian attacks on the Ukrainian city of Odessa have continued, with the latest involving drones striking the port area. The 4-hour assault left a grain depot destroyed and 4 workers injured. Further east, Ukrainian drones have been active over the occupied Crimean Peninsula, with one hitting an ammunition depot. And in Moscow, the Defence Ministry has accused Ukraine of being behind another drone attack. At least 11 people are now known to have died after the roof of a school gym collapsed in northeastern China. Most are thought to have been students at volleyball training. From Beijing, here's Stephen McDonnell.
The rescue effort, involving more than 150 firefighters, has stopped at the number 34 middle school in Qiqihar, Heilongjiang province. 4 people escaped by themselves after the roof of a school gym collapsed. Firefighters were able to save 4 more. However, all other people who were inside at the time have died. Bosses at a local construction company have been detained, according to local media reports. They're thought to have placed perlite on the roof while working on an adjacent building project. The mineral became heavier following strong rain, which is thought to have caused the roof to cave in. The lax application of building standards has led to frequent accidents in China.
Norway's government says 12 ministries have been hit by a cyber attack. Officials said work was continuing as normal and police were investigating the incident. The local government minister said it was not known who's behind the hacking. A 56-year-old British man has been charged with terrorist offences. Anjum Chowdhury was arrested along with a 28-year-old Canadian Khalid Hussein, who had just arrived at London's Heathrow Airport. Mr Chowdhury is accused of directing a terrorist organisation and addressing meetings in order to encourage others to support a banned organisation. World News from the BBC.
Hello there, this is the newsroom from the BBC World Service with me, Nick Miles. In a moment we will head to Israel, where the Israeli Parliament is just about to start voting on a crucial government bill to severely limit the powers of the judiciary, which has really divided the nation there. But first, let's head to Greece, because strong winds and blistering heat has been a recipe for dozens of wildfires there on the mainland and on the islands. Blazes have taken hold in a number of parts of Greece. The authorities on the islands of Corfu and Evia have followed the example of Rhodes and told thousands of people to leave their homes and hotels very swiftly indeed. Maria Fegu is a volunteer with the Hellenic Red Cross in Rhodes.
Our weekend was a nightmare because almost half of the island is burning. So me and my colleagues, we are prepared for challenging times. This is what we are prepared to do, except the first days we are also rescuers. So the Greek government tries to help. There are fires all over Greece, so we can understand that they cannot provide as much help as we would like to have because they have to be everywhere. We wish it was better.
The islands are, of course, very popular with foreign tourists, and in Rhodes in particular, there are concerns that airports and harbours are having real difficulty coping with the numbers of people trying to leave. Our correspondent Jenny Hill has the latest from Rhodes.
Well, it looks idyllic, doesn't it? But, for so many people, the last few days have been a real nightmare. 19,000 people, locals and tourists, had to flee homes and hotels over the weekend. And those fires are still burning. You can see how windy it is. That's been the case over the last day or so. The wind is forecast to strengthen today, and that, of course, makes the job of the firefighters who are still trying to bring that fire under control so much more difficult and, of course, so much more dangerous. They've reported overnight that there were large flare-ups on the 3 main fronts of that fire. At the same time, of course, we've heard about fires breaking out in Corfu and also on the island of Evia, which just last year suffered what are reckoned to be the worst wildfires in this country's history. So people on both of those islands, of course, extremely nervous about what might come over the coming hours and days. It's very hot here Some settlements on both Corfu and Evia have had to be evacuated already. It's not yet clear whether those fires are likely to spread further. We're a long way away, in particular from Corfu here, so the forecast in terms of wind may be different, but what you can be certain of is the fact that another heat wave is predicted to hit this region in the coming days. That is not going to help at all. And I suppose, when you talk to people here, people of course are immediately concerned with what's happening right now. Some places don't have running water. There have been power outages overnight because a power station near the fire had to be shut down. But of course, all of this is really focusing minds, not only here in the region, but actually I think across the world right now, on our changing climate and the potential effects it could have, the impact it could have on regions like this, and of course here on the all-important tourism industry.
Well, Jenny Hill on roads. So, after months of protest, the countdown to a crucial vote in the Israeli parliament is coming to an end. Within the next few hours, MPs are going to vote on a government bill to severely limit the powers of the judiciary. The proposal has split Israeli society, it's fair to say. Now, workers from some of the country's biggest businesses and tech sector have walked out at what they see as an attack on democracy by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his right-wing coalition. These two protesters said that they will continue to demonstrate until their voices are heard.
Around half of the people, or even more of them, are leaving their work, leaving their families and coming here to protest, and we will continue because we have no other place to go.
We're here to fight our very dear and fragile democracy. And we're here to stay until we make sure Israel stays a democratic and liberal country. We won't let that happen, not in our watch.
Well, Mr. Netanyahu, who's been in hospital over the weekend having a pacemaker fitted, shows little sign of backing down, and he insists that the new law will bring balance to the executive. Well, Paul Adams is in Jerusalem for us. Paul, begin by telling us, if you will, why this vote and this legislation is so controversial.
Well, you heard it in one of the speakers there. This is all about the nature of Israel's democracy. Is it going to be, in the words of that lady, a secular, liberal place, or is it going to be a place which is more dominated by religious laws, where there is less oversight of the government by the Supreme Court? I'm sitting right by the walls of the Supreme Court. You can probably hear the protesters outside the court trying to make their voices heard. They believe that these judicial reforms, which Benjamin Netanyahu has been pursuing so relentlessly for such a long time, will erode the delicate checks and balances, will tilt this country more in the direction of a kind of theocracy. They think that threatens their identity and their feeling of what it means to be an Israeli citizen. And that's why they are determined to stop it. Now, what is happening today is a vote on just one part of that judicial reform. It is a rule that allows Supreme Court justices to overturn government moves on the basis of reasonableness. That is the key vote that is happening today, and these protesters are determined that it should not go ahead.
And Paul, as you say, we can hear behind you the protesters who are saying, look, that this is just going to erode our democracy. But there are people across Israel who support this. Who are they?
There absolutely are. And again, one of your voices said there, it's about half and half. Just while Jerusalem is filled up with people opposed to the judicial reforms, down in Tel Aviv, normally a secular bastion, by the way, last night we saw as many as 100,000 people gathering to support the government. This set of reforms has the support of religious nationalists, in particular Jewish settlers living in occupied territory captured in 1967. That is a religious nationalist community. And it also has the support of the ultra-Orthodox community, which is a slightly different community, but also one which feels that this government is more receptive to their demands for their lifestyle to be protected by law. And so this is a debate which absolutely drives a wedge right down the middle of the country and exposes rifts that have really existed since the foundation of the State of Israel in 1948, but which have never been quite so conspicuous, quite so raw as they are now.
Paul Adams in Jerusalem, many thanks for that. We'll go back to Israel for the result of that vote in later editions of the programme, of course. More political uncertainty now, this time in Spain, because a general election there has failed to bring a hard and fast result yet again. Neither the Conservative Popular Party, which won the most seats in Parliament, nor the governing Socialists secured an outright majority. The poll had predicted a clear victory for the Popular Party, but it didn't turn out that way. Our Europe editor, Katja Adler, is in Madrid. I asked her which side now has a better chance of forming a coalition government.
Actually, it's the leader of the second largest party, so not the winners, if you like, on paper of the election, who is most likely to be able to form a coalition. That's Pedro Sánchez. He's the outgoing prime minister. He could possibly cobble together enough parties on the left and the far left, but he relies on Catalan separatist parties to do so. And in the past, he's come under a lot of criticism from the right in his country for working together with separatist parties. In this case, it becomes even more difficult because one of those parties who would be needed said, we're not going to give our support for nothing. Does that mean, it probably does, that they'll ask for a referendum? So would Pedro Sánchez agree to stay in government in order to hold a Catalan referendum on it leaving the country? That would be a real mess. And so it looks difficult. We would have weeks of horse trading to go, as people try to form a government. But it looks equally likely that Spaniards could end up with a fresh general election in a few months' time.
Katja, we've seen more than a decade of weak governments. Do you think this is a result of the plethora of different parties where there are inherent differences and vested interests? What do Spaniards make of all this, and what's the solution to resolve these periods of instability?
It's definitely instability, because if we have a look at whether there would be another general election, that would be the 6th general election in 8 years. So Spaniards are pretty fed up about that. I think what's the answer? That's difficult, and I think it's a question that goes for many European countries where you've seen the traditional parties, centre-right, centre-left, that have dominated politics in many countries since the end of World War II, losing that dominance. And that, I think, that really goes back to the economic crisis of 2008 and its fallout. Where people were furious that banks were bailed out over individuals, particularly furious with the centre-left parties in Europe. And I think that's given rise to the smaller parties, particularly notably at the time in 2016, 2017, was the rise of hard-right nationalist parties. Now, the headlines were dominated in lead up to this Spanish election because the hard-right nationalist Vox party looked likely to go into government with the centre-right. That horrified a large chunk of Spaniards. It would have been the first time that the nationalist right would have been in government since the end of the military dictatorship here. That's almost 50 years ago. But that party actually lost a lot of seats. Many Spaniards said they were disgusted, frightened at the idea of that party and its ideals being in government. So in Brussels, in the EU, there's a big sigh of relief because you have seen similar types of parties, the hard right, doing very well in a number of EU countries and making their way into government or in powerful positions just outside government. However, Spain holds the rotating presidency of the EU at the moment, so it is an unstable picture. We may be going towards another general election, and Spaniards say what they want most of all is stability, but the way they're looking for it is in two opposite directions, to the left or to the right, and after the election as before, this country remains deeply divided.
Katja Adler there. You are listening to the BBC World Service. Here's a reminder of our main news this hour. Protests are intensifying outside Israel's parliament ahead of a key vote on judicial reform legislation that has divided the nation. A statement from Israel's president has just come out. Isaac Herzog has said that there is a basis for judicial compromise, but gaps remain. Now, it is day 5 of football's Women's World Cup. Underway in New Zealand, of course, and the game in Auckland between Italy and Argentina ended 1-0 to the Italians. Later in Australia, Brazil play Panama, but as Shaima Khalil reports, it is another game that's attracting a lot of attention.
eyes are on the Moroccan team playing Germany later today in Melbourne. They're making history in different ways. Nohaila Benzina being the first hijabi, the woman wearing headscarf in a World Cup. But remember, Morocco are also the first team to represent the Middle East and North Africa in the Women's World Cup. The men's team have performed spectacularly in Qatar in 2022, and their captain was speaking earlier, Ghizlan Shebak, saying that the way that the men, their male counterparts, have performed, being the first North African and Arab team to reach the World Cup semi-finals, has really inspired them to do well. There's been a lot of talk about the investment going into women's football in Morocco as well, so we'll see how that translates on the pitch against Germany. We've also got Brazil, Panama. Brazil's Marta da Silva, Queen Marta as she's called, one of the, if not the most celebrated woman footballer in the world, is playing her last World Cup. Brazil has, the women's team have yet to win a World Cup, and they're hoping that Marta can get that win this year.
Shami Khalil. Let's go to Ukraine now, where the southern port of Odessa has once again come under fire from Russian drones overnight, the latest attack since Moscow pulled out of the grain export deal a few days ago. Ukraine's grain exports have already fallen by a third since last year's invasion, and producers there now expect them to halve after Russia ended the agreement. From southern Ukraine, our correspondent James Waterhouse sent this report.
A service in Russian in southern Ukraine. Odessa's biggest cathedral is a Christian Orthodox place of worship. It has links to Moscow, yet on Sunday it was hit by a Russian missile.
The service is taking place as normal outside. People are gathering on the grassy banks. There is no roof. Teams here have been ferociously trying to clear up what they can.
The city has found itself at the sharp end of Russia's decision to pull out of a landmark agreement which allowed Ukraine to export grain through the Black Sea. As the mayor Gennady Trukhanov points out,
I think Russia has chosen Odessa as the main target. They want to stop the grain agreement and show that nothing will work without them. The most terrible thing is that in order to achieve their goal, they've attacked innocent people.
And this is where it all begins, on fields like this in the rural Poltava region of central Ukraine. There is a huge queue of HGV lorries, almost like they're waiting for a border crossing, but we are in the middle of nowhere. There are two combine harvesters working an enormous field, and the grain is then loaded onto the lorries before making their way to a processing plant.
They are then tested by lab technicians like Yulia.
These people probably don't understand what hunger is. People are starving. There's a large supply, but they're being denied it for no reason.
This site is owned by Kernel, one of Ukraine's biggest grain producers, which thinks the country's exports will be halved with the deal's collapse. Its CEO is Yevgen Ospiov.
Now it's a huge challenge for Ukrainian farmers. All of these difficulties with the logistic and export. The farmers need to sell their products for the next planting season. The farmers will reduce the number of hectares.
Now this plant can hold 120,000 tonnes of grain. It's a third full at the moment. And without the grain deal, it will just keep filling up. This country won't just suddenly stop producing grain. And not just that, sites like this have now become military targets for Russia.
Alternative routes over land or through the Danube River are being touted, but they're more expensive, have less capacity and are politically sensitive.
Nice to meet you.
The Agricultural Minister, Mykola Solskot, admits it's not good news for the millions who rely on Ukrainian grain to survive.
Not only Ukrainian farmers need it, but I think probably every country around the world need it. Because you don't have Ukrainian grain today or tomorrow, you pay more when you visit supermarket.
In Odessa, the clearing of destroyed buildings is again a daily routine. The grain deal had a short life, but it worked. Its death has caused fears of a global food crisis to return.
James Waterhouse there. Now, it is 100 days since fighting broke out between Sudan's army and its paramilitary rival, the Rapid Support Forces. The war has devastated the capital Khartoum and displaced more than 3 million people, and there is still no sign that either side is ready to negotiate peace. So what is happening? Barbara Plett-Usher is in Nairobi.
Well, they're still fighting, is the short answer. There were attacks and battles in the capital Khartoum over the last week. Those have continued. But conflict monitors who are assessing each side's position say, in actual fact, the army has had quite significant setbacks in Khartoum, including its headquarters, which has been under siege for many weeks now. And so they're watching that situation to see how it plays out. But also in other parts of the country, not only in battles with the paramilitary rapid support forces, but other forces have been drawn into the fight, in particular a powerful rebel group from Sudan's former civil war that has been reactivated and has taken over a number of army bases. So the conflict is spreading and drawing in other actors. And the humanitarian situation, meanwhile, continues to worsen as the battle lines harden. You've had 3 million people displaced, as you mentioned, more than half of those fleeing Khartoum. But that doesn't necessarily mean they're getting the help they need, because you continue to have roadblocks, checkpoints, the banking system isn't working, much of the health system isn't working. And so humanitarian organizations are finding it hard to meet people's needs. They have set up some bases, some launch pads in the eastern part of the country where it's relatively stable, and from where they try to get food and medicine to the conflict zones. But it's difficult, and hundreds of thousands of people have crossed borders into nearby countries, and so there are refugee camps set up where they are also struggling to get the support that they need. And in Chad in particular, you have many people coming from conflicts in the western Darfur region of Sudan giving harrowing accounts of what they say are targeted attacks, ethnically motivated attacks against them by the rapid support forces and militias allied to it. Now, the RSF denies that that is the case. It says this is simply tribal conflict. But in the past week or so, the International Criminal Court has opened an investigation into that, an investigation into whether war crimes have been committed.
Barbara Plett-Usher in Nairobi. The term Barbenheimer has become a bit of an internet phenomenon of late. It began circulating on social media prior to the simultaneous release of two films, Barbie and Oppenheimer. And it resulted in a bumper weekend for cinemas around the world. The two films, released on Friday, have very different storylines, with Greta Gerwig's comedy about the eponymous doll and Christopher Nolan's biographical thriller chronicling physicist Robert J. Oppenheimer's role in developing the first atomic bomb. As fans rushed to experience the Barbenheimer phenomenon, the films jointly drew in total estimated $465 million in ticket sales in the first 3 days. Here's the newsroom's Gareth Barlow.
Hey Barbie, can I come to your house tonight?
It's been a box office weekend unlike any we've seen in recent years. On Friday, Barbie and Oppenheimer both hit the big screen, becoming a cultural smash hit, or Barbenheimer as it's now known.
We've got one hope. All America's industrial might and scientific innovation connected here. A secret laboratory.
For View, Europe's largest privately owned cinema chain, it's been the second busiest weekend in the firm's history, as fans flock to see a vision in pink and a vision of a deadly dark past.
And I just love the reaction that everyone's had to the film. So many people just dressing up in pink. You know who's going to go and watch Barbie.
Can't recommend it enough. Best thing I've probably seen this year.
What was so good?
Just about women empowerment.
I don't think one can exist without the other, because I think in the culture what created such anticipation for those two films is actually, the clash that everybody think, that it was going to bring out.
Many moviegoers have done the double, watching Barbie and Oppenheimer back to back, racking up 4 hours and 54 minutes of screen time. So how important is the hype? Beth Webb is an editor at Empire magazine.
Of course, we are now facing an actors' strike. We're well into an actors' strike now as well, which does leave a bit of a murky future in terms of when big films are going to be released. So yeah, I think it is incredibly heartening to see.
Turn to the Barbie next to you. Tell her how much you love her. Compliment her.
It's a sentiment that rings true for both filmmakers and filmgoers, grateful for a big weekend on the big screen.
Are we saying there's a chance that when we push that button, we destroy the world?
Thankfully, it seems the only thing that might be destroyed are more records.
That report by Gareth Barlow bringing this edition to a close. Thanks for listening. Bye-bye.
This is the BBC World Service, exploring how the global trade in church bells heralds big changes for Christianity.
We believe the re-evangelization of the earth is going to happen from sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria in particular.
For centuries, Christianity has been based in the West, but the sale of Italian church bells shows a seismic shift is underway.
Our bells are like the thermometer of the faith. Through our trade, we can immediately understand, whereas faith here in Italy is a bit up and down. It is thriving in Africa.
The bell, we see it as the voice of God.
I'm Hannah Ajala, and I'll be following church bells around the world to discover how Africa is becoming the beating heart of Christianity.
A revival is coming where Nigeria will be central to the gospel globally. Believe in that.
Song of the Bell, Tuesday at 8:30 and 19 GMT.
This week on Crowd Science, we're exploring the uncomfortable and at times unbearable feeling of boredom. Why does it exist and how should we respond to it?
So the thing that I think they shouldn't do is go onto the internet and say, what are the top 10 things to do when you're bored? Because the internet is rife with those kinds of lists, but what those lists do is they rob you of your agency. You're letting the internet tell you what to do next, and that's not going to solve your boredom long term.
The do's and don'ts when boredom strikes, coming up on Crowd Science after the news.
BBC News with Emily Thomas. Police in Jerusalem have deployed water cannon to disperse protesters blocking roads leading to Israel's parliament as MPs prepare to vote on controversial judicial reform plans. There have been several arrests. In the past half hour, President Herzog, who mediated late-night talks, tweeted there was a basis for judicial compromise between government and opposition, but that gaps remained. There's political stalemate in Spain after a snap general election failed to produce a decisive winner, leaving both left and right without a clear route to forming a new government. The Conservative People's Party won the most seats, but is short of a majority, even with the support of the far-right Vox. Corfu and Evia have become the latest Greek islands to issue evacuation orders as the country grapples with a series of devastating wildfires. On Rhodes, 19,000 people have been forced from their homes. President Putin says Russia is capable of replacing exports of grain to Africa from Ukraine after it withdrew from a deal allowing their safe shipment. Reports suggest Moscow is pushing to supply grain via a scheme involving Qatar and Turkey. The almost nightly Russian attacks on the Ukrainian city of Odessa have continued, with the latest involving drones striking the port area. The 4-hour attack left a grain depot destroyed and 4 workers injured. Further east, Ukrainian drones have been active over the occupied Crimean Peninsula, with 1 hitting an ammunition depot. And in Moscow, officials said Ukrainian drone attacks damaged at least 2 buildings. At least 11 people are now known to have died after the roof of a school gym collapsed in northeastern China. The climate activist Greta Thunberg is due to appear in court in southern Sweden today on trial for allegedly disobeying a police order to leave an anti-oil protest. BBC News.
All services, PC7 contract signature sheet. Please use this signature sheet for contracts incorporating PC7. This is Crowd Science from the BBC World Service. I'm Marnie Chesterton. Specific conditions. Please do not amend the PC7 itself, as this may lead to an incorrect version being used going forward. That's me reading the most boring bits of the BBC's procurement terms and conditions. It's just subclauses, all as boring as the last. Why? Because this is the show that answers your science questions. And we've had an email about that unpleasant feeling that should be kicking in right about now. For PC3 and PC7. Oh, God. Oh, it's not pain, but it does kick off this desperate urge to do something, anything else. And listener Brian in Kampala, Uganda, suffers too.
If you have an enemy, send them to Kampala at around 5:30 p.m. and tell them to sit in traffic.
Like many city dwellers, Brian often ends up stuck in rush hour traffic, and it's given him time to think about how little he enjoys being trapped in a tedious tailback.
Why do we as human beings get bored? Do animals get bored? Does getting bored serve any purpose to us as human beings? Because even this question itself came up from a moment when I was really bored. I'm like, this commute is never ending. Why am I here? All the trees look the same. The people outside look the same. It just felt like I was suffocating. I'm like, but is this normal? And why does this happen to me? Then I looked back at my life, and I seem to have had my share of boring experiences. I think there are more than enough, maybe an unfair number of them. If I was to do an average, I would say maybe I've been bored for about 3 whole years of my 30 years. That's 10%.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of boredom.
That's 10%, yes. My father used to say that being bored is a choice. And yet I've never felt like I chose that moment to not be engaged.
Boredom sounds like something that we want to avoid, but do you think it's a good thing that we're kind of forced to get into that state?
If it happened in very small doses, I think that would be kind of refreshing. But if, for example, if chronically bored exists, then I think that's a sad place to be.
A sad place to be, says Brian. So what is this restlessness, and why do we experience it, and why is it such a disagreeable thing to feel? All questions for boredom expert James Dankert. James is a professor in the Department of Psychology and the Cognitive Neuroscience Area Head at the University of Waterloo in Canada. He's also co-authored the book Out of My Skull, The Psychology of Boredom.
Boredom is an uncomfortable feeling of being disengaged from the world around us. The quote I like to use the most comes from Leo Tolstoy in Anna Karenina, where he describes ennui as the desire for desires. When we're bored, we want to be doing something, but we just don't want anything that's currently available to us.
That's a feeling that may be pretty fresh to many of us, as the COVID pandemic has restricted a lot of our behaviours. But even in our normal world, there's so much to keep us busy. The chores, the appointments, jobs, kids, endless television channels, surely more than we could ever possibly do.
The key thing for us is whether or not you feel like you're being an effective agent in the world. And what do I mean by that? We want to sort of see ourselves as acting on the world in ways that sort of spring from our own desires and needs, right? So if we're bored, it's clear that we're not acting on the world in an effective way. We're not being very good agents. And so it's not whether or not something is new or exciting or creative, it's whether or not you're in control of it, whether or not you're deciding what to do because whatever you're deciding matters to you and is meaningful to you.
So when Brian is stuck in traffic, he's lacking agency. He's not choosing to be there, but there's precious little he can do about it. But his dad says that being bored is a choice. What does James make of that?
There's that phrase that I'm sure we're all familiar with, only boring people get bored. That is a judgment that, there's something wrong with you if you're bored, and I don't agree with that. I think that we do all experience it. In fact, animals experience boredom, and if there's a sort of evolutionary history to boredom, then we probably shouldn't cast it as a moral failing.
Wait, animals get bored?
Yeah, they do. And I mean, any of your listeners that have, pet dogs would know that their dog gets bored sometimes, and it usually ends with a torn-up shoe or something like that. But there's actually been really great demonstrations of this that show that, animals, when you put them in boring situations, tend to be more exploratory afterwards.
So this is a sensation that it sounds like lots of animals, not just humans, get. And there's got to be some sort of reason for that to exist.
Right. This is to ask, what is the function of boredom? And the function that boredom serves, in my view, is that it pushes us to act. And that doesn't necessarily mean that it pushes us to act in good ways, but it certainly makes us move from a state of inaction to a state of action. Whether or not we act well or poorly is up to us. One quick and easy solution when you're bored is to grab your phone and doom scroll through social media. It's occupying your mind, and so it really does eliminate the feeling of boredom in the moment. What it does, though, is it eliminates it sort of passively. And at the end of the day, when you put your phone down, you'll still have that circumstance that led you to be bored in the first place. It's perfectly fine to sort of shut off and be passively engaged for some amount of time, but ultimately humans are going to feel better when we actively engage, where we seek out things that are pursuing goals that we think are important.
There are two key things to think about when you're looking at how to navigate a feeling of boredom. So oftentimes boredom comes from either a difficulty, paying attention, or a lack of meaning.
This is Elizabeth Waybright, an Associate Professor of Human Development at Washington State University.
The meaning part, I think, is a little easier to navigate than the attention part, because sometimes attention is just kind of how we exist in the world. We might have a difficult time paying attention. There are sometimes people who have things like a traumatic brain injury that would cause difficulties with attention. But the meaning piece, I think that's where if we can make it more enjoyable or more engaging, then we can bring meaning to a situation that maybe just isn't inherently meaningful, like washing your hands, brushing your teeth.
There's a well-known group of humans with a notoriously poor attention span who often don't see the point of important but necessary things like brushing teeth, tidying up after themselves, and wearing clothes. I'm talking about children. They're the focus of Elizabeth Waybright's research and are giving us insight into how children and adolescents experience and learn to respond to boredom.
Boredom is one of those things that's universally relatable, right? We all have felt a time when we feel bored and then we have to kind of navigate that feeling.
And are children and teenagers more prone to boredom than adults?
Yes, we do know that there is kind of a peak developmental time where people experience boredom more so than other life stages. And that typically happens in early adolescence, 12 to 14-ish years old.
And that's peak boredom in your life, right?
It is, for some key reasons, right? It's because we just don't have all of the skills that we do as adults to be able to navigate it. And we don't have the freedom. Personally, I can pick up and leave and go do something else that I want to. But as an early adolescent, you're really constrained. Oftentimes, boredom is caused by not engaging with your environment in a way that's satisfying to you. And once you have more freedom, you can do other things to resolve your feelings of boredom.
In some respects, it sounds so simple. If you're bored, find a hobby, or go and hang with your friends. We live in a world where phones and technology give us near constant entertainment at our fingertips. And yet, Dr. Waybright has nearly 10 years' worth of data that shows boredom in teens is in fact on the rise. How can that be?
So I get this question quite a bit. Why do you see these increases in boredom? What's going on? I wouldn't expect this. Other trends in things like poor mental health and how that's been increasing over time. I do think we see maybe a broader dissatisfaction with how we're engaging with the world around us. When we think about boredom, it can come from an environment that is understimulating, but it can also come from an environment that's overstimulating. So I wonder if it's that latter reason for boredom that is showing up. I think there is kind of an ideal place for how much stimulation a given person needs. I think you can see this most clearly in kids, right? If you're going to put a toddler or a preschooler in a room full of toys, you may watch them struggle, versus where parents say, well, I rotate my toys. I set out a box of toys and then I take it away and give them a different box. So in that case, the parent is controlling what's available in the environment. Now, I'm not saying that we need to do that through adolescence and adulthood, obviously, but that general idea of understanding where your threshold is of, hey, I know that these situations where there's just a lot going on are just a little too much for me, and I want to avoid those.
It's the fact that boredom is on the increase. Is that worrying?
I think it is a little bit for me. My gut feeling is that maybe we're not giving our teens today the skills to be able to navigate boredom. And I actually think before you can navigate boredom, you have to feel bored. When I was growing up, and I know I sound old when I start to say that. When I was growing up, we didn't have cell phones, we didn't have computers in the house. That really wasn't an option. I had to either sit around and have, my own thoughts and my own imagination to deal with, or I had to go find something to do. And boredom is an uncomfortable feeling. So if we can easily avoid it, I'm not surprised that we turn to our phones or other things to navigate that. but there is value in having to sit with an uncomfortable feeling and figure out how to handle that. And I think that might be a piece that we're missing.
Just a reminder that you're listening to the fascinating world of boredom here on Crowd Science from the BBC World Service. We've heard how boredom is a natural experience for an array of animals and humans, and that it acts as a signal to push us to do something different. But some of our go-to options, like our phones, might be making things worse, not better. This is a huge surprise. Who would have thought that more access to entertainment leads to even more feelings of boredom?
In some ways, our habits create this expectation of novelty or just excitement in general, and that might in some ways change our appetite for stimuli.
This is Christian Chan, Associate Professor of Psychology at the University of Hong Kong. As part of his research, he's looking at how smartphones affect our experience of boredom. In fact, just by making this episode, I've noticed how often I pull my phone out to distract myself from... Ooh, hang on, someone's liked my tweet. I've got to say, it sounds like I have a bit of a habit.
If our expectation for being stimulated or entertained increases, then it gets harder to satisfy that same level of engagement, and that in turn might create more opportunities for us to feel what we call bored, right? Boredom.
That's a worrying picture that you're painting, so that we've got these tools that a lot of us have in our back pockets. From what you're saying, it seems like they reset the bar a bit higher for what we expect out of our entertainment, and then as a consequence, we're more likely to be bored.
That is the hypothesis that we have right now. But obviously, I think more work is needed to definitively show that link. But I think perhaps we can just use ourselves, our own experiences as anecdotal evidence. I think many of us can relate to that experience of feeling bored and then using your phone to cope with that experience, and gradually our appetite for stimuli changes, and usually that means that we want things that are more entertaining, more flashy, quicker, perhaps even briefer, going from text to pictures, from pictures to videos, and so forth. So yeah, I think we should be cautious in the way we use our smart devices.
What are some of the consequences of avoiding this feeling of boredom? What do people do to get out of that state? We've talked about smartphone use.
So quite a few studies looked at different behavioral outcomes, including snacking, including even risky behaviors. And it seems like people are willing to do quite a bit to not experience boredom.
When Dr. Chan says quite a bit, he means it. Just when you think you know humans, we go and do some bizarre stuff and experiments to stave off boredom. In one study, participants voluntarily gave themselves electric shocks rather than sit in solitude for 15 unbearable minutes. In another, folk were offered the chance to kill maggots by shredding them in a coffee grinder. Those in more boring conditions were more likely to grind up maggots. Ethics spoiler, after the experiment it was revealed that no maggots were actually killed for science. But they didn't know that when choosing to press the grind button. In other words, boredom has been shown scientifically to lead some of us down pretty negative paths. Outside the laboratory, things aren't much better. Boredom's been linked to other types of sadistic behaviour, online trolling and aggression. But despite all that, Dr. Chan doesn't think boredom is something we need to run away from. We just have to learn how to respond to boredom in healthy ways.
It might be a fundamental skill to be able to cope with the internal experiences that we feel, be it boredom or sadness or anger or frustration or stress. I think what we need to do is train ourselves to be aware of the shifts in our attention and provide ourselves an opportunity to decide what we want to do about it. Do we want to re-engage the activity at hand, or do we want to do something else? Or maybe it's time for a pause and to replenish your attention resources. You know, real life will entail boredom, whether we like it or not, and we can make good use of those experiences. We don't necessarily have to minimize these bored experiences or moments.
I wonder about that growing trend of people doing digital detoxes then. Is that sort of people trying to reset their boredom threshold?
Yeah, but I think it's sort of like going on detox in terms of like your diet. Like gradually we bounce back to, a certain set point. So I think it has to be like an everyday exercise of just creating certain rules and disciplines for oneself. And I think it is a skill that one can train. It is hard in the beginning, but gradually you become more and more aware and you have more tools you can use to help yourself remain focused. And I do think that that is a skill. So I think that would be very important to teach children how to sustain their attentions when they need to, like how to sit through like a 2-hour reading session or, like find joy in things that require sustained attention.
So boredom can give us an opportunity, if we take it, to find joy and explore what's meaningful to us. It's the trigger that makes us ask, what could I be doing instead? For some of us, the answer to that question is making stuff, being creative. In fact, research shows that people do better at creative tasks just after being bored. It's almost like the boredom is the springboard that launches us into our creative headspace. For the queen of detective novels, Agatha Christie, it's what took her to her typewriter. There's nothing like boredom to make you write, she said. For listener Brian, once past his crushing sensation of boredom, he also channels his energy into something new and creative.
Usually when I get bored, the first thing that changes is my mood. I get a little bit grumpy because I have failed to be entertained by everything that exists around me, the people around me. My brain itself has failed to keep me busy. And then usually it leads me to try and figure out a way to dig my way out of that. If I'm in a meeting, which happens a lot, I end up doodling. There's one time I used to write my name, Abong, and I have it being spat out of a huge mouth. So I'm like, boom. And also through my boredom, I tend to try and learn something or create something new. I'm a content creator, so I guess boredom kind of led to my career because I have a lot of bored time, I could say. That's what leads to me being able to make so many creative pieces, from animations to websites to graphics and all those kind of things. Without that downtime, I would not be able to interrogate, for example, the unknown or seeing how maybe to better do something that I did before. So that could be the only positive thing about boredom that I can see.
Being struck by flashes of creative inspiration sounds like a pretty good side effect to me. I want to break out of the rut of unfulfilling passive scrolling and find that joy that comes from wrestling with my boredom rather than avoiding it. The chosen location for this battle with my brain is the Gallery of Modern Art in Glasgow. No, I'm not saying art is boring. I'm here to meet Annie Runkel, a doctoral researcher at the Duncan of Jordanstone College of Art and Design at the University of Dundee in Scotland.
I think there's almost like a cliche in society that art can be quite boring, or I go to the gallery and have the things I'm not really interested in.
Annie is interested in the link between boredom and art.
There's actually some theorists, there's for example the American philosopher Alvin Noé, who talks about how he believes that the fact that it can be boring is actually sort of part of what makes art art.
So art is supposed... Modern art or any art is supposed to bore you?
Any art, I suppose. And I think that has something to do with the fact that a lot of art, because it is creating new things, art pushes boundaries and it makes its own rules. And I think in that regard it's a bit like maybe if you watch a cricket match and you don't know the rules of cricket, then obviously that's going to get boring very quickly. And I think the same goes for art. So if you don't really know the rules, it gets boring quite easily. And that comes from not knowing what to pay attention to.
I'm usually paying attention to whether the gallery has a nice cafe or gift shop. And I hadn't a clue that there are rules to looking at art. Luckily, this makes me a good guinea pig for Annie's approach. She's going to make me look at a picture until boredom kicks in, and then help me use that feeling to engage with the art in a new way.
Boredom makes your attention sort of wander. You shift your attention to something else because you don't get anything out of that particular painting or that particular situation. And in that shift, there can also be something really positive and interesting happening. So the mind-wandering exercise kind of looks at the way that we can look at things and think of them in a different way. So say, for example, if you sit on the floor or stand really close or very far away, you get a different experience of that particular painting.
I stand next to a large framed photo and wait for inspiration.
Let's say if you go very close and you end up only seeing maybe a little section of it, and you spend time with only that particular section of a painting, you might get a different view of it. When you look at it, you also see yourself and you see the people around you, yes.
Reflected in the glass that covers a photo of a crying black child's right eye. It's not great radio listening to me doing art appreciation while intentionally boring myself, but over the next 5 minutes, forced to stay there, my mind starts seeing a very different picture. Maybe it's a woman. Now I'm just confused as to who it is. Huh. Yeah, that's a grown-up woman. And she might not even be black. She probably isn't. I have no idea what I'm doing, by the way.
There's no right or wrong way of doing it.
That's why I hate art, it's terrible. I'm going to lie down on the floor, why not? Let's see if I get a new perspective on this woman who's already changed age, race and gender in my head. While the literature on the link between boredom and creativity is mixed, by simply forcing myself to stare at a single photograph for 5 minutes and allowing my mind to wander, I noticed new things I hadn't seen before and left the photo with an embarrassingly different perspective to the one I started with. Also, I really recommend lying on the floor in galleries. And while I'm making recommendations, James Dankert has some great tips for conquering your next boredom attack.
So the thing that I think they shouldn't do is go onto the internet and say, what are the top 10 things to do when you're bored? Because the internet is rife with those kinds of lists, but what those lists do is they rob you of your agency, right? You're letting the internet tell you what to do next, and that's not going to solve your boredom long term. What Brian and other listeners need to do is to reflect on what are the things that are important to them in their life, which is the challenge that boredom lays bare. And it's not an easy one. I don't want to trivialize it. But what I would suggest is that 3 things that Brian and others can do. The first is to try and stay calm. Try and not succumb to the restlessness and the agitation that comes with being bored. And the second is to reflect on, why are you bored right now? What is it about this circumstance that makes it boring? And you might be able to find ways to reframe it. Like we know from work in assembly line workers that to deal with the tedium of that job, workers will often do things like try and beat their personal best hour on hour in the job. And so they've turned a boring task into a personally challenging task. So if you reflect on what you're doing right now and why it's boring, you might have the chance to reframe it, think about it differently, and cast it in a way that's less boring. And the final thing is an even more difficult thing to do, and that is to reflect more broadly on what are the things in your life that are important to you. Just thinking about, are you actively pursuing the things that matter to you, whether or not it's relationships with your family and your friends, whether or not it's particular work goals, or whether or not it's sort of personal development goals. You always wanted to learn to weld or something like that. It doesn't matter what the goal is. What matters is that it matters to you. And so I think when we're bored, it's a good chance to pause and reflect on those kinds of things.
So there you have it. Boredom is a driver, telling us to explore beyond our current situation. And despite all of the moralising, all of the only boring people get bored stuff that you're told when you first announce as a child that I'm bored, boredom is a neutral sensation. It might trigger you to take electric shocks, kill maggots, or even try illegal drugs. It may also push you to write the best ever whodunit or an opera. And because it's about taking control, becoming an active agent in your life, the only person who can train the productive response to this icky feeling is you. Ask yourself, what do you do when bored? And what do you want to do? And if they aren't the same, fix it. Not now. Maybe after the credits.
That's all for this episode of Crowd Science from the BBC World Service. Today's question was from me, Brian in Kampala, Uganda. The show was presented by Marnie Chesterton and produced by Samara Linton. If you have a question you want answered, please email crowdscience@bbc.co.uk. Thanks for listening. Bye.
You're listening to the BBC World Service, where we explore countries through their words.
Zimbabwean women are writing themselves into the history books.
Women have grabbed their pens and are writing a different narrative.
I'm Tawanda Mudzonga, a writer and journalist based in Harare, Zimbabwe. And I'm taking you on a literary tour of my country.
Women Writing Zimbabwe. Saturday at 11 GMT. At bbcworldservice.com. Music Life.
I'm Indonesian singer and educator Rara Sekar, joined by singer Sandrayati, writer and musician Ugoran Prasad, and vocalist and artist Ruli Shabara. We'll be talking about music and social change and whether or not all musicians have an equal opportunity to succeed.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Hello and welcome to the History Hour with me, Max Pearson. History as told by the people who were there. This week, Japan's surrender to China at the end of the Second World War, held in Beijing's Forbidden City.
Worse even than a military defeat, the most serious blow to China's moral prestige is the occupation of her ancient capital by Japan's armies.
We hear from someone who was there. Also, the Red Elvis, an American rock and roll star in the Soviet Union.
He was an all-American boy coming from a farm. He rode horses and was playing cowboys out in the Colorado mountains.
Plus, how tamoxifen changed treatment for breast cancer, the birth of the Barbie doll, and the Latvians who rebelled against Soviet domination in 1991.
I was a musician. I'm playing in many popular music group and thousands and thousands of people came to our concert. It was a part of our singing revolution.
That's after we get a bulletin of the latest world news.
Hello, I'm Emily Thomas with the BBC News. Police in Jerusalem have deployed water cannon to disperse protesters blocking roads leading to Israel's parliament as MPs prepare to vote on controversial judicial reform plans. One of the leaders of the protest movement, Moshe Radman, and several other demonstrators were arrested near the Knesset building. Tom Bateman's been witnessing the standoff.
Hundreds of them have been heading up, waving flags towards the Parliament building. And we saw, meanwhile, a rival protest by right-wing protesters who support this government judicial overhaul. That took place in Tel Aviv. So you see the very clear signs of how polarising this entire programme has been and what is expected to be over the next 24 hours a showdown between this religious nationalist coalition and very large swathes of Israeli society.
Meanwhile, a group representing 100 of Israel's largest businesses announced a strike to coincide with the vote, which is due around now. There's been no official word on compromise talks between the government and the opposition, mediated by President Isaac Herzog. More than 20,000 people have been forced to flee from wildfires which have broken out on several Greek islands. Extreme temperatures have helped fires spread on Corfu, Evia, and on roads where emergency services have been dealing with blazes at multiple sites. George Chuknikas has a home on Rhodes and has taken in several people who had been left stranded.
The people here, they're devastated, they're tired, they don't know what's happening next. It's lack of information and lack of communication that is the major problem. Everybody's doing what they can, but you're fighting with an unpredictable enemy. You don't know which way the fire is going to go. You don't know which way the winds are going to go. I think everybody is coping the best they can.
The almost nightly Russian attacks on the Ukrainian city of Odessa have continued, with the latest involving drones striking the port area. A grain depot was destroyed and 4 workers were injured. James Waterhouse is in Odessa.
Overnight, you can hear the booms of air defences trying to hold out against waves of Russian missile attacks. And last night we were told there was a 4-hour-long strike further south from the city where the Russians had launched drones as they continue to try and target port infrastructure. And this has coincided with Moscow's withdrawal from a major agreement which allowed Ukraine to export grain.
The nearby river port of Rainy was also attacked by drones which demolished 3 grain depots. President Putin says Russia is capable of replacing exports of grain to Africa from Ukraine a week after he withdrew from the deal, allowing their safe shipment across the Black Sea. A Kremlin statement said Moscow could provide the crops on a commercial and free-of-charge basis. African countries say they regret the ending of the grain agreement. BBC News. Spain is facing political deadlock after
Almighty God, Creator of all things, we thank you for your love and provision this day. We bow before you in adoration of your sovereignty and majesty. Please, O God, forgive us of our sins and slowness to believe, that you can always bring healing and deliverance to our situations. Often, instead of being grateful for the blessings you have bestowed on us at no cost, we have complained about what we do not have. Purify us, O Lord, and grant us the courage and wisdom to do what pleases you. Protect our minds from useless thoughts, our tongues from careless speech, and our limbs from worthless actions. Open our eyes to see the opportunities you offer us to serve you in love in the midst of our trials. Keep us keenly aware of your presence and align our actions to your divine will. Give us strength to take up our crosses